Episode number 1101, Six Wings. After devouring Roderick and Dimitri, Cain felt their souls being painfully consumed by Scarlet Reaper inside his stomach. The sensation filled him with a monstrous killing intent, which he directed squarely at Maeria. The pain from the spear strike still throbbed in his right shoulder, with white embers searing through the wound as a painful reminder of the near-fatal attack. Cain knew he couldn't stop the spear as the power it carried was simply too much, so he had found another way. Sacrificing Skybreaker allowed him to divert the spear's trajectory just enough to save his heart and instead take the hit in his shoulder. Using his legendary innate ability, Illusion Master, Cain created a ruse, tricking the trio into believing he was dead. As they approached to inspect his body, Cain had stealthily moved behind them, activating his full dragon form. The suddenness of his attack was his crucial advantage, allowing him to devour Roderick and Dimitri in one swift motion. Before Maeria could react, Cain's left claw descended upon her with devastating force. The blow landed with a sickening impact, slamming her into the ground with overwhelming power. Blood gushed from her mouth as she was crushed beneath his massive weight. There was no mercy in Cain's eyes as he loomed over her, his enormous jaws opening wide, ready to consume her as he had done with the two men before. The woman had tried to kill him without any reason, so he had no qualms about killing her, regardless of her background. Maeria, still conscious, looked up at Cain in absolute terror. She could feel the heat of the dragon's breath and knew death was moments away. Panic seized her as she realized she had no strength left to fight back after summoning the ember of white fire, which had nearly killed Cain. The cost of that power had drained her considerably. Just as Cain's maw was about to close around her, a sudden, forceful impact slammed into his massive, 9,000-meter-tall dragon body. The strike sent him flying through the air as if he were nothing more than a ragdoll. Cain's massive form tumbled across the shattered peaks, crashing through several mountains. The sheer force of the attack overwhelmed even his draconic defenses. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood as his body was hurled violently through the rocky terrain, finally coming to a stop after smashing into one of the enormous mountains in the range. His vision swam, his body throbbing in pain as he struggled to regain his bearings. Cain's sharp, draconic eyes focused on the figure now standing where the attack had come from. A young man, seemingly no older than 25, floated in the air. His appearance was striking, draped in a golden martial robe that shimmered with divine energy. Behind him, a halo of golden flames burned brightly, casting an aura of dominance and power. Cain's instincts fled in alarm as he used the Eye of Gluttony to assess the newcomer's strength, and what he detected shocked him. This man was a level 28 Stellar Abyss legend. However, that wasn't the worst part. Follow new episodes on
N0 Vel First, C0M.
Behind the man's back were wings of Energy 5 fully formed and one that appeared illusory. The power they emitted made the air tremble around them as if space itself could not endure their might. The sheer weight of the power before him was palpable, far greater than anything Cain had faced thus far. Still in his dragon form, Cain glared at the young man, his eyes burning with defiance and caution. Though severely injured, his body radiated a fierce aura, unwilling to back down despite the disparity in strength. The young man looked at Cain with a cold, detached gaze. His presence was overwhelming, and the pressure that radiated from him was suffocating.
You dare attack my people, lizard.
His voice was calm, but laced with overwhelming power as the wings of energy behind him burst with even greater might. As his power skyrocketed, the young man waved his hand, unleashing a crushing pressure that bore down on Cain, forcing his gargantuan dragon body to the ground. Cain was shocked by the sheer power of the young man. The moment those 6 wings emerged, he could barely move. It took all his strength to keep his head up. Fighting back was out of the question. The difference in their strength was overwhelming, but his eyes remained sharp, with no hint of fear or defeat. When the young man saw the defiance in Cain's eyes, disdain and rage fled in his own. Forgetting about Maeria, whom he was supposed to rescue, the young man waved his hand again, generating another burning shockwave that blasted Cain's massive body deeper into the mountain. Cain vomited another massive mouthful of blood, feeling his bones crack under the burning shockwaves. But even then, his eyes remained sharp, showing no hint of fear or surrender. The young man sneered and walked forward, sending another shockwave that knocked the air out of Cain's lungs.
HMPH, insignificant lizard. Lower your head and become my mount, and I might spare you.
Cain's eyes grew immensely cold, and soon all emotion faded from them. He had faced all kinds of enemies and even led a world through an invasion, but now this man from the Sun Church dared to demand he become a mount. He said nothing, there was no sense in speaking in such a deplorable state, but he made sure to memorize the man's face and aura. When the young man from the Sun Church saw those emotionless eyes, his heart trembled for an instant, his instincts flaring. Utter shock assaulted him. He couldn't believe he felt fear at that moment, and soon embarrassment consumed him, unable to accept that he had been startled by this.
Lizard. HMPH, let's see how defiant you are after I burn your soul to ashes.
He shouted, opening his palm and summoning a massive sphere of golden flames that burned with such immense power that it set the air on fire. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1102, Eldrick. Cain's eyes grew colder and colder, all emotion fading until his gaze resembled a bottomless abyss, one capable of sucking the very soul from the young man. Another flicker of fear crossed the Sun Church warrior's face, igniting his rage further.
Insignificant lizard, burn under my feet.
His expression twisted as he shouted, hurling a massive fireball larger than Cain's colossal dragon body. Cain saw the approaching fireball and knew he couldn't stop it. The sheer power behind it was overwhelming. He braced himself for the inevitable, understanding that his time in the Crimson World was about to end.
I guess it's time to return to Ether.
Cain sighed, realizing he would have to dispel his willpower and return to his original realm, marking the conclusion of his journey here. While brief, it had brought him immense gains. One day, he would return to settle everything, including his debts. Just as Cain steeled himself to dispel his will, something unexpected happened. A figure appeared in front of him. The newcomer was a dragonborn, towering at 50 meters tall, a mere speck compared to the enormous fireball headed their way, yet his aura matched the impending threat. His body was covered in gleaming obsidian scales, his presence resonating deeply with the earth beneath him as if he were one with the very mountain. Without hesitation, the obsidian dragonborn raised his palm and, with an effortless strike, met the golden fireball head-on.
BOOMs.
A massive blast erupted, flames spreading in every direction, yet Cain remained unharmed. A gravitational force field seemed to emanate from the obsidian dragonborn, shielding Cain from the scorching inferno. The flames that should have incinerated everything in their path were bent around the force field, leaving Cain untouched. Cain's eyes widened in shock. Through the eye of gluttony, he could see that the one who had saved him was merely a level 26 Stellar Abyss legend. Yet this dragonborn had just stopped a fireball that could have easily erased Cain's body. What stunned him even more was the realization that the obsidian dragonborn wasn't using any energy or magical defense to protect himself. His body alone had tanked the power of the burning sun. Not even Cain's ascendant primordial body from Ether could compare to such a level of resilience. As the fireball shattered into pieces, the young man from the Sun Church, his face twisted with fury, shouted,
Eldrick.
The obsidian dragonborn sneered, his eyes filled with disdain.
Overin, you are still picking on those weaker than you. I wonder how someone so pathetic can gain the grace of a primal deity.
Overin seethed with rage, his aura flaring as he shouted,
Eldrick, leave. This has nothing to do with the Tiamat sect. Or do you wish to break the truce between our forces? Do you have no honor?
Eldrick's eyes grew cold, a sneer curling his lips.
You attacked us in the middle of the night without provocation, and you dare to speak of honor. Don't try to twist the truth to cover the cowardice of your disgusting religion. Follow new episodes on the
N0vel first, C0M.
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Cain's eyes narrowed as he listened to their exchange. He now understood more of the situation. It was clear there was a long-standing feud between the Tiamat sect and the Sun Church, which likely explained why Maria, Roderick, and Dimitri had attacked him without provocation. Given his draconic nature, they must have seen him as a threat aligned with the Tiamat sect. But Cain pushed those thoughts aside for now. He knew he would learn Ma once Scarlet Reaper fully consumed and assimilated Roderick and Dimitri. His immediate focus remained on the two powerhouses standing before him. Oberyn's face twisted in fury, his eyes burning with a desire to kill Cain, but Eldrick stood firm, his sharp gaze unwavering. Despite his rage, Oberyn hesitated. He was powerful, but even he knew the consequences of challenging someone like Eldrick head-on. In the end, Oberyn didn't dare push forward. His eyes blazed with hatred as he shot Cain one last murderous look before turning to Maria. He grabbed her unconscious form and, without another word, shot into the sky, leaving the battlefield. Eldrick only moved once Oberyn had fully departed. His posture remained rigid, commanding the area until the Sun Church warriors were well out of reach. Only then did he gaze toward Cain's massive dragon body, his sharp eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. Eldrick had clearly felt the intensity of Cain's strength, and a glimmer of respect flickered in his expression.
We should leave and talk elsewhere.
Eldrick said, his voice calm but firm. Cain stared at the man for a moment, weighing his options. After everything that had happened, he still needed answers, and it was clear that Eldrick could provide them. After a brief moment of consideration, Cain gave a nod. With a deep breath, he rose from the crater. Moving might have been easier in his dragonborn form, but he was still devouring Roderick and Dimitri inside his stomach. Cain and Eldrick took to the sky together, flying away from the shattered peaks. As they flew, Cain felt a surge of relief. His body was battered, the wound from Maria's spear still burning with the white flames, but his resilience held strong. His dragon form granted him immense strength, abilities, and endurance, which was off the charts. Eldrick and Cain flew for nearly 20 minutes, leaving the confines of the shattered peaks and arriving at a dark, twisted forest. All sorts of creatures lurked within, but the powerful aura of the two made every living thing retreat in fear. As they landed, Eldrick cast a sharp gaze at Cain, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the wound on Cain's shoulder, where wisps of white fire still smoldered. The flame was unmistakable to Eldrick.
You should treat that soon,
he advised, his tone serious.
The flames of the Sun Lord have a nasty habit of becoming harder to expel the more they stick with you.
CIETOS thoughts. Red Sin World. Discord channel, https. Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1103, The Tiamat Sect, I. Cain's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the gaping wound on his right shoulder covered by white embers. He had been suppressing the pain, intending to treat it later, but Eldrick's words made him reconsider. If left unchecked, the white flames could cause lasting damage, and he could not allow that. Taking a deep breath, Cain focused his energy and summoned the full power of Scarlet Reaper. A burst of scarlet flames erupted from his black hole, flooding the wound and swirling around the white embers. Eldrick shook his head, expecting Cain's attempt to fail. He believed no flame a Darkseed legend conjured could extinguish the Sun Lord's fire. But in the next second, his eyes widened in shock and awe. Cain's scarlet flames weren't just destroying the white fire, they were devouring it, growing stronger with every moment as they absorbed the divine energy. The more the scarlet flames consumed, the brighter they burned, as though they were feeding off the very essence of the Sun Lord's flames.
Impossible,
Eldrick muttered, a flash of awe in his eyes as he observed the scarlet flames. For someone at Cain's level to devour the Sun Lord's fire was beyond impressive. Cain didn't notice the shock on Eldrick's face. He was astonished by the energy he was obtaining from the white flames. He hadn't expected such a dramatic result. The energy his flames absorbed from the white embers was immense, far more potent than anything he had encountered before. It would take hours to fully consume the embers, but the vitality and energy gained would make healing much easier. With each passing second, the flames grew more controlled, devouring the embers of the Sun Lord's fire while regenerating the flesh, muscles, and bones the spear strike had obliterated. With the white embers no longer posing a threat, Cain shifted his attention to Eldrick. A solemn expression crossed his face as he bowed slightly, showing respect and gratitude.
Thank you for your help,
Cain said earnestly, knowing that he would have been forced to leave the Crimson World without Eldric's intervention. Eldric's attention shifted from the scarlet flames to Kane's words, and he smiled warmly at the display of respect.
No need to bow, young man. It's good to see someone with manners. Too many dragonkin these days don't understand etiquette.
His voice carried an elegance that seemed at odds with his fierce and majestic dragonborn form, but it was clear that Eldric was more than a mere brute. After a moment, he waved his hand, gesturing for Kane to stand upright, and spoke with a wide smile.
All dragons should support each other, especially when facing the people of the Sun Church.
At the mention of the Sun Church, a flash of disdain and loathing crossed Eldric's eyes. Kane stared at Eldric for a moment, his expression complicated. While he was grateful, the mention of dragons made him pause. After some contemplation, Kane decided that honesty was the best course, especially with someone who had saved his life. As a master of Order, he valued balance and respect, and Eldric had undoubtedly earned his. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M. I appreciate your kindness, but I need to be truthful. I'm not a dragon.
Kane said, his tone steady.
My dragon form is the result of my legendary innate ability, not my true nature. I'm a human.
Kane expected Eldric's mood to shift, perhaps to disappointment. Many placed a high value on race, especially in a world where dragons were revered and feared. However, to his surprise, Eldric's eyes lit up with awe and excitement.
That's incredible.
Eldric shouted, a broad grin spreading across his face. Kane blinked, thoroughly confused by the reaction. He had anticipated something more subdued, but Eldric seemed genuinely impressed.
Awakening a dragon legendary, innate ability as a human means your willpower and destiny are tied to our race. That's far more impressive than being born a dragon.
Eldric's reaction was pure awe, and he clearly held no prejudice against other races. Kane felt a slight pang of guilt as he considered his situation. His dragonborn ability wasn't entirely his own. He had stolen it, though he had evolved the ability far beyond what its original owner had achieved. Not to mention that he felt truly at ease with the ability, and his instincts increasingly aligned with those of a dragon. Since there was no reason to delve into the secret of his power, Kane simply smiled and nodded at Eldric. After that joyful exchange, Eldric adopted a more serious expression, drawing Kane's focus.
I have 3 questions for you, and I hope you can answer them honestly.
Kane's gaze sharpened as he listened, his tone solemn when he replied.
You saved me, so I will answer your questions as long as they don't involve my secrets.
Eldric smiled, satisfied with Kane's response, and continued.
There are only 3 questions. Where do you come from? How did the battle with the Sun Church begin? And what do you seek in the Helix continent?
A meaningful light appeared in Kane's eyes as he heard the questions. Essentially, Eldric was asking about his past, present, and future. Kane remained silent for a few moments before answering.
I came from one of the many islands in the Sea of Wonder. I spent the last few months on the south coast, where I developed animosity with certain individuals.
Kane explained briefly, not delving into the details of his past. Moving on, he addressed the second question.
The fight with the Sun Church began because they attacked me first. They came at me with killing intent, so I responded in kind and killed 2 of them when it was clear they wanted my life.
Kane kept his answers concise, but Eldric seemed satisfied. A cold smile crossed his face when he heard how Kane had killed 2 members of the Sun Church. However, Eldric remained focused as he waited for Kane's answer to the third question, which would determine the direction of their conversation going forward. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1104, The Tiamat Sect, II. Kane stared at Eldric as he considered the last question, choosing not to waste time with unnecessary words.
I've come to the Helix continent in search of greater power. I understand this place is full of danger and people who could kill me, but only by facing such challenges can I ignite my potential and evolve beyond my limitations.
A wide, satisfied smile spread across Eldric's face upon hearing Kane's answer, and he burst into hearty laughter. Nodding approvingly, the mighty dragon bellowed.
That's the right way of thinking. You truly have the heart of a dragon inside you.
After a moment, Eldric composed himself and adopted a more serious, mature demeanor befitting an elder.
In the heat of everything, I forgot to introduce myself properly.
He stood tall, his presence commanding as his aura flooded the earth and sky.
I am Eldric Alacuard, ancient dragon elder of the Tiamat sect.
Kane smiled, recognizing the weight behind Eldric's introduction. He responded in kind.
Kane Lorifer.
After a brief pause, Eldric's smile widened, and his expression grew more solemn.
Kane Lorifer, I extend an invitation. Would you like to visit the Tiamat sect?
Kane didn't hesitate. A smile crossed his face as he nodded. This was the opportunity Kane had been waiting for. He had never liked the Sun Church, and now, after killing two of their legends, any potential connection with them was impossible. The Moon Cult, with its matriarchal society, also didn't align with his goals. With his battle style now centered around Dragon Farm, the Tiamat sect was his best and perhaps only choice. There, he could learn to push the power of his dragon body and abilities to their limits, enhancing his combat strength to an even higher degree.
Excellent. The journey to the sect will take us several days, so we'd best travel comfortably.
Without warning, Eldric began to shift from his 50-meter-tall Dragonborn farm into a colossal, gargantuan dragon, towering at an awe-inspiring 60,000 meters in length. Kane's eyes widened in shock. The sheer size of Eldric's dragon farm dwarfed his own 9,000-meter-tall dragon body, making him seem like a child in comparison. Yet size wasn't everything that he could perceive. Kane could feel the overwhelming physical force radiating from Eldric's body. This oppressive, primal might seem to emerge from the very core of his being, making the world around him tremble. He's only a level 26 in the level system, and his black hole shouldn't be much more powerful than others like Amir, but his body is on another level entirely. I can't even begin to understand it. Kane did not attempt to hide the awe and shock he felt as he gazed at the massive obsidian dragon. Yet, as the shock wore off, something else surged within Kane desire. A deep hunger for that same power. The energy surging through Eldric, allowing him to rise far beyond the limits of the level system, was clearly the path of the Tiamat sect. Now that he had seen it firsthand, Kane craved it. The sheer might of Eldric's farm, the embodiment of the dragon path, was something Kane knew he needed to achieve for himself. Eldric glanced down at Kane, seemingly sensing the young warrior's determination. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
He chuckled softly, his deep voice rumbling through the air.
Good, you'll need that drive where we're going. The Tiamat sect will push you harder than anything you've experienced before, but if you can endure it, well, you've seen what it can lead to.
Kane's eyes gleamed as he nodded, determination overwhelming his mind and soul. He needed that power to thrive in the Helix continent. Only with overwhelming strength, capable of shaking the heavens, could he vanquish his enemies and achieve his ultimate goal. The Duke took to the sky, their massive wings cutting through the air with such force that the wind whipped into violent gales beneath them. Their combined auras were immense, causing every creature in the sky to tremble in fear. Even the most fearsome beasts, capable of challenging stellar abyss legends, fled in terror, unwilling to cross paths with the two titanic figures now flying through the air. Of course, it was Eldric, not Kane, that they truly feared. As they sawed over the landscape, Kane's eyes narrowed in concentration. He had finally finished consuming Roderick and Dimitri, absorbing their vitality, energy, soul force, and legendary innate abilities. The first three would aid him in healing his wounds more quickly, and he would decide later how best to use the lost. What truly mattered to Kane now, however, was the final aspect of their existence he had consumed their memories. These would allow him better to understand the current state of the Helix continent. What he especially sought was information about the Sun Church. The Sun Church had become his enemy, and after killing two of their legends, they would definitely seek revenge. Understanding their organization, strength, and goals was critical if he was to prepare for what lay ahead. The path of sacrifices. Kane's eyes narrowed as he finally understood the core power behind the people of the Sun Church and how Maria, Roderick and Dimitri's strength was able to rise so immensely. The Path of Sacrifices was a complex and intriguing system of power that revolved around the concept of sacrifice to higher beings in exchange for strength or abilities. In essence, a sacrificer offers something valuable to a higher being in return for power or abilities. The power or abilities granted are proportional to the value of the sacrifice made. High-level sacrifices yield greater rewards. Advancing in this path is not straightforward. As a sacrificer progresses, the requirements for sacrifices become more demanding, both in terms of the uniqueness of the item and the level of devotion to the higher being. At higher ranks, the sacrificer must offer something truly valuable and unique to attract the attention of the higher being. Additionally, they must show deep adherence to the being's doctrine, suggesting a form of indoctrination or deep devotion. Cain was genuinely amazed by this path of power, and aside from the devotion aspect, it seemed quite effective. However, as he delved deeper into the Sun Church's unique version of this path, he couldn't help but frown. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1105, Tiamat Sect, IAI. The unique version of the Sun Church's Path of Sacrifices was known as the Path of the Archangel. It was a system unlike any other Cain had encountered, a twisted combination of faith, sacrifice, and soul binding that connected its followers directly to the Sun Lord in a way that was as dangerous as it was powerful. Unlike normal path of sacrifices that may involve material sacrifices or physical offerings, the Sun Church demanded its followers' faith as the primary form of devotion. This faith was more than a mere belief. It was a living force that empowered the connection between the sacrificer and the Sun Lord. Every child born in the domains of the Sun Church was indoctrinated in this system from the moment they were able to understand the world around them. Giving faith in exchange for energy for training did not seem like a bad trait and could actually be considered quite magnanimous by the Sun Lord. However, things change when they want to break the limit of the physical realm of existence in the sacrificer path. The core of the path of the Archangel lay in the sacrifice of the follower's soul. This wasn't symbolic or metaphorical, it was a literal offering. The sacrificer would give up a portion of their soul, an actual fragment of their spiritual essence, to the Sun Lord in exchange for power. In return for this piece of soul, the Sun Lord would replace the lost fragment with his own soul force, infusing the sacrificer with divine energy and transforming them into a four-winged angela being of strength equivalent to a dark seed legend. Cain couldn't help but reflect on how this sacrifice went beyond a simple transaction. The more a follower advanced, the more of their soul they surrendered to the Sun Lord. Each time, a larger fragment of the Sun Lord's soul force would take its place, granting the sacrificer even greater power while also making them increasingly dependent on the Sun Lord. The soul sacrifice wasn't just a trade for strength, it was a form of spiritual fusion, intertwining the sacrificer with the divine essence of the Sun Lord. As the sacrificer gave up more and more of their soul, they essentially surrendered their individuality and autonomy. They gained power but lost themselves, becoming a vessel for the Sun Lord's will. What happens to those who reach the extreme of this path? Cain wondered. If a sacrificer gives up their entire soul, would they still be themselves, or would they become nothing more than an extension of the Sun Lord, a puppet controlled by his divine essence? The more Cain analyzed it, the more twisted and disturbing the path of the Archangel appeared. It was a path that promised power, but at the cost of one's very identity. Cain couldn't imagine exchanging even a fragment of his soul for power. For him, that would be giving up his freedom and his will.
I'm glad I never went near the Sun Church.
Cain muttered to himself. Even if they had sought him out, there was no way he would have walked that path. It went against everything he valued. After learning about the path of the Archangel, Cain shifted his focus to understanding the white ember of fire that Maria had used. To his surprise, even Roderick and Dimitri didn't know much about it. All they knew was that it was a manifestation of the Sun Lord's flames, but its true origin and power were beyond their understanding. It seemed they weren't high enough in the Sun Church hierarchy to be privy to such secrets. Cain's thoughts then turned to the relationship between the Sun Church and the Tiamat sect, seeking to uncover the source of their mutual hatred. He found in their memories a history of tension between the three major powers of the Helix continent: the Sun Church, the Moon Cult, and the Tiamat sect. These forces had clashed occasionally for many years, but outright war had been avoided due to the balance of power. Even a victory would come at too high a cost. However, everything changed when the Sun Church launched a sudden, overwhelming attack on the Tiamat sect. Mobilizing their full might, the Sun Church struck without warning, slaughtering dozens of powerful dragons in a brutal surprise assault. The attack had been so swift and unexpected that the Tiamat sect was barely able to mount a defense. The situation for the Tiamat sect had grown dire until the mightiest immortal dragon of the sect, Bahamut, awakened from his slumber. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
With his immense strength, Bahamut led the dragons in a fierce counterattack, pushing the Sun Church back. The battle lasted for 7 days, a war of unimaginable scale that shook the very foundations of the continent. In the end, both sides agreed to a truce. Although the hatred between the Sun Church and the Tiamat sect remained strong, the impending opening of the primeval world forced them to cease hostilities. If they had continued fighting, the Moon Cult would have seized the advantage and claimed the treasures of the primeval world for themselves. Cain absorbed all this information, piecing together the larger picture. The Sun Church's attack on the Tiamat sect had left deep scars, and the conflict was far from over. The truce was only a temporary ceasefire, with both sides waiting for the right moment to strike again, most likely within the primeval world itself. The primeval world. Cain's eyes glinted with a mix of intrigue and desire as he analyzed the information. He knew it would be extremely dangerous, where even powerful legends could perish just from the hostile environment, but it was also filled with wonders and treasures that could make him even stronger. As Cain's thoughts burned with ambition, the surroundings began to change. Vast forests stretched out before him, capable of hiding even massive draconic bodies like his. Mountain ranges loomed in the distance, so tall they dwarfed even the towering Eldrick. The landscape was wild, untamed, and teeming with life. He had finally reached the land of wildness, the domain of the Tiamat sect. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 114 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1106, The Tiamat Sect, IV. Cain sawed over the land of wildness, his awe growing with every passing moment. The landscape beneath him stretched as far as the eye could see, a vast, untamed wilderness filled with towering mountains and ancient forests that pulsed with life. The jagged and colossal mountains seemed to scrape the skies, their peaks capped with snow that shimmered under the light of the twin suns. These mountains were interwoven with dense, verdant forests where trees rose higher than any structure Cain had ever seen, their massive trunks twisting toward the heavens like ancient titans, dwarfing even his massive dragon body. The forest floor was a sea of emeralds, alive with wild energies that Cain could feel resonating in his very soul. It was a realm where nature reigned supreme, where every tree, creature, and rock radiated fierce, primal vitality. Crystal-clear rivers cut through the land, their waters swirling with a mysterious, faintly glowing energy. They cascaded into waterfalls so tall that the roar of the falling water echoed for miles, sending mist into the air that shimmered in the sunlight like the tears of forgotten gods. How long would a place need to nurture and grow to reach this level? 100,000 years, 1 million, 10 million maybe, Cain pondered, overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur of the wilderness. He could hardly fathom the time it would take for such a place to evolve, and with each moment his awe deepened. Amidst this wild beauty, mythical creatures roamed, beings Cain had only read about in ancient tomes. A group of unicorns galloped gracefully through the forest, their silver-white coats gleaming, their horns radiating a soft, otherworldly light. These majestic beings moved with ethereal grace, and Cain could feel their immense power. One unicorn in particular caught Cain's attention. It was less than 10 meters tall, but when the pack's leader looked back at him, Cain felt an undeniable truth. This creature was far stronger than him. Its mere presence exuded an aura of ancient, unfathomable magic. In the distance, griffins soared across the sky, their eagle-like heads and lion-like bodies cutting through the air effortlessly. Their mighty cries echoed across the heavens, their wings casting immense shadows over the land. Deeper in the forest, hidden in shadow, Cain sensed even more powerful creatures lurking beasts, whose very presence sent ripples of danger through his mind. As he continued to gaze at the majestic wilderness, Cain's attention was drawn to areas where the wild energies swirled more chaotically. The air in these regions was so thick with energy that it felt almost tangible, forming strange, swirling vortices of raw power. Towering crystal formations and glowing stones dotted the landscape, humming with ancient, forgotten magic. Cain's instincts fled as he observed these mysterious lands, both intrigued by their allure and wary of the immense danger they represented. The Land of Wildness wasn't just a home to the Tiamat sect. It was a living, breathing entity, a realm where the natural world had merged with the mystical in ways Cain had never witnessed before. It was beautiful and dangerous, alluring and terrifying, a place that would test anyone who dared venture within its borders. For several more days, Cain and Eldrick continued their journey, and the sheer size of the Land of Wildness astounded Cain. Despite flying at incredible speeds, the vastness of the wilderness seemed endless, stretching on for what felt like millions of kilometers. The journey was exhilarating and humbling as Cain realized just how vast the Crimson World truly was. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of travel, they arrived at the heart of the Tiamat sect, and immediately Cain's eyes widened in shock and awe. Dominating the landscape were the massive skeletal remains of an ancient dragon, creature so colossal that its skeleton alone dwarfed the surrounding mountains. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
In his massive 9,000-meter-tall dragon form, Cain barely reached the height of the skeleton's eye socket. The dragon's bones were dark, almost black, as if they had absorbed the essence of the world's power over countless eons. Its skull, the size of a mountain, had its massive jaws open in a silent roar that echoed through the ages. Its ribcage, large enough to house entire cities, was broken and twisted, yet still radiated an overwhelming sense of power and majesty. The skeletal wings, though now only bones, stretched out across the landscape, casting enormous shadows over the land. The dragon's spine coiled like the backbone of a continent, its tail stretching farther than the eye could see. Its entire form was majestic and terrifying, a remnant of a time when creatures of unimaginable strength roamed the world.
Amazing.
Cain couldn't help but shout, his soul filling with awe as he realized this dragon was even larger than the continents of Ether. Standing before the immense skeleton, Cain felt a deep sense of reverence. His thoughts drifted back to Anak, the primordial whose body had formed the sacred bloodline realm of the Deus Behemoth Empire. Though different in nature, this dragon's remains evoked the same feelings of ancient power and mystery, the remnants of a being whose strength once defied the very laws of reality.
What kind of creature could this dragon have been?
Cain wondered, his mind swirling with thoughts of the past. The idea that a living being of such immense size and strength had once walked this world was awe-inspiring and humbling. It served as a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the heights of power that he, too, sought to attain. Eldrick glanced at Cain, a small smile playing on his lips as he saw the amazement in the young man's eyes. His deep voice carried immense respect as he spoke.
That is the skeletal remains of one of the eternal dragons of the old era, who followed the dragon Empress Tiamat during the Great War, the starbound sovereign Draconis.
As Eldrick spoke, Cain could feel the weight of the history behind the name. Draconis had once been a king of kings, a ruler whose power was beyond mortal comprehension. And now, his remains stood as a monument to the Tiamat sect's glory and the dragon's ancient legacy. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 214 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1107, Zalgrim. Kane's eyes widened with even more awe and wonder as he listened to Eldric's words. The massive dragon, whose remains dominated the landscape, was not only an incomprehensibly powerful being, but had perished during what Eldric called the Great War. Although Kane had fought in a war where the entire fate of a world hung in the balance, he could not even imagine the kind of battlefield that could lead to the death of a being like the starbound sovereign. What amazed Kane even more was that Draconis had been a follower of the dragon Empress Tiamat, leading him to wonder just how powerful Tiamat must have been to command such fearsome entities. However, Kane's thoughts were abruptly cut off as they approached within 500 kilometers of the massive skeletal remains. A powerful radiation struck his body, and he felt an immediate reaction within his draconic form. The energy flowed through his scales, penetrating deep into his organs, nurturing them with what could only be described as transcendental power. Kane's eyes widened in shock at the sensation, his body absorbing the strange energy that seemed to naturally resonate with his dragon heritage. He could feel his body growing more robust, almost as though the radiation was pushing his physical limits, helping him evolve beyond his current state without the need to rely on his black hole. Noticing Kane's reaction, Eldric smiled knowingly and explained, his voice filled with pride.
That is the radiation from the bones of the starbound sovereign. It nurtures those with dragon heritage, elevating their bodies beyond normal limitations. It's especially beneficial to those following the Tiamat dragon path, which is why it became the core of our sect.
Kane's eyes glowed with newfound desire as he absorbed Eldric's words. The Tiamat dragon path he now understood it was the path of power unique to the Tiamat sect, one that could easily rival, if not surpass, the Archangel path of the Sun Church. It was the power that allowed someone like Eldric, a level 26 Stella Abyss legend, to wield a might that Kane could only describe as approaching the void eclipse Tia. Kane's ambitions surged as he realized that this was the kind of power he needed to pursue if he was to rise beyond the limits of the level system and achieve his ultimate goals. Before Kane could inquire further, Eldric cut him off.
All in due time, young man. You will learn more after you meet the Grand Elders and formally join the Tiamat sect.
Eldric's tone carried a sense of finality, making it clear that such knowledge would not be given lightly. Kane nodded in understanding, choosing not to speak further. He knew that such secrets wouldn't be handed over freely and would need to earn his place within the Tiamat sect before gaining access to their more profound teachings. As they flew onward, Kane's gaze shifted to the massive dragonic castle built around the ribcage of Draconis. Though called a castle, it was far more immense and raw in appearance, built to accommodate even the largest of dragon bodies like Eldric's. The stone walls were carved directly from the surrounding mountains, and the architecture spoke of an ancient and powerful legacy. Everything about it exuded strength, power, and an enduring sense of permanence. Clearly, this place was made to accommodate dragons, allowing them to remain in their full form at all times. After all, it wouldn't make sense for the home of the Tiamat sect to have buildings or structures suited only for small humanoid bodies. Kane's eyes glowed with anticipation as they neared the castle. The sooner he met the Grand Elders, the sooner he would gain access to the Tiamat dragon path. Yet, before they could reach the gates, a group of dragons flew toward them. Leading them was a colossal lightning dragon that commanded Kane's attention immediately. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
His muscular, imposing frame was covered in stormy black and electric blue scales, with arcs of crackling lightning dancing across his massive body. The sky darkened as storm clouds gathered, drawn by the raw electrical energy that surged from the dragon's presence. His jagged, spiked wings spread wide, emitting bolts of lightning that illuminated the stormy clouds with a furious glow. The dragon's glowing blue eyes burned with cold, seething rage that seemed ready to explode at any moment, like a cataclysmic volcano. His open maw revealed sharp, serrated teeth glowing with blue energy from within. Every movement of his claws long and sharp like talons of pure destruction exuded an intent to tear through anything that stood in his way. Cain was taken aback by the sheer force of the lightning dragon's presence. Though it matched Eldrick in size, its aura was entirely different. Eldrick radiated a sense of indestructibility, a force of order and stability. In contrast, the lightning dragon seemed to embody chaos and destruction of force that would tear down anything in its path without hesitation. One was an immovable object, while the other was an unstoppable force. Eldrick seemed unfazed by the dragon's approach, his expression calm but his eyes sharp as he addressed the massive lightning dragon.
Zalgrim.
Eldrick greeted, his voice steady and firm. Zalgrim, the lightning dragon, sneered in response, his blue eyes flickering with fighting will.
Eldrick bastard, you didn't tell me you'd be back so soon. You still owe me a fight.
He growled, his voice rumbling like thunder before a storm. Zalgrim seemed ready for battle right then and there, but his gaze shifted to Cain, narrowing as he took in the younger dragon's presence.
You must be the one I've been hearing about, the one who fought 3 bastards from the Sun Church, killed 2 four-winged angels, and defeated one with 5 wings.
A smile appeared on Zalgrim's face as he spoke, his eyes glowing with a mix of respect and intrigue. Yet, suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he turned back toward Eldrick, his expression darkening with rage.
He doesn't have a dragon bloodline.
CIETOS thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 314 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1108, Scarlet Dragon vs. Ice Dragon I. Cain frowned as he heard Zalgrim's words, his eyes sharpening. Initially, he thought there would be no issue with not being a true-born dragon. After all, Eldrick had extended the invitation to join the Tiamat sect and showed no problem with his human identity. But it seemed he had underestimated the challenges ahead. If others were like Zalgrim, Cain realized he might face more obstacles than anticipated. In an organization showing signs of xenophobia, rising through the ranks could present all sorts of problems. Being a genius only made one more of a target, just like when he was hunted back in the Blood Sea. Zalgrim continued, his voice crackling with electricity and disdain.
Someone who's killed members of the Sun Church deserves a bloodline on the spot. And you, Eldrick, you're holding out like some miser.
However, what Zalgrim said next shocked Cain and made him understand he had misinterpreted the situation. Zalgrim shouted at Eldrick, accusing him of being one of the wealthiest elders in the sect, yet stingy for not granting Cain a bloodline. The lightning dragon wasn't criticizing Cain for lacking a dragon bloodline. Instead, he was furious at Eldrick for not giving Cain one.
Who are you calling cheap, you muscle-brained fool?
The colossal obsidian dragon responded immediately. Eldrick looked momentarily embarrassed before erupting in anger.
I have bloodlines to give, but judging by Cain's battle style, none of them suited him. I was waiting for approval from the Grand Elders to grant him a 0 bloodline.
Zalgrim sneered, his glowing blue eyes narrowing.
Cheap as always, Eldrick.
He scoffed before turning toward Cain, focusing on him for a moment before continuing.
A 0 bloodline would be easier to get with the approval of 2 elders. And guess what? I'm willing to help you get one, but only if you prove your worth and show me you've got the heart of a dragon.
Cain's eyes grew sharp, and his battle spirit ignited as he absorbed Zalgrim's words. Though he had no idea what kind of trial awaited him, obtaining a dragon bloodline would certainly accelerate his progress on the Tiamat dragon path.
What do I need to do?
Cain's voice was steady, his eyes devoid of fear. Only hunger and determination burned within them. Zalgrim grinned, his sharp teeth glowing with electric energy.
Good, that is the attitude I wanted to see.
He growled in approval, his voice rumbling like thunder.
Prove your strength and show me the heart of a dragon. Celsar, come here.
Zalgrim called, signaling one of the dragons that had accompanied him to step forward. A massive dragon of ice, towering at 10,000 meters tall, strode forward. The air around him froze instantly, and an overwhelming chill radiated from his body, turning the sky above a pale, icy blue. His presence was suffocating, the sheer cold emanating from his scales chilling everything in his vicinity. The air around the ice dragon's claws cracked and froze, sparkling with crystalline shards as his freezing aura manifested. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Zalgrim turned his glowing eyes toward Cain once more.
Show me the power capable of slaughtering angels, young man. I don't ask you to win, only to show me a fighting will worthy of becoming a member of the Tiamat sect. Let our hearts burn.
The ice dragon, Celsar, let out a low, rumbling growl as he focused on Cain, his frosty breath creating a plume of mist in the air. Cain could feel the ice dragon's immense power and knew immediately that this wouldn't be a simple fight. Though Celsar was only a level 24 Darkseed legend, his aura carried the same unique power exuded by Eldrick and Zalgrim, making it clear that Celsar also followed the Tiamat dragon path. There was no telling what unique powers and abilities the ice dragon had, but Cain's resolve did not waver. His muscles tensed, and his draconic form flared with energy as he prepared for the battle ahead.
Let our hearts burn.
Cain shouted, his voice full of resolve as his power surged to its limit, scarlet flames covering his entire body. Zalgrim and Eldrick smiled, pleased by Cain's fighting spirit. It was always good to see someone with the heart and bravery of a dragon joining their sect, especially one who had already proven he could kill angels. The two ancient dragons moved away from the battlefield, sending sharp glances in all directions to ensure no one interfered, allowing the Scarlet Dragon and the Ice Dragon to fight to their heart's content. Cain and Celsar locked eyes, their battle spirit blazing as they took deep breaths, the atmosphere around them growing tense with the surge of their power. They were dragons, and their first move would be the defining attack of all dragons, their dragon breath.
Freezing soul dragon breath.
Celsar's deep voice rumbled through the air like the onset of an avalanche. A torrent of ice energy erupted forth, a blast so cold that the very air around it froze into crystal-like shards. The icy energy surged forward, its intensity so overwhelming that it seemed to freeze the particles of light and air in its path. Anything caught in the breath's reach was immediately covered in a thick layer of frost, the heaven above cracking under the pressure of the extreme cold. The beam of ice was so pure and potent that it shone with an eerie, bluish-white glow, creating a frozen trail in its wake. Cain's eyes widened in awe at the sheer power of the freezing soul dragon breath. He felt in that attack the power to stop life itself, freezing not only the physical body but, as the name implied, the very soul of its target. However, no matter his opponent's strength, Cain would never falter, and his eyes burned with even greater battle will. The Scarlet Dragon's energy spiked as he gathered his own breath, the dual forces of yin and yang swirling within him. His eyes burned with determination, and he opened his mouth wide, roaring.
Yin-yang dragon breath.
CIETOS thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 414 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1109, Scarlet Dragon vs. Ice Dragon II.
Yin-yang dragon breath.
A beam of swirling black and white energy erupted from Cain's maw, coiling together in a violent vortex of opposites. The left side of the breath carried the dark, deathly energy of yin, freezing and decaying everything it touched with an unnatural cold. The right side, in contrast, burned with the bright, searing heat of yang, incinerating anything in its path with an intense, pure flame. The dual energies coiled together, creating a spiraling beam of destruction that seemed capable of ripping apart the sky itself as it barreled forward. Zalgrim and Eldric's eyes widened as they witnessed the powers within Kain's dragon breath. It was clear to them that Kain's dragon heritage did not naturally align with the forces of yin and yang, yet he was able to deploy such powers. Smiles appeared on the duo's faces as they glanced at each other, realizing the young man before them was a genius. As the yin-yang dragon breath clashed with Celsar's freezing soul dragon breath, the very air around them trembled. The collision of the two breaths sent shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the earth and sky. On one side, Celsar's icy energy froze everything in its path, while on the other, Kain's swirling forces of cold and heat danced in chaotic harmony, devouring the space between them. The very atmosphere cracked as the opposing forces fought for dominance, warping under the strain of their immense power. Dark storm clouds gathered above, forming from the violent energies clashing beneath them. Ice crystals filled the air, shimmering as they caught the light of the spiraling yin-yang energy, creating an otherworldly scene. For a moment, the two attacks seemed evenly matched. The forces of freezing death and swirling duality locked in a fierce struggle that threatened to destroy everything around them. Kain could feel the strain of maintaining such a powerful attack. His muscles burned, and his energy reserves were rapidly depleting. The sheer force of the yin-yang dragon breath was immense. Still, the ability required an incredible amount of energy, especially since he triggered it using soul combustion as a catalyst. Celsar's icy breath was equally relentless. The cold was so intense that it threatened to overwhelm everything in its path, including Kain's swirling energies. However, unlike Kain's attack, the ice breath demanded less energy from Celsar, giving him an edge in the clash. Kain's eyes sharpened with focus as he quickly realized he couldn't win the clash of dragon breaths. Celsar's power was overwhelming, and if this continued, the battle would slip from his grasp. In a swift move, Kain channeled a massive surge of his scarlet flames, unleashing them in a powerful burst. The flames collided with Celsar's icy breath, momentarily holding it at bay and creating a blinding storm of steam and energy. Celsar's eyes narrowed as he saw the sudden burst of yin-yang dragon flames. His vision clouded, but he remained confident, knowing he had the upper hand. He poured more power into his icy breath, pushing harder to break through Kain's defenses. Then, in the next instant, shock and awe flashed in Celsar's eyes. Through the swirling maelstrom of flames and ice, Kain's massive scarlet dragon form blasted forward with astonishing momentum. His speed was too fast for Celsar to react, as Kain had used the explosion of flames to cover his approach. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Kain lunged directly at Celsar, tackling the enormous ice dragon with immense force. His draconic body crashed into him like a meteor, the impact thunderous as both dragons plummeted toward a nearby mountain. Zalgrim, Eldric, and the other dragons watching were filled with awe as they witnessed Kain's daring maneuver. The young scarlet dragon had recognized he couldn't win the breath duel, so he blinded his opponent with an explosion of flames and charged through the inferno, launching himself at Celsar with fearless determination. This move required more than just strength and speed. It required peak combat instincts and the bravery of someone who had faced countless life-or-death battles. As the two dragons barreled toward the mountain, Kain's claws dug deep into Celsar's icy scales, sending tremors through the ground. The mountain quaked as their colossal forms collided, rock and snow cascading down the slopes in a massive avalanche. Celsar was caught off guard and rawed in frustration, and shock as Kain's attack disrupted his focus. His icy breath faltered, and he struggled to regain control, but Kain's relentless assault left him no room to recover. Kain's body was a blur of motion as he unleashed a flurry of powerful claw strikes, flames bursting from his maw as he fought with wild, controlled fury. He avoided targeting vital points, but didn't hesitate to pierce his fangs into Celsar's right shoulder, pinning him down.
All right.
Celsar writhed in pain as Kain's fangs pierced through his icy scales, shattering muscle and flesh. Even in pain, Celsar remained focused, his eyes glowing with icy determination. A second later, a wave of freezing energy surged through Celsar's body, and Kain's instincts fled in warning. He immediately flapped his wings, moving away just in time as a massive wave of icy force erupted from Celsar, expanding outward and freezing everything in its path. Despite his quick reaction, Kane's massive form was still caught in the outer edges of the freezing wave. Ice rapidly formed around his body, encasing him in a thick layer of frost. Kane was shocked by the intensity of the ice energy. It was creeping into his internal organs, threatening to freeze his mind and soul. If he didn't act immediately, he would be trapped in an icy coffin. Without hesitation, his body trembled with incredible speed as he activated Earthquake Blow, shaking off the more significant layers of ice. The ground around him quaked violently, cracks forming beneath his feet as the seismic force shattered the frost clinging to his scales. But Kane knew that wouldn't be enough to stop the relentless cold. His eyes filled with determination as he called upon the full power of his scarlet flames.
Scarlet Reaper.
Kane roared, his voice echoing through the frozen landscape. Creator's thoughts. Redson World. Schedule 514 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1110, Scarlet Dragon vs. Ice Dragon, III. Although the burst of scarlet flames allowed Kane to break free from the ice and the creeping lethargic energy that had been seeping into his mind and soul, the effort cost him precious time. Time that Celsar used to rise from the ground, gathering energy into his massive tail. The ice dragon struck Kane square in the chest with a powerful whip-like motion. The impact generated a massive explosion of kinetic energy and freezing cold, sending the gigantic 9,000-meter-tall scarlet dragon flying backward through the air. Kane was astounded by the immense power behind the ice dragon's blow, far greater than any tail strike he had unleashed in his full dragon form. As he tumbled through the air, he replayed the attack in his mind and quickly understood the reason for its force. It wasn't the full tail that had hit him, but just the tip. Celsar had used it like a whip, concentrating the bulk of the force at the very end, amplifying the power and generating a sonic boom as it struck. It was clear that the ice dragon's mastery over his dragon form surpassed Kane's. Unfortunately for Kane, there was no time to dwell on this realization. Celsar, the massive 10,000-meter-tall ice dragon, dove toward him with terrifying speed. Kane barely had time to rise from the ground and brace himself, using all his strength to withstand the ice dragon's charging tackle.
Boom. Rumbled.
Their colossal bodies collided, sending tremors through the earth beneath them. Had this been any other place, the ground would have shattered, and massive earthquakes would have been triggered. But this was the land of wildness, a realm capable of withstanding even more powerful strikes and phenomena. What followed the massive tackle was a brutal and ferocious melee battle, the ice dragon and scarlet dragon locked in a struggle of raw strength and primal power. Celsar, with his freezing aura, lashed out with massive claws, each swipe leaving trails of ice in the air. His jaws snapped with a force that could shatter mountains, and his tail struck like a hammer, each blow sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Kane, in turn, met every attack with fierce resistance. His scarlet flames burned hotter with every strike, the intense heat warding off the encroaching cold of Celsar's icy energy. His own claws and fangs lashed out in retaliation, each movement fueled by a relentless will to fight. The air around the ice dragon and scarlet dragon thickened with the clash of heat and cold, fire and ice dancing in a chaotic display of destruction. It was clear that Kane and Celsar were way beyond the Darkseid's battle power. They clawed, bit, and slammed into each other with relentless fury. Kane's scarlet flames hissed as they collided with Celsar's freezing cold, and the impact of their bodies sent shockwaves through the land, shaking nearby mountains. As the battle raged on, it reached a fevered climax when both dragons separated for a brief moment, their massive bodies heaving with exertion. They glared at each other, poised to charge again, when suddenly Kane's instincts screamed in warning. His eyes narrowed as he saw a dark energy glowing in Celsar's eyes, a sinister power radiating from him. The nature of this energy, I've felt it before. Kane's mind raced, quickly recalling the white ember Maeria had unleashed during their battle, and that nearly cost him his life. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
The effects and power differed, but the essence was unmistakably the same. Kane's heart pounded, but his eyes grew cold with determination. He took a deep breath, charging his yin-yang dragon breath once again, channeling Reaper's touch's full power, ready to counter whatever dark force Celsar was about to unleash.
BOOO.
Before either attack could be released, a massive wall of lightning suddenly erupted between them, crackling with raw electrical power so intense it seemed capable of shattering space. Kane and Celsar both turned toward the source of the interruption and saw Zalgrim, his massive form radiating with lightning, rage burning in his glowing eyes as he surveyed the battlefield. Zalgrim's voice boomed with fury, his eyes locked onto Celsar.
You dare use the power of the aspect of sloth in a friendly fight.
The electric dragon roared, his voice echoing through the sky, full of anger.
You are a dragon, not a wild beast.
The rebuke hit Celsar like a hammer, and the dark energy in his eyes faded almost instantly. His fierce demeanor crumbled, and his expression softened. With a low growl of acknowledgement, Celsar lowered his head in shame and turned toward Kane. Bowing deeply, he spoke with sincere regret.
I apologize for my lack of focus.
Celsar said, his deep voice heavy with remorse.
I lost myself in the heat of battle. I am sorry for using a power beyond what was appropriate.
His flames still burning fiercely, Kane regarded Celsar with a calm, measured gaze. His mind was still racing, knowing that the power Zalgrim referred to as the aspect of sloth was something that could help him grow immensely. However, Kane understood that he would learn more about it later and focused again on the ice dragon. The apology felt genuine, and Kane, having fought countless life-or-death battles, knew how easy it was to lose control in the heat of combat as instincts took over.
No harm done.
With a slow nod, Kane accepted Celsar's apology, his flames beginning to subside. He could see the sincerity in Celsar's gesture, and there was no need to escalate the situation further, especially if they were to become comrades in the near future. Zalgrim and Eldrick exchanged glances, their expressions relaxing. Eldrick spoke up, his deep voice carrying authority.
Young man, accompany us. It is time to meet the Grand Elders.
Kane nodded to the duo, his eyes glowing with even greater desire and hunger. The Tiamat Dragon Path offered access to a power that could defy the laws of reality, and he wanted it more than anything. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 614 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1111, Void Eclipse Dragons. Kane flew alongside Zalgrim and Eldrick, their massive forms moving with graceful speed toward the heart of the Tiamat sect's stronghold. As they entered the colossal castle, Kane was struck by its simplicity. There were no useless paintings or ornate decorations, just vast, functional halls and chambers. Each space inside the castle had a purpose, and none were wasted. It was clear to Kane that the dragons of the Tiamat sect placed no value on ostentatious displays of wealth or luxury, and did not waste time trying to show off their might. They prided themselves on power and purpose traits that resonated deeply with Kane's own nature, making a faint smile appear on the scarlet dragon's face. The castle was so vast that despite being a 9,000-meter-tall dragon, it still took Kane several minutes of flight to reach the main hall. There were no gates blocking the entrance, only a layer of impenetrable darkness that made it impossible to see inside. Eldrick and Zalgrim halted outside the entrance, waiting patiently. Kane followed their lead, standing with them in silence. There was an air of reverence, a sense that they were standing before something ancient and powerful.
You may come in.
After a few minutes, an ancient draconic voice reverberated through the hall, his tone commanding and full of timeless authority. The sound carried the weight of hundreds of thousands of years of existence, radiating the presence of a being who had spent their life at the apex of the food chain. Cain felt the weight of the voice as it resonated within him, evoking a deep sense of wisdom and power. He then glanced at Eldrick and Zalgrim, and neither spoke, but their gazes conveyed a clear message. This was no ordinary meeting. He was about to stand before some of the most powerful entities in the Tiamat sect, perhaps the entire Helix continent. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Cain nodded, knowing he would need to choose his words carefully and show respect at every turn. No matter how mighty his potential was, these beings had already reached the void eclipse tier, and their soul force could obscure the heavens. Together, the trio moved forward, crossing the threshold. The oppressive blackness faded as soon as 3 dragons entered, revealing a massive cave-like chamber. The cavern was unlike anything Cain had ever seen before. 7 towering mountains, each carved from the earth itself, dominated the chamber. But it was the presence atop 4 of those mountains that caught Cain's attention. Perched upon the first mountain was a dragon of blazing fire, his scales a molten red that flickered with the heat of an eternal flame. The air around him shimmered from the intense heat, and every breath the dragon took caused small eruptions of fire to burst around his enormous frame. On the second mountain sat another dragon of fire, but this one was more controlled. The flames that covered his body burned with a brilliant, almost white-hot orange. His fiery essence seemed more refined, less wild but no less powerful, like the controlled burn of a furnace ready to erupt at a moment's notice. The third mountain was claimed by a dragon of ice, his body towering and pale as the frozen peaks of a winter mountain range. The air surrounding him crackled with a cold so intense it seemed to freeze the very breath in Cain's lungs. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Icicles hung from its massive wings, and his scales shimmered like frozen diamonds, each movement accompanied by the soft crackle of ice breaking. The 4th mountain held an obsidian dragon, his form black as night yet gleaming with a strange, otherworldly light. This dragon radiated raw, elemental power, his scales smooth like polished stone, yet emanating an ancient strength. Its massive claws dug into the stone of the mountain, as if it were fused to the very earth itself. Cain couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of these dragons. They made Eldrick and Zalgrim, towering at 60,000 meters tall, seem small by comparison. The sheer scale and might of these beings left Cain in awe. Yet, as his gaze swept across the room, something drew his attention. One of the mountains remained empty, yet Cain's sharp instincts detected something unusual about it. His eyes narrowed as he focused, sensing an odd, lingering presence around the empty peak. A peculiar energy emanated from it, though nothing was visible to the naked eye. As Cain's focus intensified, he couldn't see anything with his senses, yet he was sure something or someone was there.
Hahorhud.
A charming, playful voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall. The voice was feminine, teasing, yet powerful, carrying a certain allure that commanded attention.
Impressive, young one.
The voice purred as a massive dragon appeared atop the once empty mountain. She was cloaked in shadows, her entire form a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to pulse with life. Her scales were pitch black, yet they shimmered as if absorbing the light around her. Shadows danced around her like living things, constantly shifting and moving as if she were one with darkness. The shadowy dragon let out a low, amused laugh.
You noticed me even through my veil. Not many can sense my presence so quickly, especially not a dark seed legend. You have impressive mental fortitude, young one. Your true name must be Peculiar.
Cain's eyes widened as he gazed upon her, realizing that this dragon had been hiding in plain sight, cloaked in shadows so deep that even his enhanced senses had almost missed her. Her power was subtle yet overwhelming, the kind of force that could consume a soul before they even knew it.
Thank you for the compliment, Elder.
Cain responded, his voice steady despite the awe he felt. He bowed his head slightly, acknowledging the dragon's power.
I am honored to be in your presence.
The shadow dragon smiled, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she studied Cain.
Eldrick and Zalgrim were right to bring you here. You are interesting.
CIETOS Thoughts. Redson World. Schedule 714 + 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1112, Joining the Tiamat Dragon Sect. The rest of the Void Eclipse dragons nodded as they heard the words of the Shadow Dragon. They had all been briefed on the feats of the young Scarlet Dragon in the Shattered Peaks how Cain had killed 2 four-winged angels and defeated one with 5 wings. Of course, stories were stories, but the immense soul force of the Void Eclipse dragons allowed them to witness everything that occurred within the Tiamat Dragon Sect's mainland. The 5 Grand Elders had seen firsthand Cain's battle against Selsar, and his skill, bravery, and sharp focus were evident. He displayed wisdom and battle prowess far beyond that of a typical Darkseed legend. Furthermore, his ability to perceive the Shadow Dragon's presence proved to them all that Cain was special, showing a soul force and mental fortitude that could only come from a unique and powerful true name. The massive ice void Eclipse Dragon let out a low, rumbling roar, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. His voice boomed with authority as he declared,
Let us show the manners becoming of Grand Elders before proceeding.
The Grand Elders nodded in unison, each emanating a primal force that could bend reality itself. Then, the Ice Void Eclipse Dragon continued, introducing himself and the others to Cain.
I am Cryos, Lord of the Frozen Abyss.
He announced, his icy breath freezing the air around him. He gestured toward the others.
Beside me is Ignis, the Eternal Flame.
He indicated the massive, molten red dragon radiating heat.
Then we have Fania, the Radiant Fire.
He pointed to the white-hot dragon of refined flame.
And finally Onyx, the Obsidian Titan.
Nodded toward the black dragon that seemed fused to the earth itself.
And I am Melisea, the Shadow of the World.
The Shadow Dragon introduced herself. Her presence was mightier than all the others, and her aura commanding attention. Cryos turned his focus back to Cain, his eyes sharp and piercing.
Now, young one,
He said in a solemn tone.
Tell us what you seek and what you are willing to give in return.
Cain's eyes sharpened as he met the gaze of the Grand Elders. Without hesitation, he responded, his voice echoing through the hall.
I seek power, the power to roam this world without burden, to stand above my enemies and overcome any obstacle in my way. I am willing to fight for it, to face any challenge, no matter how great.
Cryos let out a low hum, a slight smile tugging at his frosty lips as he sensed the determination and willpower in Cain's eyes. He glanced around the hall, silently conferring with the other Grand Elders. They all nodded in agreement before Cryos turned back to Cain.
We are willing to accept you into the Tiamat sect.
Cryos declared, his voice firm and resonant.
And grant you access to our secret cultivation paths. In return, you will lend your strength to our war effort against the Sun Church.
Cryos' words carried a finality, but also a hint of urgency. Usually, joining the Tiamat sect and gaining access to the Tiamat Dragon Path required decades of meritorious work, but with the looming war, things needed to be expedited. Luckily, Cain's past actions, including killing 2 four-winged angels, proved his merit, so no one should have a problem. Cain bowed his head respectfully.
It would be a great honor to join the Tiamat sect.
As he reached this point, his eyes flickered with caution.
However, before I fully commit, I would like to know more about the Tiamat Dragon Path.
The room fell silent, the air thick with the weight of Cain's words. He knew his request could be seen as disrespectful, so he quickly added,
I know that the Archangel Path of the Sun Church requires sacrificing a piece of your soul for power, and I cannot follow such a path. My soul is my own.
Cryos' eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing within them. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
His gaze grew cold as he asked,
How do you know this? The Sun Church keeps such details hidden, even from most of their own.
An immense pressure suddenly closed in around Kane, like a suffocating fosse blocking all escape paths. However, Kane held Cryo's gaze steadily before answering.
I possess the ability to consume the souls of those I defeat, and in doing so, I gain their memories.
A ripple of awe passed through the Grand Elders as they exchanged glances. The revelation struck them deeply, and for a moment, broad smiles appeared on their faces as they whispered among themselves. Kane watched with a mix of curiosity and unease, noticing that even Zalgrim and Eldrick wore expressions of awe. Before Kane could inquire further, Cryos muttered.
Truly fated.
He then raised his voice, addressing Kane with imposing authority.
You have nothing to fear, young one. The Dragon Empress Tiamat would never stoop so low as to demand you sacrifice your soul. The Tiamat Dragon Path only requires your dragon inheritance, nothing more. Your soul, your freedom, and your ego will remain your own.
Kane's eyes lit up with relief and understanding as Cryos' words sank in. He desired power, but would never accept the cost of his soul or freedom. Fortunately, the Tiamat sect did not follow the same twisted path as the Sun Church. The Ice Dragon's proclamation solidified the path before Kane, a path of immense power that would not require him to compromise his autonomy. He glanced at the other Grand Elders, who all nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute.
Then I will walk this path and fight alongside the Tiamat sect, slaying the angels that stand in my way.
Kane declared with conviction, his heart burning with a fierce desire to grow stronger. Cryo's icy lips curled into a small smile.
Very well, young one. I see your determination and feel your willpower. I now welcome you to the Tiamat sect. As long as you fight according to the ideals of the Dragon Empress, we will stand by your side against the world itself.
Cryos unleashed a massive roar, his aura spreading throughout the sect. The other Grand Elders followed suit, their combined power shaking the very foundations of the Tiamat sect as they canonized Kane's integration into their mighty order. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 814+7. Power Stone ranking. +600, 7+ episode number a week. +800, 10+ chapters a week. +1000, 12+ chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1113, Zero Bloodline I. After the massive, thunderous roar of the Grand Elders that shook both the earth and sky of the Land of Wildness, Cryo's expression softened into a smile as he focused on Kane. The young man was now an official member of the Tiamat sect, bound by the honor and courage that came with such a prestigious title. Cryos addressed him directly, his voice carrying the weight of authority and brotherhood.
I understand you are human, Kane.
Cryos began, his icy tone warm yet commanding.
The Tiamat Dragon Path relies heavily on one's dragon heritage, so obtaining a bloodline would benefit you.
He paused for a moment, then added,
The most suitable for you would be a zero bloodline.
Kane's heart leaped with excitement at the idea of gaining a dragon bloodline. However, there was a flicker of curiosity and confusion in his eyes, as he wasn't quite sure what a zero bloodline actually was. He had heard the term mentioned before his battle with Celsar, but had yet to be given a clear explanation. Cryos, ever observant, noticed the uncertainty in Kane's expression and turned toward Zalgrim and Eldrick with a raised brow.
Surely the two elders who brought him here explained the nature of the bloodline and didn't just mention it without any proper background information.
Both the lightning dragon, Zalgrim, and the obsidian dragon, Eldrick, shifted uncomfortably under Cryos' gaze, their massive forms betraying a hint of embarrassment. In the rush of events, neither had taken the time to explain the significance of the zero bloodline to Kane.
Well, things moved rather quickly.
Zalgrim muttered, his voice shaking as he avoided eye contact with Cryos.
Indeed.
Eldrick added sheepishly, also looking down.
We were caught up in the excitement.
Cryos sighed and shook his head in mild exasperation, a soft chuckle escaping him.
You two only know how to fight.
He remarked dryly before turning his attention back to Cain. With a more focused expression, Cryos continued.
A zero bloodline is a blank dragon bloodline. It doesn't come with predetermined abilities or characteristics like other bloodlines. Instead, it will fuse with you and adapt to your uniqueness. It won't grant you new abilities, but it will enhance what you already possess. It will make your existing attacks require less energy while significantly increasing their power and efficiency.
Cain's eyes widened in excitement. The more Cryos explained, the more perfect the zero bloodline seemed for him. He was already brimming with skills and abilities, many of which were unique to his battle style. A standard bloodline might conflict with his existing powers. Yet, the adaptability of the zero bloodline meant it would mold itself to his strengths, enhancing his attacks without leaving weak points that might force him to rethink his fighting strategy. Cryos smiled as he saw Cain's eagerness.
A zero bloodline is rare and precious, but since you have the support of two elders,
He gestured toward Zalgrim and Eldrick.
you are entitled to receive it. Eldrick will guide you to the treasure cave where it is stored.
Cain's excitement was clear in his eyes, and he could hardly contain the surge of energy within him. The zero bloodline would significantly boost his battle power, aiding his endurance and energy reserves, which had already proven to be a challenge during his fight with Celsa.
Thank you, Grand Elder Cryos. Follow new episodes on the
N0 first, C0M.
I will use the full power of this bloodline for the good of the Tiamat sect.
Cain expressed his gratitude immediately, fully aware of how precious a gift he was receiving. Cryos gave a final nod before speaking again.
Once you have assimilated the bloodline and reached your peak state, return here. Then you can begin your journey down the Tiamat dragon path.
Cain bowed deeply, his respect for the Grand Elders clear in his actions.
Thank you, Grand Elders. I am honored to be part of this great sect and will repay the gratitude and kindness I have received today.
With that, Cain turned to leave, following Zalgrim and Eldrick as they made their way out of the massive castle. After leaving the castle, Zalgrim nodded to Eldrick before turning to Cain.
Good luck, young man. May the Dragon Empress Air guide your flight. Thank you for your help, Elder Zalgrim. I won't forget it.
Cain nodded back to the lightning dragon, who then turned around and rejoined his group. With their brief farewell exchanged, Cain and Eldrick took to the sky again, flying side by side toward their next destination. The two dragons soared through the air for roughly half an hour, their immense wings cutting through the wind as they traversed the vast, untamed landscape of the Tiamat sect's domain. The mountain they approached was enormous, even by the standards of the Tiamat sect. It loomed above the land like a sleeping giant, its rocky surface covered in ancient marks and formations that hinted at its long and storied existence. Suddenly, the mountain's surface rippled, and a pair of massive eyes appeared on its face.
What the hell?
The sight sent a shock through Cain's body, and he immediately sensed the ancient power radiating from the mountain. The energy it gave off was comparable to that of the Grand Elders Ancient and Primal, something far beyond the usual scope of even mighty dragons. The mountain's eyes shifted, glancing at Cain and Eldrick as if sizing them up. After a long, tense moment, the mountain opened its mouth, revealing a cavernous maw stretching endlessly into the earth. Eldrick chuckled softly at the sight and turned to Cain, his eyes twinkling with amusement.
Welcome to Elder Zarnak.
He said with a grin.
He's one of the living mountains of the Tiamat sect, and his stomach, as you might have guessed, is where the treasure cave resides.
Cain couldn't help but blink in astonishment.
A living mountain.
He muttered to himself, marveling at the sheer oddity of it all. The Tiamat sect was truly a place filled with wonders unlike any he had ever seen before. With a final glance at the towering mountain, Cain followed Eldrick into the massive maw of Elder Zarnak. Creator's thoughts. Redson World. Schedule 914+7. Power Stone ranking. +600, 7+ episode number a week. +800, 10+ chapters a week. +1000, 12+ chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1114, Zero Bloodline II. The two dragons descended into the depths of Zarnak's mouth, and soon the faint glow intensified, revealing a sprawling cave system. The interior was vast and intricate, with veins of precious metals running along the walls and gems that sparkled faintly in the dim light. Massive crystal formations jutted from the ground and ceiling, humming with ancient energy that filled the air with an enticing aroma.
Zarnak has been guarding the treasures of the sect for centuries.
Eldrick explained as they flew deeper into the cave.
Everything here is imbued with the power of the dragons who came before us. The Zero bloodline you'll receive has been nurtured within this cave for millions of years.
Eldrick paused, his eyes growing sharp as he turned toward Kane, a solemn look crossing his face.
Each time someone receives its power, it takes a long time and many resources before the bloodline recovers and regains the ability to be passed down to another member of the Tiamat sect. I understand.
Kane replied solemnly, feeling the weight of the obsidian dragon's words. Clearly, the Zero bloodline was beyond precious, and obtaining it was a privilege that needed to be deeply appreciated. Eldrick smiled and nodded toward Kane as they moved forward. The young scarlet dragon glanced around in awe. The deeper they ventured, the more magnificent the treasures became. Weapons, armor, scrolls, and relics of unimaginable power lined the walls and alcoves. It was clear that only those trusted by the sect were allowed to witness such wealth. At last, they reached a massive chamber at the heart of the cave. The walls were lined with shimmering crystals that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light. Dozens of massive, gargantuan pools spread across the chamber, each glowing with a distinct aura. Some were colder than the void, while others burned with the heat of the sun. Kane's focus immediately went to the pool at the center of the chamber. It was a massive pool of golden liquid, glowing with radiant energy. Floating above the pool was a swirling mass of pure draconic essence, a tangible form of raw, untapped potential. Eldrick stopped in front of the pools and gestured to the golden one.
That is the Zero bloodline. It's not a typical bloodline passed down from a specific dragon or lineage. It's pure, adaptable draconic energy. Once you absorb it, it will fuse with your essence, enhancing your natural abilities and molding itself to your unique strengths.
Kane's eyes locked onto the swirling essence, his heart pounding with anticipation. The energy radiating from it was overwhelming, and every iota of his dragon nature urged him to claim it. However, he didn't rush forward, he waited, knowing Eldrick wasn't finished. Eldrick nodded, impressed with Kane's control.
Once you enter the pool, the process will begin. The golden liquid will seep into your flesh, reaching all the way to your black hole. It may be painful and take several weeks, but the reward will be worth it. I'm ready,
Kane said, his eyes glowing with determination. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Without hesitation, he stepped forward and plunged into the pool. The golden liquid enveloped him instantly. As soon as he submerged, the energy of the Zero bloodline surged into him like a tidal wave. Kane's body trembled violently as the draconic essence began to fuse with his soul, tearing through his veins and flooding his core with raw power. The pain was intense, greater than anything he had felt since entering the Crimson World, but Kane gritted his teeth and endured it. He had faced agony like this countless times in Aether and knew it was part of his path to power. Eldrick stood for a few moments in the cave, observing the process to ensure everything was going smoothly. After nodding in satisfaction, he left the cave. The infusion of the Zero bloodline would take several weeks, possibly longer, and there was no need for him to stay. Kane noticed Eldrick leaving, but his focus remained on the transformation happening within him. His dragon form pulsed with energy, his scales glowing with a deeper, more intense power than before. The Zero bloodline was adapting, merging with his natural abilities, enhancing every fiber of his being. His flames burned brighter, his strength increased, and his energy reserves expanded far beyond what he had imagined. But this was just the surface. The real changes were happening at the core of his power. As Kane remained submerged in the golden pool, the Zero bloodline began its intricate process of merging with his essence. The initial wave of draconic energy surged through his body like a storm. As the minutes passed, the chaotic energy stabilized, becoming more refined and more attuned to Kane's unique powers and traits. The Zero bloodline was unlike any other. It was not merely an inheritance of a preordained lineage, but a living, adaptable force that sought out the essence of its host, studying every fiber of Kane's being. It began to mold itself around his core powers, aligning its energy with Kane's distinctive abilities. At the heart of his power was Scarlet Reaper, the devastating combination of flames and devouring energy that had become Kane's signature move. The Zero bloodline recognized this as the foundation of his strength and began to amplify it. Scarlet streams of fire slowly started to weave through the golden liquid, creating a vortex of fiery energy that coiled around Kane's body. The flames did not merely manifest from Kane's nature, they became an intrinsic part of the Zero bloodline itself. The golden essence of the bloodline slowly began to turn a deep, radiant scarlet, echoing the intensity and ferocity of Scarlet Reaper. The once neutral energy now resonated with a primal, fiery force, strengthening his flames until they reached a level of heat and intensity far beyond what they had been before. Not only did the Zero bloodline strengthen Scarlet Reaper, but it also improved its malleability. Kane could feel the energy adapting, growing more fluid in its nature. His flames would now consume energy with less effort, devouring the strength of his enemies with heightened precision. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1014 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1115, Zero Bloodline III. The Zero bloodline also began to affect Kane's very nature as a dragon. His scales, already tough and resistant, became imbued with the bloodline's energy, transforming into conduits for his flames. The scarlet energy flowed through them, enhancing their resilience while also making them radiate heat, turning his entire body into a weapon of fire and devastation. Beyond simply amplifying his existing abilities, the Zero bloodline adapted to Kane's potential for growth. It didn't lock him into a rigid framework, but instead offered him the freedom to evolve further. Kane could feel this adaptability in the way the bloodline responded to his devouring, nature-absorbing energy from enemies and surroundings became more natural and fluid. The bloodline was becoming a tool that not only strengthened what he already had, but also enhanced any new abilities or powers he might acquire in the future. As the Zero bloodline molded to his essence, it became clear to Kane that this was not just an enhancement but a symbiotic relationship. The more he grew, the more the bloodline would evolve with him, adapting and changing to suit his needs and goals. He could feel its raw potential, waiting to be unlocked as he evolved his abilities and developed new ones. The Zero bloodline was an ever-shifting force that would empower him beyond his current limits. Kane's flames intensified, growing brighter and hotter as the bloodline responded to the power of his black hole and soul force. The devouring aspect of his power sharpened, becoming more attuned to the consumption of life force and energy, turning his flames into an insatiable force of destruction. His entire body throbbed with new power, the scarlet flames intertwining with the golden essence of the Zero bloodline, fusing into something entirely unique to him. From now on, Kane could rely on the power of his bloodline as fuel for the myriad of skills and abilities he had acquired. Days passed, and the once golden pool was now a swirling vortex of scarlet and gold, a physical representation of the merging forces within him. His mind and soul were stretched, adapting to the influx of power, and Kane could feel himself evolving, growing much more powerful. He gritted his teeth as the final surge of energy slammed into him, binding the Zero bloodline fully to his being. The process was complete. His draconic form pulsed with newfound strength, his flames now a fusion of scarlet and gold, blazing with the power to consume anything in their path. However, that wasn't the only improvement. Kane felt his black hole tremble, and his entire existence seemed to grow stronger.
I have become a level 23 legend.
Cain couldn't help but smile upon realizing that the massive influx of energy from the golden pool had allowed his black hole to rise to the next level, improving every aspect of his existence. As Cain stood, his dragon body towering over the now-still pool, he could feel the immense potential within him. The Zero bloodline had fused perfectly, amplifying every part of his being and leaving him poised to rise to even greater heights. Cain did not immediately rush out of the treasure cave. He understood that achieving the Tiamat dragon path required him to be in peak condition, both physically and spiritually. The immense power he had just gained from the Zero bloodline and his black hole growth were still settling within him, and this sacred place offered the perfect environment to solidify and enhance his improved strength. Although he had no intention of shamelessly ransacking the treasures around him, Cain couldn't ignore the abundance of pure and potent energy permeating the cavern. The very air was saturated with ancient draconic essence, seeping from the countless relics and crystals embedded within the walls. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
This energy was a rare resource, capable of accelerating his growth and refining his powers. Finding a suitable spot near the cavern's ceiling, Cain folded his massive wings and settled into a meditative stance. He closed his eyes, allowing his senses to fully attune to the ambient energies surrounding him. Slowly, he began to draw the rich, primal energy into his body, directing it toward his black hole and every fiber of his being. Cain could feel the energy flowing through him, nourishing and strengthening his core. His scales shimmered with a renewed luster, and his internal reserves expanded, becoming deeper and more stable. The Zero bloodline within him resonated with the external energy, creating harmonious vibrations that amplified the assimilation process. Each breath he took drew in more of the cavern's power, cycling it through his system and further solidifying his connection to his draconic heritage. While maintaining this deep state of meditation, Cain shifted a portion of his focus inward, directing his attention toward his black hole. Floating around his true name, two legendary innate abilities awaited his deliberation. These abilities belonged to Richard and Dimitri, the four-winged angels of the Sun Church, whom Cain had defeated and consumed during his battles in the Shattered Peaks. Having already assimilated their memories, Cain understood the nature and function of their abilities in great detail. The first ability, solar amplification, allowed the user to harness and magnify sunlight, exponentially increasing the potency of light-based attacks. When activated near the domains of the Sun Church, it could unleash devastating beams of concentrated solar energy capable of incinerating enemies and purifying corrupt forces. The second ability, Radiant Sustain, provided the user with exceptional efficiency in energy consumption. By absorbing ambient light, the ability continuously replenishes the user's energy reserves, allowing for prolonged battles and sustained use of high-powered skills without significant fatigue. In environments rich with sunlight, the user could fight for days, their stamina and power unwavering. While the legendary innate abilities of Roderick and Dimitri were undeniably powerful and synergized perfectly with the nature of the Archangel path, Cain recognized that they were not truly suited for him. Cain's powers revolved around his devouring flames and dragon abilities, so he decided to consume them. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1114 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1116, Tiamat Dragon Path I. With a single thought, Cain commanded the scarlet flames surrounding his true name to encapsulate the legendary innate abilities. Immediately, the power of Scarlet Reaper manifested, consuming the orbs and disintegrating them into streams of golden origin energy. Without wasting a moment, Cain channeled the golden energy toward Dragonborn. Although he had gained a significant amount of origin energy, Dragonborn had already ascended to avoid Eclipse tier legendary innate ability. As a result, the improvement was not particularly substantial, nor did it unlock any new abilities. Nevertheless, Cain was satisfied with his choice. The more powerful his dragon heritage became, the more it would enhance his progress on the Tiamat dragon path. Even if the improvement was just 1%, it could have significant effects in the future. With that task complete, Cain focused all his attention on consuming the energy that flooded the cave, further refining the might of his body and black hole. The process would typically take several weeks, but thanks to his zero bloodline, Cain's devouring and assimilation speed had skyrocketed. In just 84 hours, Cain had pushed his body and soul to their peak, saturating both with energy and life force. Once his training was completed, Cain opened his eyes, a broad smile spreading across his face. He could feel his much greater strength and was confident that if he faced Maria again, he would be able to defeat her with much more ease. With nothing left to do in the cave, Cain spread his wings and marched outside. Zarnak opened his mouth, allowing Cain to exit, and as soon as the scarlet dragon crossed the threshold, the living mountain shut his mouth again, closing his eyes in peaceful slumber. Cain couldn't help but gaze at the massive mountain in awe, marveling at Zarnak's existence. For a being like Cain, staying still for hundreds or even thousands of years would be torturous, but for Zarnak, it was a comfortable state of existence. The myriad of life forms in the Crimson World never ceases to amaze Cain, their diversity and unique traits filling him with wonder. The feeling of the unknown was exhilarating for him, as it revealed the vast potential for growth in this realm. After a moment of reflection, Cain spread his wings and took to the skies, returning to the main castle of the Tiamat sect. He had reached his peak and was now ready to embark on the Tiamat dragon path. As Cain flew, the wind rushed past his wings, carrying with it the scent of the wild lands below. Yet, despite the beauty and serenity of the landscape, Cain's mind was focused entirely on the task ahead. Cain's instincts told him that the Tiamat dragon path would be crucial to his growth and would open access to a realm of power that would allow him to face entities capable of eclipsing the heavens in pure darkness. The Tiamat sect's main castle came into view, its colossal structure standing proudly against the horizon. As he approached, Cain felt an immense aura emerge from it, and in the next second, he saw Grand Elder Cryos appear. Grand Elder Cryos' eyes grew sharp as he gazed at Cain, scrutinizing the young dragon with keen intensity. After a moment, a broad smile spread across the massive ice dragon's face, and he nodded in approval.
Well done.
Cryos said, his voice resonant and powerful.
I can see the effects of the zero bloodline have taken hold within you, and you've managed to rise in level as well. Follow new episodes on the
N0vel first, C0M.
You've made excellent progress.
Cain inclined his head respectfully, appreciating the help of the Grand Elder. However, Cryos' expression quickly turned more serious as he continued.
Remember, Cain, while the Tiamat dragon path offers you immense power, it does not replace the importance of the level system. Both paths are vital, and it is wise to pay full attention to them. Neglecting one in favor of the other would be a grave mistake.
Cryos' eyes bore into Cain's, emphasizing the weight of his words. Cain adopted a solemn expression, nodding in understanding.
I will not neglect either, Grand Elder Cryos.
He replied, his tone firm and resolved.
I understand the importance of balance, and will give both the level system and the Tiamat dragon path the attention they deserve.
Satisfied with Cain's response, Cryos nodded once more.
Good, with everything in order, it is time to begin your journey on the Tiamat dragon path.
With that, Cryos signaled for Cain to follow him. The two dragons rose into the air, their immense wings beating in unison as they ascended above the castle. The wind rushed past them as they climbed higher and higher, soon reaching the towering spine of the starbound sovereign, the ancient dragon whose remains had become the foundation of the Tiamat sect. As they got into the spine of the starbound sovereign, Cain couldn't help but marvel at the sheer majesty of the place. The spine itself was colossal, each vertebra as large as a mountain, with vast chambers and tunnels carved into the ancient bones. The walls were etched with intricate runes of overwhelming power, their glowing symbols pulsating with an ancient energy that seemed to resonate with the essence of the Crimson World. Streams of energy flowed through the runes, creating a network of vibrant, glowing channels that wound their way through the spine. These streams radiated a multitude of colors, shifting from deep blues and purples to brilliant reds and golds, each one a different manifestation of the starbound sovereign's once unimaginable power. Cain felt as if he were in the presence of a power that had once transcended the limits of the world itself. The energy within the spine was almost tangible, like a living, breathing entity that pulsed with the memories and strength of the starbound sovereign. Cryos allowed Cain a few moments to gaze at the majesty of the spine before guiding the scarlet dragon deeper, heading to the starbound covering skull.
Only the Dragon Empress can grant you access to the Tiamat Dragon Path, and to communicate with her, you must enter her shrine.
Cryos explained as they continued to fly through the spine. Creator's thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 1214 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1117, Tiamat Dragon Path, II. Cain's eyes narrowed as he nodded in acknowledgement, a flash of excitement flickering across his face at the prospect of meeting the Dragon Empress Tiamat, an entity powerful enough to have someone as mighty as the starbound sovereign as a follower. Standing before such a being filled him with anticipation, awe, and excitement, since someone like that could guide his path of power beyond his wildest dreams. The Ice Dragon and the Scarlet Dragon continued their flight for several hours, traversing the colossal spine of the starbound sovereign. The journey was long, winding through ancient bones, each one radiating an overwhelming power. Finally, they reached a passage that led to the skull, manifesting as a massive vortex of swirling energy. At this point, Grand Elder Cryos halted, his expression solemn and filled with gravity. He turned to Cain, his gaze piercing as he looked directly into the young dragon's eyes.
Cain,
Cryos began, his voice carrying the weight of wisdom.
you are about to meet the Dragon Empress Tiamat, the ancient entity who founded the Tiamat sect and resides on a higher plane of existence. Do not attempt to keep secrets from her, it will be impossible. Be direct, be honest, and show respect. I will, Grand Elder.
Cain adopted a solemn expression, nodding as he absorbed the Grand Elder's words. He understood that the being he was about to encounter was unlike anything he had faced before, perhaps even more powerful than Anarch, the primordial who inhabited ether. Tiamat was an entity whose power and soul might allow her to dominate the principles that forge reality in the Crimson World, something Cain could not even fully perceive. He had to be cautious and fully comprehend the immense difference in their powers. Seeing that Cain grasped the gravity of what was about to occur, Cryos signaled him to proceed.
Go ahead and good luck. I will be waiting for you.
Without hesitation, Cain nodded to the Ice Dragon and moved forward, passing through the vortex. As he crossed the threshold, he found himself in a massive dimension where only darkness reigned. The vast emptiness stretched endlessly in every direction, making him feel like a mere speck in the void. But the darkness did not last long. Suddenly, two enormous eyes ignited before him, their fiery gaze piercing through the void. These eyes were so massive that Cain felt like a grain of rice in their presence. The fire within those eyes was intense, a flame that could burn suns, but there was something more devouring power that made even his Scarlet Reaper ability pale in comparison. The overwhelming force radiating from those eyes was beyond anything Cain had ever felt. However, this was only the beginning. Next, a pair of stormy eyes manifested, crackling with lightning and swirling with the fury of a tempest. Cain could feel the alignment with storms, lightning, and an unparalleled rage that could be unleashed at will, capable of tearing through any obstacle in its path. The power in those eyes was similar to the strength that coursed through Elder Zalgrim, but much more potent and pure. It was a force that sought the complete eradication of anything in its path, shattering through like a raging lightning storm. Just as Cain was adapting to them, a new set of eyes appeared. They contained the power of water, and in them was a sense of absolute tranquility. This force could seal everything life, energy, and even the soul. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
It could easily turn cold and freezing, stopping time itself and pushing reality into an absolutely lethargic state. Cain had felt something similar not long ago. It was the power Selsar nearly unleashed during their fight before being interrupted by Zalgrim. Of course, the power depicted in these eyes and those Selsar unleashed was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Just as Cain was trying to understand a little more from those eyes, new ones emerged, exuding an aura of immense physical resilience and control over the earth. These carried immense strength, but also an unshakable arrogance that fortified its defenses. These eyes carried the same power that Elder Eldrick unleashed, a power capable of enduring even the harshest environments and the strength to crush everyone, never faltering and continuing to endure everything that might be thrown their way. Before Cain could become too amazed by them, eyes shrouded in shadow and exuding an aura of cunning and manipulation appeared. These exuded the power to master the shadows and dominate illusions, capable of warping the senses and bending reality to their will. The power of deception and control over the unseen lay within these eyes, granting the ability to manipulate not just the environment, but the minds of those who stood in the way, similar to the power that Grand Elder Melisea had displayed during their first meeting with Cain. Cain stood before these overwhelming powers, feeling each press down on him, testing him. He knew deep down that he was only able to understand their nature and power because they allowed him to, as their principles were beyond what his soul could comprehend. Cain summoned all his power and willpower to control his mind and remain focused despite the overwhelming presence surrounding him. His gaze darted from one set of eyes to another, each pair exuding unimaginable power and elemental force. Slowly, as his senses sharpened and his mind cleared, he began to discern the forms that these eyes belonged to massive dragon heads, each as glorious and majestic as the next. His attempt to figure out which of these heads belonged to the Dragon Empress led him to a startling realization. As the figures of the dragon heads became clearer, Cain's heart skipped a beat, and a wave of pure shock washed over him. All of the heads emerged from a single body. The Dragon Empress Tiamat stood before him in her full, awe-inspiring glory. Her body was an embodiment of primal power and elemental mastery, each aspect of her form representing a different force of nature. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1314 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1118, Tiamat Dragon Path, III. The first head's scales burned with a constant inferno that radiated searing heat. The flames did not merely cling to her form, they were an extension of her being, a living, breathing firestorm that could consume entire worlds. Her eyes blazed with a hunger that could devour the very essence of existence, her fangs glinting like molten metal, ready to strike. The second head was a force of nature that channeled the fury of the heavens. Her scales shimmered like the storm-tossed ocean, and lightning crackled along her spine, arcing from horn to horn with deadly precision. The air around her was alive with the sound of thunder, and her eyes swirled with the chaotic energy of 1,000 tempests, promising destruction to any who dared oppose her. The third head resembled a creature of the deep, its scales the color of the darkest ocean depths. Her presence was serene and terrifying, like the calm before a devastating tsunami. The water surrounding her head could freeze with a mere thought, driving minds and life force to a state of utter inertia. The fourth head was an embodiment of the earth itself. Her form was a fortress of indomitable strength, her scales a deep, rich brown, like the most ancient and unyielding mountains. In her eyes, an arrogance fortified her, making her nearly invulnerable. Her presence was a testament to the eternal endurance and might of the earth, unshakable and everlasting. The fifth and final head was shrouded in shadows so thick they seemed to consume the very light around her. Her scales were the color of the void, darker than the deepest night, and her form was elusive, shifting in and out of sight like a living shadow. A power capable of warping reality itself to her will exuded from this head. Each head was a masterpiece of elemental mastery and ethereal power, but together they formed the singular, overwhelming presence of the dragon Empress Tiamat. Her body was a colossal force, her scales an iridescent blend of all 5 elements, creating a kaleidoscope of color and energy that shifted and changed with every movement. The sheer size of her was incomprehensible. She was a living world of power that seemed to stretch endlessly into the void, her tail coiling and uncoiling with a grace that belied her immense strength. Her vast and majestic wings stretched out like the very fabric of the cosmos, each beat capable of generating winds that could level entire realms. They shimmered with a power that rivaled the stars themselves, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the darkness around her. Her claws, sharp and unyielding, dug into the space beneath her, each talon capable of easily rending the fabric of reality. Kane's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight before him. The dragon Empress Tiamat was a force of cosmic nature, a being that embodied the very essence of the elements and negative emotions, each head representing a different aspect of her boundless power. The realization that all 5 elemental and ethereal powers belonged to a single entity shook Kane to his core. It was a might that simply defied his understanding of reality and what was possible. The dragon Empress Tiamat, she is much more than just a powerful dragon. A living goddess who commanded the forces of the universe, an embodiment of cosmic power. Kane felt as though he was standing before some of the core concepts of the Crimson World itself. It was a might he could not even begin to comprehend, far beyond his current realm. All 10 of the dragon Empress Tiamat's eyes now focused on Kane, her immense power pressing down on him with the weight of 1,000 worlds. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Yet, despite the overwhelming force, Kane could not help but feel something was missing. This feeling, it is similar to the one I experienced in the Samsara Arsenal module when interacting with the Samsara flame. I am in the presence of the spirit of an entity beyond powerful, but Kane's eyes grew sharp as he analyzed things and came to a conclusion. There is no real will or ego behind those eyes. It was not hard for Kane to understand what was happening. The dragon Empress Tiamat was an entity whose soul force was so immense she could be in many places at the same time, and even though her power was needed to embark on the Tiamat dragon path, she would not simply waste her time sending her whenever a new dragon embarked on it. Kane's face revealed a somewhat embarrassed expression. He had expected to meet the mythical entity and maybe ask her some questions, but he shrugged his shoulders, as it was not really a problem. Maybe in the future, I will have a chance. Kane did not bother too much with it, especially as he felt how the intent and power behind those eyes began to grow, a proving force emerging from them. The proving force emerging from Tiamat's eyes surged into Kane's body and black hole, immediately latching onto his Dragonborn legendary, innate ability and 0 bloodline, taking hold of them with an almost overwhelming intensity. Up to this point, everything proceeded as Kane had expected. The force tested him, probing the depths of his draconic heritage and his accumulated power. However, the moment the proving force flowed through every inch of his body, attempting to fully engulf his dragon inheritance, it encountered something that drew its attention. Kane's eyes narrowed as he felt the force shift its focus toward his heart maw specifically, the abyssal core residing within it. Before Kane could process this fully or question what was happening, Tiamat's 10 eyes glowed with a willpower so immense, so overwhelming, that it felt as though the heavens themselves could be shattered by its sheer intensity. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp under the weight of her gaze, and Kane felt a pressure unlike anything he had ever experienced. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1414 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1119, Tiamat Dragon Path IV. The overwhelming soul force that could twist the fabric of space and time did not merely manifest within Tiamat's shrine inside the skull of the starbound sovereign. It spread across the entire Tiamat sect. Grand Elder Cryos, who had been waiting outside with a calm demeanor having guided countless others through this sacred ritual, was stunned as he felt the monstrous surge of soul force.
This soul force, what kind of life form could project such power?
Even someone like Cryos, a void eclipse powerhouse, felt as insignificant as an ant upon encountering the immensity of the soul force that had suddenly washed over the sect. Cryos turned toward the shrine, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. He wondered what could possibly be happening inside to cause such a tremendous outburst of power. Several powerful auras rushed toward Cryos a few seconds later, and soon, the other 4 Grand Elders who had witnessed Kane's integration into the Tiamat sect appeared beside him.
What is happening?
Asked Melisea, the massive shadow dragon, her voice tinged with unease. She had been focusing on her training when suddenly that overwhelming power appeared, expanding across the entire sect, seemingly originating from inside the shrine. Unfortunately, Cryos had no answer. A solemn expression settled over the group as they exchanged uncertain glances. Onyx, the obsidian titan, was the first to break the silence.
I'll go in.
Onyx declared, his voice resolute. He spread his massive wings and flew toward the vortex that led into the shrine. Although the ascension to the Tiamat Dragon Path was a sacred moment, and no one was supposed to disturb Kane, the Grand Elders could not allow anything to endanger the shrine. However, as soon as Onyx touched the vortex, an overwhelming repulsive force struck him, sending the colossal dragon flying backward. The Grand Elders were shocked, their expressions growing even more solemn as they realized that the overwhelming power that had washed over the sect would not allow them to interfere with whatever was happening inside the shrine. The Grand Elders exchanged wary glances, trying to understand what was happening, but there were no answers. Their minds raced with questions, and worry overflowing their hearts as they understood that losing the shrine could mean the end of the sect. What could be happening inside the shrine? That question was on the minds of every dragon in the sect as they gazed up at the skeleton of the starbound sovereign, their eyes full of curiosity and concern. Inside the shrine, Kane was in no state to answer anything. The overwhelming willpower exuding from the massive, world-sized dragon's 10 eyes was so powerful that it had frozen his mind. Kane could barely think, let alone process what was happening. The sheer intensity of the presence before him made him feel as though time itself had stopped. It was a power like nothing he had experienced before, not even Anarch could compare. The willpower began to solidify, and along with it came a sense of ancient wisdom and a formidable ego. The massive heads moved closer, each one scrutinizing Kane from every angle. The air around him seemed to thrum with the weight of countless eons of knowledge, as if the dragon's very essence carried the wisdom of ages beyond measure. Then a voice spoke, resonating with the essence of millions of years and the ability to see beyond the flow of time. It was a voice that could command the heavens and earth and carried the authority of one who had shaped the course of history itself. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M. I felt the aura of my master inside your heart. Who are you, young man?
The voice rumbled through the shrine, each word echoing with the power to bend reality. The moment those words reached his ears, Kane felt an immense power of suggestion trying to take over his mind and soul. The entity was not actively doing anything, but the power of her soul was so tremendous that just her mere words had the power to hypnotize. Despite the overwhelming power, a flash of determination appeared in Kane's eyes as he mustered every ounce of mental fortitude he could channel from his true name, biting his tongue with as much strength as possible in order to use the pain to keep a clear head. He had no idea what was happening or why Tiamat would react this way, but no matter what, he would not relinquish control over his mind to an entity that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and whose intentions he could not yet discern. Kane's face twisted as he pushed himself harder and harder, blood leaking from his mouth and eyes as he refused to give up, forcing his mind and soul to rise beyond their limits in order to resist the compulsion. The eyes of Tiamat's 5 heads widened as they saw the young man's determination, a flash of impression appearing in them. The next second, her overwhelming pressure and willpower began to calm down, allowing Cain to regain his ability to think. Cain couldn't help but take a deep breath as he felt the overwhelming pressure fade, finally allowing him to clear his mind as he tried to comprehend the Dragon Empress's words. The aura of her master, inside my heart, the abyssal Ka. Cain realized that the only thing the massive dragon goddess could be referring to was the most mysterious aspect of his existence, the Ka he had obtained through bloodshed, whose origin and purpose he still did not fully understand. Despite the Dragon Empress Tiamat restraining her willpower, Cain still felt the crushing weight of her gaze on him, so he dared not be callous with his words. He was in the presence of an entity whose soul force could travel countless light years and whose mind could cover billions of kilometers.
I am Cain.
Cain's voice was sharp and respectful. He used all his power to control his tone as he continued.
I come from a place far beyond this realm.
CIETOS Thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 1514 plus 7. Power Stone Ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1120, Tiamat Dragon Path V. A meaningful light appeared in Tiamat's eyes as she heard Cain's words. In the next moment, the shadow dragon head's maw opened, unleashing a burst of darkness that wrapped around Cain. What's happening? Cain was shocked and alert as the power of the shadow head surrounded him, but it did not interfere directly. Instead, it seemed to analyze his aura for a few seconds before retreating. The shadow dragon head then consumed the darkness, and a flash of surprise crossed Tiamat's eyes as she gazed at Cain. She spoke with ancient authority.
You are a dreamwalker from the 9 Empyrean Suns universe. I thought your kind had perished during the Great War, but it seems I was wrong. Adam's children are harder to kill than I thought.
Cain's eyes widened, shock, awe, and curiosity burning within them as he processed the Dragon Empress's words. He was amazed at how quickly she had discerned his origin, but those thoughts took a back seat when he heard the terms.
Dreamwalker.
And
Adam's children.
these terms seemed related to his ability to enter the Crimson World, something he desperately wanted to understand. Before Cain could voice any questions, Tiamat spoke again with a small smile.
Young man, knowledge has value, and I follow the principles of equivalent exchange. I will allow you to ask me questions if you provide me with information I find interesting.
Cain showed an awkward smile at her words, but he had to admit that the Dragon Empress was extraordinarily kind by not forcefully prying the information from his mind. He stared at her massive eyes for a few seconds before speaking.
I encountered the Abyssal Core at an auction in the South Coast Alliance. I had no idea its purpose, but my true name reacted to it, so I attempted to obtain it. Someone else managed to snatch it, but I tricked that person into an ambush, killed him, and took it.
Cain was sincere, knowing there was no way he could lie in front of the Dragon Empress. With her immense power, she could surely perceive even the slightest fluctuations in his soul, so it was better to be truthful. Dragon Empress Tiamat nodded as she listened and then asked,
How did it come to merge with your heart?
Once more, Cain was honest.
I sent forward my soul force, and the core absorbed a huge piece before flashing into my chest and merging with my heart. I have no idea why it did that, and I have no way to reverse it.
The Dragon Empress stared at Cain for a few seconds, before showing a small smile and nodding.
I understand now. You have satisfied my curiosity, young man. Ask your question before I leave.
Cain was surprised and couldn't help but ask.
You don't want it.
Although the Ka was connected to his heart, and he didn't want to lose it, Cain knew he could not stop the goddess from taking it if she desired. The Dragon Empress released a small chuckle as she shook her head.
The core reached you and fused with your heart due to your destiny. If a million-year-old hag like me were to take it, it would not answer me, especially since I don't know its use. More importantly, my master would not be pleased to see an old dragon take what was clearly meant for the new generation.
Cain took a deep breath and relaxed as he heard her words. A meaningful light appeared in his eyes as he wondered just what kind of life form could evoke such awe and respect in someone as powerful as the Dragon Empress Tiamat. He soon refocused as he began to wonder what question to ask. Part of him wanted to inquire about the identity of her master, as it filled him with ardent curiosity. However, while it would satisfy his curiosity, it wouldn't necessarily help him in his current situation. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
Realizing the rare opportunity before him, Cain asked what truly mattered.
What is a dreamwalker? What does it mean to be one of Adam's children?
Tiamat chuckled as she heard that and stared at Cain with amusement.
Little boy, those are two questions.
Cain couldn't help but show an awkward expression as he continued.
They are technically the same question.
Tiamat released a small laugh as she nodded, though still mighty, her voice taking on a more contemplative tone.
Dreamwalkers are beings who possess the unique ability to traverse the fabric of reality, projecting their willpower between worlds as one might walk through a door. They are not bound by the constraints of a single universe.
The Dragon Empress paused for a moment, allowing Cain to comprehend her words before continuing.
Most dreamwalkers can only glimpse into the Crimson World, but the truly exceptional ones can project their willpower into a dream avatar, as you did.
Tiamat continued, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge as she imparted crucial information to Cain.
Since you have already become a legend, you are now virtually immortal. No one beneath the Third Realm can kill you. At most, they may destroy your physical body, but you will eventually resurrect as long as your true name exists.
Cain listened intently, absorbing every word. He had suspected something like that might be possible, but hearing it from someone as powerful as the Dragon Empress solidified his hypothesis. Tiamat's gaze remained fixed on Cain as she continued.
Furthermore, if you were to return to the 9 Empyrean Suns universe, your true name would follow you, leaving behind an empty dream avatar in the Crimson World. As long as your dream avatar is not harmed, you can return to the Crimson World at any time and inhabit your body once more.
Cain's mind raced as he analyzed this new information. The implications were staggering. His survival abilities in the Crimson World were far more formidable than he had previously realized. The idea that he could retreat to his original universe, leaving behind a safe vessel in the Crimson World, and return at will was a game-changer. Creator's thoughts. Redson World. Schedule 1614 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1121, Tiamat Dragon Path, VI. A wide smile spread across Cain's face as the full extent of his newfound abilities sank in. He had always been resourceful, but this level of security and flexibility opened many doors in the Crimson World.
So if my body is destroyed here,
Cain mused.
As long as my true name remains intact, I will survive. It might take a long time to revive, but I can always come back. Not to mention, there's no downside to returning to the 9 Empyrean Suns universe and coming back whenever I want.
Tiamat nodded, her expression revealing a hint of approval at Cain's quick understanding.
Precisely. Your true name is the essence of your existence, the core of your being in the Crimson World. As long as it remains unscathed, you can always find a way to return to rebuild. This realm is a dangerous place, but with the survival abilities of a dreamwalker, you can navigate its perils with much greater confidence than normal people.
Cain couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the possibilities. This knowledge gave him an edge, a safety net that allowed him to take risks and face challenges that would otherwise be far too dangerous.
But
Tiamat added, her tone growing more serious.
Do not let this power make you careless. Even immortality has its limits, and there are forces in this world and beyond that can threaten your true name if you are not careful. Someone like me would only need a thought to erase your existence.
Cain nodded, the weight of her warning sinking in.
I understand. I will be cautious and not grow overconfident.
Tiamat's gaze softened slightly, and a small, approving smile played at the corners of her lips.
Good, now I will tell you about Adam, the first dreamwalker.
Tiamat paused, her gaze lingering on Cain for a moment before she continued. What she said next shocked the young man to his core.
I know very little about his actions in the Nine Empyrean Suns universe, but according to my understanding, he was the one who brought the human race into existence there and carved a path for them, transforming them from a small group into one of the mightiest superpowers. However, that madman was not content with just the Nine Empyrean Suns universe. He managed to project his willpower into the Crimson World, becoming the first Dreamwalker.
Cain's eyes widened as he processed Tiamat's words. His mind raced as he pieced together the implications. The first Dreamwalker, Adam, was the same Adam who supposedly led the human race from the old world into the Nine Empyrean Suns universe, the first titan and emperor of the Godslayer humankind. Cain had always known that much of Ether's history, particularly the first thousands of years, was an ancient memory implanted in all seed worlds. However, Tiamat's words seemed to confirm that Adam's story was real, although they happened millions of years ago. Tiamat observed Cain's expression, giving him a few moments to digest the information before she continued.
Adam was a maniac, a true madman.
Tiamat said, a hint of amusement in her tone.
There were countless taboos in the Crimson World, rules everyone believed could not be broken. But he kept defying them, rising from deadlands where no one else had survived, always returning stronger than before.
A small smile played on Tiamat's lips as she spoke, a mix of admiration and nostalgia in her eyes.
He was a good friend and always stood by those who followed him. His power was so immense that many of us believed he would reach the pinnacle, break through the peak. But then the Great War erupted, and none of us had time.
A flash of sadness crossed Tiamat's eyes as she spoke of the Great War, but it quickly faded as she refocused on Cain. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Her voice took on a finality as she addressed him one last time.
Now, young man, I will leave. I wish you good luck, and perhaps we can speak again in the future, if you have the strength to rise through the tower.
Cain's eyes narrowed at the mention of the tower, questions forming in his mind, but before he could voice them, Tiamat's willpower vanished, leaving him alone in the vast emptiness of the shrine. He knew there would be no more answers, at least not for now. The immense presence that had filled the shrine was gone, and Cain was left with many questions. He knew he would need to become stronger if he wanted those answers. Fortunately, he was about to obtain immense power. After Tiamat's willpower faded, the massive dragon heads before Cain unleashed their immense power again, taking hold of his dragon inheritance with a force that was impossible to resist. Cain closed his eyes, surrendering to the process. He didn't resist as his Dragonborn legendary, innate ability was pulled from his black hole, and the essence of his zero bloodline was yanked out of his bloodstream. The force emerging from the dragon heads then turned its attention to his chest and tore his dragon heart apart, bursting it into golden energy. Cain's entire body trembled under the immense strain and pain, but he kept his focus, determined to see this transformation through. He could feel the full extent of his dragon heritage gathering around his chest, a swirling mass of raw power and potential. The eyes of the dragon heads began to glow, their intensity growing with each passing second. Among them, two stood out, their brilliance far surpassing the others, the head of fire and the head of lightning. Before Cain could fully grasp what was happening, streams of soul force surged from these two heads, converging on his chest. The soul force, rich with the essence of devouring fire and raging lightning, merged with his dragon heritage. Cain could feel the energy searing through him, transforming the swirling mass of raw power and potential into something far more powerful, the core of his Tiamat dragon path. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1714 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, GG/R666 is N Etta U. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1122, Tiamat Dragon Path, VII. As the swirling mass of power fused with the soul force emanating from the dragon heads, carrying the might of fire and storms, something extraordinary began to take shape within Kane's chest. A new majestic and powerful heart started to form inside Kane's chest. This was not just any heart, but a wellspring of unimaginable power that would allow his body and soul to rise beyond the limits of his black hole. The new heart was grand and awe-inspiring. Its surface shimmered with a matrix resembling a starry sky, an intricate web of luminous patterns that twinkled like distant stars in the night. Nebulae of various hues swirled within the organ vibrant clouds of energy that pulsed with life, shifting and churning, as if entire galaxies were being born and dying within its confines. Each beat of this heart sent ripples of power coursing through Kane's veins, and he could feel the very fabric of his existence responding to this new source of strength. His dragon body began to grow, soon reaching 13,000 meters and continuing until it stood at a staggering 15,000 meters. Every aspect of his dragon body grew stronger and mightier. Flames and lightning cloaked every inch of his being, and a powerful bloodline force exuded from his form. As the formation of the heart concluded, Kane was overwhelmed by a torrent of power surging through his entire existence. His eyes were full of awe and wonder as he gazed at his new body and felt the immense physical strength coursing through him. But that was not all. His dragon abilities had also risen, making him even deadlier. It was as though every cell, every fiber of his dragon body was being flooded with raw energy, elevating him to heights of strength and vitality he had never imagined. However, there was more to this new organ than just power. It carried with it a profound understanding, a deep knowledge that settled into his mind, reaching all the way to his soul. Kane's eyes glowed as he attempted to make sense of the immense range of memories and knowledge flooding his mind. After several minutes, he finally regained focus, his face full of awe and wonder. The full scope of the Tiamat Dragon Path unfurled in Kane's consciousness. What he had just created in his chest was not merely a heart, but a unique organ that would serve as the core of his Tiamat Dragon Path, much like his black hole acted as the core of his level system.
Dragon Sinful Heart.
Kane shouted, naming the new organ. It was a vessel that embodied the entirety of his dragon inheritance and the soul force of the Dragon Empress Tiamat herself. However, the true core of this heart was not the dragon inheritance or even the soul force of the Dragon Empress Tiamat. It was something else, something that defied the principles of the world and could allow him to twist reality to his will. Oniric truths. It took Kane several seconds to overcome the shock, as the revelation of the Oniric truth shook him to his very core. He finally understood the nature of the power that Maria, the five-winged angel, had wielded against him with such devastating effect. The Oniric truths are the unique and supreme power reigning over the Crimson World. They embody the ultimate integration of the immutable principles governing reality and the fluid, symbolic meanings attributed to the collective consciousness of sentient beings. Oniric truths govern the very fabric of the Crimson World, influencing every aspect of existence within it. As this understanding crystallized within him, a thought struck Kane with a force that made his heart pound in his chest.
Are Oniric truths the fusion of laws and concepts?
The idea was staggering, filling Kane with awe, wonder, and amazement. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
Laws and concepts were forces of extraordinary power in the Nine Empyrean Suns universe, granting a cultivator immense strength. But they were limited. However, if Oniric truths were indeed the fusion of these two, it was no wonder that Maria had been able to become so powerful, nearly killing him in their last encounter. This force could encompass the full range of reality and imagination, a power that defied principles and ruled above all things. The potential of Oniric truths filled Kane with awe and a burning desire. A deep hunger stirred within him, driving him to seek out and attain this ultimate power, though he knew that pursuit would have to wait. Cain refocused on the Tiamat dragon path and his newly forged dragon Sinful Heart. The dragon Empress Tiamat's 5 heads are named Flamebon Head, Stormfang Head, Seabane Head, Stonecrusher Head, and Nightfell Head, each representing an element and ethereal force. The dragon Empress Tiamat's essence had resonated with his nature, allowing him to draw soul force from the Flamebon and Stormfang heads. The Flamebon head, representing the element of fire, carried the oniric truth of gluttony, an insatiable hunger for power, strength, and domination. The Stormfang head, embodying lightning, held the oniric truth of Rotha fury that could unleash the most devastating tempests, a rage that could tear through the heavens. These 2 oniric truths had now become the core of Cain's Tiamat dragon path, intricately woven into the very fabric of his dragon Sinful Heart. He would have to nurture his new heart to rise on this new path, but that was just the start. Cain would also have to harmonize with, learn from, and harness the power of the oniric truths of gluttony and wrath. Cain took a deep breath as he organized the sea of information that flooded his mind, his eyes growing sharper as he learned the classification of the Tiamat dragon path's rank.
Upon forming my dragon Sinful Heart, I became an elder dragon, equivalent to the Dark Seed legend rank.
Cain paused, closing his eyes as he focused on his dragon Sinful Heart. A smile appeared on his face as he realized it was already at the peak of the elder dragon rank. Creator's thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 1814 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1123, Oniric Truth of Gluttony, I. The reason Cain was able to ascend so quickly to the peak of the Elder Dragon rank was due to the extraordinary might of his dragon inheritance. The combination of his Dragonborn legendary, innate ability, zero bloodline, and dragon heart propelled him to incredible heights from the start, making it clear all the effort he put into his preparations was worth it. However, to rise to the next level in the Tiamat dragon path and become an ancient dragon, Cain needed more than energy. He needed to harmonize with the oniric truths held within his dragon's Sinful Heart, unlocking the gateway to evolving this powerful organ. Cain understood the significance of this moment. As he looked around and felt the quietness of the place, he knew there was no better time to train since there was nothing that disturbed him. The massive scarlet dragon closed his eyes and devoted his mind and soul entirely to the dragon's Sinful Heart, pushing the full might of his existence into understanding the mighty oniric truths it contained. The process would normally take geniuses several months, and even Cain, with all his talent and uniqueness, perceived nothing only darkness. However, just as he was about to give up and try later, something happened inside his black hole. His true name, Reaper Vorax Imperator, trembled with such might that it made his soul shake, and the next second the word
Vorax
glowed with an overwhelming light that flooded the entire dimension.
What is happening?
Cain's eyes widened as he felt a sudden shift in his perception. It was as if he had been pulled into a different realm, where the boundaries of reality blurred and the essence of the oniric truth of gluttony revealed itself to him. He found himself standing before a majestic phenomenon, a sight that defied comprehension. In the vastness of this ethereal space, a colossal vortex swirled before him, its size dwarfing anything he had ever seen. The vortex was not made of mere wind or energy. It was composed of pure, insatiable hunger. Its core glowed with a deep, ravenous light, and from its edges, tendrils of dark energy reached out, consuming everything in its path. Stars, planets, and even entire galaxies were drawn into its grasp, devoured without mercy, their light extinguished as they were absorbed into the vortex's infinite depths. It was a destruction that defied reason, but this gluttonous force had a strange beauty. The way it moved, the way it consumed, was both terrifying and mesmerizing. It was a display of destruction and creation, a a cycle of endless consumption that fueled the vortex's never-ending hunger. The colors within it were vivid and ever-changing, shifting from deep purples to fiery reds, from cold blues to blinding whites. The sheer power of the vortex was overwhelming, a force that could consume the very fabric of spacetime. Kane felt a connection to this phenomenon, a resonance deep within his true name, and a flash of enlightenment appeared in his eyes as he understood something profound. The oniric truth of gluttony is not just about devouring. It is about the unrelenting drive to consume, absorb, and grow stronger with each conquest. It is the embodiment of desire, the hunger that pushes one to surpass all limits, to take in everything and make it a part of oneself. Though still superficial, this understanding was something many elder dragons would need years or even decades to attain. As the light emerging from Vorax began to fade and the illusion seemed ready to vanish, Kane felt satisfied, knowing he had gained immensely. However, his true name reacted again, this time the word.
Imperator.
Exuding its aura, the phenomenon burst into full power once more but began to shift. The colossal vortex, once a swirling mass of insatiable hunger, started to morph into something even more sinister and complex. The edges of the vortex darkened, and a new layer of meaning began to emerge, one that carried a chilling weight corruption. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
As Kane's enlightenment continued, the vortex took on a more tangible form, almost like a living entity. Its tendrils of dark energy, which had previously only consumed everything in their path, now began to pulse with a malevolent glow. These tendrils reached out, but instead of merely devouring, they began to infuse the objects they touched with a corrupting force. Stars that had once been bright and pure were twisted into dark, ominous forms, their light extinguished and replaced by a sickly, tainted glow. Planets were not simply swallowed whole. Instead, they were corrupted from within. The energy of the vortex seeped into their cores, twisting their landscapes, warping their atmospheres, and transforming them into grotesque travesties of their former selves. The life forms on these planets were altered as well, their very essences twisted and reshaped by the dark energy, becoming creatures of hunger and malevolence, driven by the same insatiable desire that fueled the vortex. The sight was both horrifying and mesmerizing. Kane could see how the oniric truth of gluttony was not just about devouring to grow stronger, it was also about spreading its influence, corrupting and twisting everything it touched. This was the second face of gluttony, the power to corrupt, to infuse others with its dark essence and bend them to its will. Kane felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the full extent of this power. The vortex was no longer just a symbol of consumption, it was a force that could alter all types of life forms, reshaping their very soul. The power to devour was terrifying enough, but the ability to corrupt and twist others, to change them at their core, was even more profound and dangerous. As the tendrils of the vortex continued their corrupting work, Kane felt a deep connection to this aspect of gluttony. He understood this was not just about gaining power for himself, it was about spreading that power, influencing the world around him, and bending it to his will. The oniric truth of gluttony was a force that could consume and corrupt everything in its path, leaving nothing untouched. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1914, +7. Power Stone ranking. +600, 7+ episode number a week. +800, 10+ chapters a week. +1000, 12+ chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1124, Oniric Truth of Gluttony, II. Kane's eyes widened as the realization struck him. This second face of gluttony was truly horrifying, yet it filled him with a thrill, as it truly fit the aura of a master of order. Gluttony isn't just about devouring and growing stronger, Kane thought, pausing for a moment as he continued. It's about learning how to harness its corrupting power to infuse my essence into the world around me and reshape it according to my will. The vision began to fade, but the knowledge and understanding it imparted remained seared into Kane's soul. The oniric truth of gluttony was a farce like no other, and Cain was determined to master it, as it perfectly aligned with his personality. Using it to its fullest potential would allow him to carve a great path in the Crimson World. Cain's eyes refocused as the phenomenon vanished, and a green light emerged in them. That was a manifestation of the oniric truth that was currently nurturing every aspect of his existence. It did not take long for this force to have a physical effect, as his body began to grow even stronger and larger, reaching a mighty 18,000 meters in height. Cain had yet to become an ancient dragon, but he had managed to harmonize with the oniric truth of gluttony within his dragon's sinful heart. It was only a matter of time before he evolved beyond an elder dragon. And that was not all. His newfound insight allowed Cain to harness a small fragment of the oniric truth of gluttony. It came at a significant cost and would carry a massive backlash, but if used, he could unleash attacks with power capable of endangering the life of even stellar abyss legends. Cain's wide smile reflected the immense gains he had achieved in this dimension. He had discovered his identity as a dreamwalker, making him virtually immortal on the Helix continent, as it seemed there was no third realm life form in this place. This revelation also eased his mind regarding his eventual return to Ether. Moreover, Cain had awakened his Tiamat dragon path, forging his dragon sinful heart with the essence of the Flameborn head and the Stormfang head. If that wasn't enough, thanks to the enlightenment provided by his true name, he had managed to gain a small understanding of the oniric truth of gluttony, opening the door to his evolution into an ancient dragon. As Cain looked around, he noticed that Tiamat's massive dragon body had vanished, her presence likely fading during his enlightenment. Despite this, he performed a deep bow in respect before turning around. Immediately, the vortex that led outside the dimension appeared, and he crossed it. The next second, Cain found himself back in the spine of the starbound sovereign. He wore a strange expression as he noticed the 5 grand elders present, all watching him intently, their sole force focused on his body the moment he appeared. Although the pressure they exerted was intimidating and caused Cain to frown, he understood the reason for their shock. After all, the appearance of the Dragon Empress Tiamat's soul force must have been a stunning event for the entire sect. The Grand Elders were ready to bombard Cain with questions, their concern evident. However, when they noticed the green light glowing in his eyes, surprise flickered across their faces as they perceived the essence of an oniric truth within him. This was beyond impressive and caught their attention, but it wasn't enough to distract them from their primary goal of understanding what had just transpired. Yet, in the next moment, all of them froze as they felt the aura of not one but 2 oniric truths emanating from Cain's dragon sinful heart. The realization dawned on the Grand Elders, and despite their hundreds of thousands of years of life and world-shaking experiences, they could not hide their shock and awe. Understanding the oniric truth as soon as he gained access to the Tiamat dragon path was astonishing, but it only indicated that Cain was very talented. However, the existence of a dragon sinful heart made of 2 oniric truths was entirely different. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
The Grand Elders exchanged glances, a meaningful light appearing in their eyes as they retracted their soul aura, no longer suppressing Cain. The atmosphere shifted as they acknowledged the significance of what had just transpired. For Cain to have obtained a dragon sinful heart, infused with the essence of 2 oniric truths, was an extraordinary feat that required more than mere talent. It indicated that the Dragon Empress herself had favored Cain, and such favor demanded careful consideration. While they would no longer overwhelm him with their presence, the Grand Elders knew they needed answers to understand what had just occurred. Cryos, the massive ice dragon, glanced at his fellow elders and, upon receiving their approving nods, turned his gaze to Cain.
Young man,
Cryos began, his voice deep and resonant.
please follow us to the castle so we can have a talk. It is important to understand all that has happened to avoid any misunderstandings in the future.
Sensing the gravity of the situation, Cain adopted a solemn expression and nodded respectfully to the Grand Elders. They had treated him with respect despite the immense difference in their power, and he was more than willing to clarify things. With a nod of acknowledgement, the Grand Elders led the way. Cain followed, his massive form moving much faster than before. The journey back to the castle was swift, the towering structure soon coming into view. Upon entering the castle, the Grand Elders guided Cain to a chamber that radiated an aura of ancient power. It was the same place where they had received him during his integration into the sect. Cryos, taking the lead, turned to Cain.
We are aware that something extraordinary occurred during your time in Tiamat's shrine.
He said, his tone measured.
A soul force that far surpassed the void eclipsed Tyr manifest. We need to understand the details, not only for your safety, but for the integrity of the sect.
CIETOS Thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 2014 +7. Power Stone Ranking. +600, 7+ episode number a week. +800, 10+ chapters a week. +1000, 12+ chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1125, Primeval World. Cain gazed at the Grand Elders for a moment, ordering his thoughts before speaking.
As the proving force from the 5 heads of the Dragon Empress Tiamat gazed over me, they found something that drew the interest of the Dragon Empress herself. That's why she presented herself to me.
He decided to tell the truth, sensing that there was no reason to lie. After all, even if things became problematic, he was a dreamwalker with many moves at his disposal. In the worst-case scenario, Cain could simply leave his dream avatar and return to Ether. When the Grand Elders heard his words, shock and awe assaulted their hearts. The notion that the overwhelming soul force that had washed over the entire sect belonged to their goddess, the Dragon Empress Tiamat, was a staggering revelation that shook them to the core. However, some of the Grand Elders couldn't help but frown in disbelief. They had presided over the sect for hundreds of thousands of years, yet none of them had ever witnessed the will and ego of the Dragon Empress Tiamat. And now, someone who had only recently entered the sect had managed to do so. No matter how ancient and wise someone could be, it was normal for doubt and disbelief to arise in their hearts when presented with such shocking information, especially if it affected their sense of value and identity. However, before their thoughts could spiral further, a mighty voice suddenly filled the chamber of voice that seemed to carry the weight of ages and a power that could shake the very fabric of reality.
The Scarlet Dragon is telling the truth. The Dragon Empress has given him her goodwill.
Cain was shocked by the voice, feeling a power in it that made his bones tremble. It was a power that vastly surpassed that of the Grand Elders, carrying an overwhelming aura. As soon as they heard that voice, the Grand Elders immediately bowed, their doubts dispelled in an instant as they shouted in unison.
We understand, Lord Bahamut.
The mention of Bahamut left Cain even more astounded. He had learned about this entity from the memories of Roderick and Dimitri. Bahamut was a name spoken with reverence. He was the leader of the Tiamat sect and one of the mightiest beings in the entire Helix continent. The fact that Bahamut himself had confirmed Cain's words made the situation even more extraordinary. After rising from their bows, the Grand Elders turned their gazes back to Cain, their eyes full of curiosity. They couldn't help but wonder just what it was about this small scarlet dragon that had drawn the attention of the Dragon Empress Tiamat. However, despite their burning questions, they knew that secrets were precious and would not dare demand any from someone blessed by their goddess. Seeing that all was in order and the mood had calmed, Cryos focused on Cain and spoke solemnly.
Young man, you have been truly blessed. The dragon's sinful heart normally contains only one of the Dragon Empress's aspects, yet you attained 2. That has only happened once before with our lord and leader Bahamut.
Cain listened, a broad smile appearing on his face as Cryos' words settled in. The fact that he had attained 2 aspects within his dragon's sinful heart and achievement, matched only by Bahamut, meant that the potential of his Tiamat dragon path was on an entirely different level. Cryos continued.
You must understand the significance of this. It means that the Dragon Empress sees something in you, something that even we, with all our years of experience, cannot fully comprehend. Follow new episodes on the
N0vel first, C0M.
This places you on a path that will require not only immense power, but also wisdom and caution.
The massive ice dragon paused at this point, glancing at Cain with a sharp gaze full of solemnity.
The crimson world is not kind to those who stand out, and the path you now walk will be fraught with challenges, especially now that we are at war with the Sun Church.
Cain's eyes suddenly grew sharp as he realized that while the favor of the Dragon Empress Tiamat had granted him immense potential, it also made him a target for the Sun Church. He did not doubt that those zealots would do everything in their power to kill him before he could grow and become a second Bahamut. However, there was no fear in Cain's soul, only coldness and killing intent. Let them come. I will just devour them and use their souls as fuel to grow stronger. His path had never been one of hiding, and if his power provoked their attack, he would teach them a bloody lesson. A wide smile spread across Cairo's face when he saw the merciless aura and slaughter intent emerging from Cain's eyes. The ice dragon nodded approvingly and said,
Good, that is the will a dragon should have. If they come after you, kill them all.
The rest of the Grand Elders nodded in agreement, pleased to see that the one who had gained the grace of their goddess, the Dragon Empress, was indeed a true dragon warrior. Their eyes reflected a sense of pride, recognizing in Cain a kindred spirit who understood the harsh realities of the Crimson World. After a brief pause, Cryos exchanged silent glances with the other Grand Elders, their expressions serious as they communicated through a shared understanding. Receiving their nods of approval, Cryos turned back to Cain and spoke with a tone that hinted at the gravity of what he was about to discuss.
Young man, what do you know about the primeval world?
Cain's eyes narrowed as he considered the question. The primeval world was a term he had come across in his studies and from the fragmented memories of those he had devoured, but the details were often shrouded in mystery.
I've heard of it.
Cain began carefully.
But my knowledge is limited. From what I understand, the primeval world is an ancient realm that predates even the oldest forces of the Helix continent. It's said to be a place where the most powerful beings gather, and where the rules of reality itself are different, more primal.
CIETOS thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 2114 plus 7. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus episode number a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1126, Ancient Dragon of Lightning and Fire, I. Cryo smiled and softly nodded as he spoke.
As expected, you are extremely well informed for someone who just reached the Helix continent. While your description is accurate, it is still very shallow, so allow me to clarify.
The massive ice dragon focused on Cain, and upon seeing his attention, he continued.
The primeval world is a massive realm that existed before the Great War. Its size is even larger than the Helix continent, and the dangers within it are immense, to say the least, but so are the rewards and treasures.
Cain couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he heard about the Great War again. It filled him with curiosity, as it seemed to have been a transcendent moment in the history of the Crimson World, but one that was shrouded in mystery and forgotten by most. If not for relics like the massive body of the starbound sovereign, it might have passed as a mere myth. Cain didn't dwell too much on those thoughts, choosing to focus instead on Cryos, knowing that the Grand Elder wouldn't mention the primeval world without reason.
The entrance to the primeval world will open in 10 months at the earliest and 2 years at the latest. Due to the rules governing the primeval world, only those with a black hole beneath the void, Eclipse Tier, can enter. The 3 great powers of the Helix continent will each send 30 people, with the South Coast Alliance being allowed 10 slots.
Cryos paused at this point, his eyes sharp as he focused on Cain.
As you might guess by now, you have the right to enter due to your talent and the grace of our goddess, the Dragon Empress. However, I must make it clear, the dangers of the primeval world are great even in normal times, but now they will skyrocket as we will also use this opportunity to strike at the forces of the Sun Church inside.
The Grand Elder's voice was solemn as he made it clear that they intended to use the primeval world as a battleground to kill as many of the Sun Church's forces as possible.
Considering the immense danger, do you really want to go in?
Kane's eyes gleamed with determination from the start, a broad smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the Grand Elder. Cryos smiled in return, sensing the hunger and killing intent in Kane's eyes. The ice dragon could already imagine what would happen if Kane were thrown into a group of angels. It would be like placing a wolf among sheep.
Good, that is the way.
Cryos said approvingly, before speaking more composedly.
You have harmonized with an oniric truth in your dragon's sinful heart and opened the gate to becoming an ancient dragon. I will grant you the 15th vertebra of the starbound sovereign as your home. Use the energy inside to evolve. Of course, you can follow your training as you see fit, but if you plan to enter the primeval world, you must not leave the land of wildness. I appreciate the help and will not disappoint any of you, Grand Elders.
Kane said, performing a small bow to express his gratitude. He understood the significance of the gift he was being given access to one of the most potent energy sources within the starbound sovereign's remains. After Kane's gesture of thanks, Cryos glanced at the rest of the Grand Elders. Seeing that none had anything further to add, Cryos nodded and guided Kane to his new home. As they traveled deeper into the starbound sovereign's remains, Kane felt a sense of anticipation building within him. The 15th vertebra was located in the upper section of the colossal skeleton, a place where the remnants of the sovereign's power still pulsed through the bones. That place would make his evolution much smoother and faster, and would enhance his potential to an even higher degree. Although this was not the first time Kane had traveled through the sovereign's spine, the journey remained awe-inspiring. The massive vertebrae were like mountains. No matter how often he looked at them, he never grew tired of the sight. Although the energy weakened as they moved away from the skull, the energy inside the 15th vertebra was overwhelmingly high, to the point that it saturated the area. Just breathing it in made Kane feel energized and full of power. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Kane gazed around as the vertebra resembled a massive chamber, the walls pulsating with a golden light that seemed to breathe with life. The air was thick with draconic force, and Kane could feel it seeping into his scales, nourishing his dragon's sinful heart. Cryos glanced at the chamber, nodding as he sensed the energy inside would be more than enough. His massive form towered over Kane as he spoke, his voice echoing through the chamber.
This is your home now. Use it wisely. The energy here will aid you in your growth.
Kane nodded, his eyes full of resolve.
Thank you, Grand Elder Cryos. I will make the most of this opportunity.
Cryos smiled slightly, a rare gesture for the usually stoic ice dragon.
I have no doubt you will. Now go and prepare yourself. The primeval world is full of dangers and surprises, but your power will not disappoint you.
With that, Cryos turned and left, leaving the scarlet dragon alone in the massive chamber. Kane took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the 15th vertebra coursing through him. A solemn light appeared in Kane's eyes as he settled into the chamber, feeling the energy of the starbound sovereign envelop him. With a final glance around the chamber, Kane closed his eyes and began to focus. Scarlet flames flowed from his body, extending across the entire chamber, hastily devouring the energy in the air and sending it into his body and soul. Kane drew the energy into his black hole and dragon's sinful heart, the two cores of his battle strength, both equally important for his growth and potential. Creator's thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 114 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1127, Ancient Dragon of Lightning and Fire, II. For weeks, rumors and tales spread across the entire Tiamat sect about the arrival of a new dragon. He was a scarlet dragon at the Dark Seed legend rank, an unremarkable status given the immense power within the Tiamat sect, where the top-tier entities were those at the Void Eclipse rank. However, something shocking occurred when this dragon entered the Tiamat shrine. A soul foss, unlike anything anyone had experienced before, manifested across the entire sect, a power so overwhelming that it had even mobilized the Grand Elders. Shortly after that, the Scarlet Dragon emerged from the shrine, and following a meeting with the Grand Elders, he was granted one of the most coveted residences in the entire sect, the 15th vertebra of the Starbound Sovereign. After this, silence reigned as the Scarlet Dragon seemed to remain in the vertebra and did not leave his new home. Many elders attempted to uncover the Scarlet Dragon's identity and origin, but the only ones who might know something, Zalgrim and Eldrick, remained silent, sharing nothing. 2 months passed, and just as things began to calm down across the sect, a burst of draconic energy erupted from the skeleton of the Starbound Sovereign, generating storm clouds that covered the sky. The sudden phenomenon drew the attention of many dragons, as they recognized it as a sign of someone reaching the ancient dragon rank, attaining an elementary understanding of an oniric truth. In the next instant, a sharp light appeared in the eyes of all the dragons as they saw a scarlet figure emerge from the Starbound Sovereign's skeleton. Immediately, their focus intensified, knowing that the figure could only belong to the newcomer who had caused such a massive stir within the sect. Several powerful and massive dragons, intrigued and eager to solve their doubts, saw this as their chance to speak with the newcomer. However, shadows covered the figure before they could even approach him, and he vanished, leaving many feeling lost and shocked. A land full of jagged rocks and perpetual storms stood in a remote section of the Land of Wildness, known as the Endless Storm Sea, though its vast dimensions made it more akin to an ocean. The sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder roaring as the tempest raged on, a place where even dark-seed legends did not dare to enter without caution. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared above the stormy expanse, revealing itself to be a colossal scarlet dragon 30,000 meters long. The aura exuding from this dragon was one of immense power and ferocity, a force of nature that seemed to blend seamlessly with the chaos around him. The dragon's immense form was covered in dark red scales that glowed with an internal fire, giving it a terrifying, molten appearance. Jagged spikes jutted out from its back, limbs, and tail, each adding to his already menacing presence. The dragon's wings were vast and powerful, stretching out to dominate the stormy sky. Fiery embers and lightning trailed in their wake, illuminating the darkness with flashes of crimson and gold. His head was fierce and imposing, crowned with sharp horns and blazing eyes that burned with an intense, fiery glow. The dragon's maw was open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to unleash a torrent of destruction upon anything that dared challenge him. The storm raged around the dragon, but he seemed unaffected by the violent winds and lightning strikes. Instead, the lightning seemed to bow before him, acknowledging the dragon's dominion over the storm and the chaos it represented. This was no ordinary dragon. This was a being that had mastered the power of the Tiamat dragon path, one who had harmonized with the oniric truth of gluttony and had risen to the ancient dragon rank. Obviously, the Scarlet Dragon was none other than Cain, who had emerged stronger and more powerful from his seclusion than ever before. While he was still a level 23 legend, his Tiamat dragon path had risen to the ancient dragon rank, granting him a body and spirit equal to a stellar abyss legend. As he hovered above the endless storm sea, Cain felt the raw elemental energy of the place resonating with his own power, but his true focus was on what lay beneath him. Cain's eyes blazed with determination as he surveyed the stormy landscape below. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
He had become an ancient dragon, and instead of simply remaining in the vertebra, he had come here to master the power within him, honing his abilities. With a deafening roar that echoed across the tempestuous ocean, Cain descended into the storm, his massive wings beating against the wind. That roar was not just a display of power, but a challenge to the creatures that made the endless storm see their home. Cain's eyes narrowed as he sensed multiple enemies dashing toward him from beneath the turbulent waters. Without warning, nearly a dozen massive lightning snakes burst from the churning sea, their bodies crackling with the raw energy of the storm itself. They lunged toward the Scarlet Dragon from every direction, fangs bared and ready to pierce his scales, intent on dragging him to an underwater grave. These lightning snakes were no ordinary creatures. Each one was as large as a small mountain, their scales shimmering with a metallic sheen as they moved with deadly precision. Their eyes glowed with an eerie, electric light, and the air around them sizzled with the intensity of their charge. But just as the snakes were about to reach him, Kane's massive wings flared open, and with a mighty beat, he propelled himself into the sky. Lightning blasted from his wings, leaving trails of fiery embers and electricity in their path. The force of his ascent was so powerful that it created a shockwave, sending the lightning snakes reeling back into the sea, their attacks thwarted in an instant. High above the stormy waters, Kane hovered, his wings outstretched and glowing with the energy he had just unleashed. A ruthless smile appeared as he gazed at the lightning snakes, and a green light emerged in his eyes. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 214 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1128, Ancient Dragon of Lightning and Fire, III. Kane channeled the power of the oniric truth of gluttony, and in the next moment, a massive vortex-like force field emerged from his body, expanding in all directions. The lightning serpents sensed the surge of power in the scarlet dragon, and while many grew wary, their numbers and bestial instincts drove them to strike. They rose from the water, flashing toward Kane with lethal intent, their maws open. The scarlet dragon's eyes glowed with a cold, calculating light as he observed the lightning serpents diving toward him, his smile growing more brutal and ruthless. His gaze sharpened as his force field expanded, encompassing the entire area. In an instant, all the clouds, energy, and even the very air within the force field were drawn into the massive scarlet dragon's body. Kane's entire form swelled under the immense influx of energy, the sheer magnitude almost overwhelming him and threatening to make him explode. He knew he couldn't hold it for long, but that wasn't a concern. He had no intention of doing so. Channeling every ounce of the gathered energy into his next attack, Kane opened his mouth and roared.
Yin-Yang Dragon Breath.
A titanic blast of energy erupted from Kane's maw, a swirling vortex of black and white flames that spiraled together with immense power. The Yin-Yang Dragon Breath descended from the sky like a cataclysmic storm, far more potent than any attack Kane had unleashed before. The sheer force of the blast, fueled by the colossal energy he had absorbed, was unparalleled. The lightning serpents that had risen to strike Kane were obliterated instantly, their forms disintegrated by the ferocious flames of the attack. The breath didn't stop there. It plummeted into the endless storm sea, crashing into the waters with an earth-shattering impact.
The
sea exploded outward in all directions, massive waves surging as the black and white flames spread like wildfire across the stormy expanse. The very water seemed to ignite, boiling and evaporating under the searing heat of the attack. The flames raced along the surface, consuming everything in their path, leaving a trail of devastation that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Entire sections of the stormy sea were vaporized, leaving only smoldering remnants in the wake of the attack. Even Kane was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the destruction he had just unleashed. The power of the Yin-Yang Dragon Breath was incredible, far surpassing anything he had wielded before. His smile grew even wider as he saw how the flames that flooded the surface of the sea were full of energy and vitality, having not just killed, but consumed everything in their path. However, the next second, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he nearly fell into the sea as a complicated smile appeared on his face. The ability he had used, known as Gluttony Vortex, was something he had mastered upon ascending to the ancient dragon rank in the Tiamat Dragon Path. Yet, while his current cultivation allowed him to harness the oniric truth of gluttony, it was still extremely taxing on his soul. Kane had learned a lot during the last couple of months of training in his new residence, which was full of cultivation knowledge that he took full advantage of. Normally, to glimpse at oniric truths, a cultivator needed to be avoid Eclipse legend. And while paths like the Tiamat Dragon Path allow early access, the pressure it generates on your soul is terrifying and must be treated with care. It took a few seconds for his mind to stop ringing and his soul to calm down, but despite the backlash, Cain still smiled as he noticed the flames that had consumed the lightning serpents beginning to rise into the sky, swirling toward him. The flames fused into Cain's body, fueling him with the vitality, soul force, and energy of everything it killed and consumed. Now that he had delved deeper into the oniric truth of gluttony, his devouring abilities had risen to a whole new level. It was no longer necessary to be in direct contact with his enemies. He could absorb the energy, life, and even the souls of his fallen foes as long as the flames he used to eradicate them returned to his body. Cain's smile quickly faded as a sharp, serious expression took its place. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
A massive roar, full of rage and fury, echoed across the stormy sea, and the scarlet dragon's eyes narrowed as he saw a colossal beast emerging from the water. It was another lightning serpent, but this one was different. Its size dwarfed the others, reaching 40,000 meters, and its aura radiated with a power that rivaled Cain's own. The air around it crackled with electricity, and its eyes blazed with a malevolent light.
The king of the lightning snakes.
Cain muttered, focusing on the creature. He knew this one was the leader of the horde he had just crushed. This lightning snake king was no mere creature, it was a true monster, a being of immense strength. While it lacked skill or wisdom, its power and body were immense, and if Cain made a mistake, he could find himself in an underwater grave. Cain's blood surged with adrenaline as he prepared for the battle, his draconic drive bursting with killing intent. His body, soul, and energy pool were overwhelmed with fuel, amplifying his cultivation speed explosively, but he had not come here to devour. The endless storm sea was a place of immense danger, and the Scarlet Dragon had come to face an enemy that could truly test him, and this lightning snake king was that enemy. With fierce determination burning in his heart, Cain let out a draconic roar, challenging the monstrous serpent as it rose from the depths. The lightning snake king's massive form cast a shadow over the storm-tossed sea. Without hesitation or fear, the massive scarlet dragon dove toward the lightning snake king, lightning enhancing his speed and strength to a whole new level. Creator's thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 314 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1,000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1129, Devouring the Lightning Snake King. 3 massive dragons soared through the skies of the Land of Wildness. Among them, 2 measured a formidable 20,000 meters in length, while the third, a towering behemoth, stretched an astonishing 40,000 meters. One of the smaller dragons was an ice dragon that Cain would have recognized immediately. It was none other than Selsar. The ice dragon had grown significantly larger after his evolution to the ancient dragon rank. The power of his oniric truth had become much purer, leaving a trail of frozen air in his wake as he flew. The other 20,000-meter dragon was a magnificent creature, a gold-scaled dragon with lightning crackling across his body. His scales shimmered like molten metal, and his eyes glowed with the fierce intensity of a storm. This lightning gold dragon spoke in an inquisitive tone.
Selsar, you've met that man before, haven't you? You actually fought with him. What can you tell us about him?
Selsar glanced at the lightning gold dragon. Usually, he wouldn't indulge in conversations about others, preferring to keep his thoughts to himself. However, upon noticing the interest of the massive shadow dragon flying alongside them, a contemplative look appeared on his face. After a brief pause, the ice dragon replied.
He was very strong, much more powerful than any Darkseed legend I've faced before, but that wasn't all. He was also wise, cunning, and courageous. I can say with certainty that he is a great warrior. If you want to know more about him, you could ask him yourself, Zarax.
Zarax, the lightning gold dragon, smiled and nodded.
Maybe I will.
The trio continued their flight, the air around them trembling due to the massive amount of energy radiating from their bodies. They knew Cain had spent the last 4 months in the endless storm sea, but the vastness of the place would make the task complicated, and the constant lightning charges in the sky made communication difficult. That was why they came as a trio. Even then, locating him might take a long time. Or so they thought, until suddenly, a massive explosion lit up the sky in the distance. It was a fiery blast of light and darkness, carrying a searing heat and a soul-freezing coldness. Celsar and Zarax's eyes widened as they felt the blast's immense power. Even the massive shadow dragon adopted a solemn expression.
Let's go.
The shadow dragon commanded, his voice deep and resonant. The trio surged forward, their powerful wings propelling them with incredible speed. It didn't take long for them to reach the blast's epicenter. What they saw left them in stunned silence. A colossal scarlet dragon stood at the center of a fiery inferno above the sea, towering over the charred corpse of the lightning snake king. Celsar and Zarax could not hide their shock as they gazed at the lifeless body of the lightning snake king. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
This was a creature feared even by powerful stellar abyss legends, a beast that could put the life of ancient dragons in danger, especially in its terrain. The massive shadow dragon was equally shocked, but his awe stemmed from something more profound. He observed how the scarlet flames were consuming everything in their path, only to flood back into the scarlet dragon. The subtle flow of the oniric truth was palpable, the universal force activating in a passive yet profound form, underscoring just how talented the scarlet dragon was. Cain, breathing heavily, stood amidst the flames, his entire body wan and tired. He had noticed the group approaching from the distance, but sensing no animosity from them, simply focused on recovering, consuming every last bit of energy from the battlefield. He had fought the lightning snake king dozens of times, but even when he emerged victorious, the creature always managed to escape. However, today was different. Today, Cain had finally killed the beast, and he was relishing the harvest of its death. As the scarlet dragon continued to absorb the essence of the fallen serpent, his eyes glowed with fierce satisfaction. The energy that flowed into him revitalized his tired body, but that wasn't all it did. It also pushed his fleshy body, dragon's sinful heart, and black hole to the next level. Cain's cultivation speed was simply staggering. The flames surrounding him were not merely destructive, they were an extension of his very being, imbued with the power of the oniric truth of gluttony. The lightning snake king's energy, life force, and soul essence were being devoured by Cain's flames, replenishing him in a way that no mere rest could and fueling his existence better than any training. The process was intense, and it was clear that Cain was pushing himself to his limits to fully harness the power of his Tiamat dragon path. The three dragons watched in silence, sensing just how tired Cain was. They knew the battle could not have been easy, so they were giving him time to recover. They had come here with a goal, and it would be best if they were all on good terms. As Cain continued to recover, the flames around him began to die down until the last gota of the scarlet fire returned to his body. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the three dragons. His eyes showed his mental exhaustion, yet the constant fighting, killing, and devouring remained present in them, triggering the instincts of the trio in the sky. It wasn't that Cain was targeting them, but rather the same response one would have when looking at a natural disaster. The dragon instincts told them to be cautious.
Elder Cain, I am Elder Curta. We have come here under the command of Grand Elder Cryos. Your presence is requested. It is related to the primeval world.
The massive shadow dragon said, his voice sharp. While respectful, this made it clear that Cain needed to go with them. Cain's eyes narrowed as he heard that, and he immediately nodded. Although there was still a long time before the earliest expected entrance to the primeval world, if they needed him, he had to go. Creator's thoughts. Redson World. Schedule 414 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7+ chapters a week. plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1130, Moon Cult Eye. Cain flew alongside the trio, his wings beating as he kept pace with the massive dragons. He nodded in acknowledgement to Selsar before gazing at the massive shadow dragon, Kurta. With a raised brow, he asked,
You called me elder. What's up with that?
Becoming an elder in the Tiamat sect was a significant honor, and while Cain was pleased to receive it, he was surprised. He knew that simply reaching the ancient dragon rank was not enough to earn such a title. Kurta stared at Cain for a moment, his gaze intense, before he spoke in a measured tone.
The Grand Elders made it official 2 weeks ago. As for why they did it, you should ask them yourself.
Cain nodded thoughtfully at this. Since Kurta didn't seem inclined to elaborate further, Cain decided to remain silent. He was also curious about the summoning, but figured it would be better to hear the details directly from the Grand Elders rather than speculate. The group continued flying, the four dragons' powerful wings leaving trails of energy in their wake. Soon, the massive corpse of the starbound sovereign appeared on the horizon. No matter how many times I look at it, it is still impressive that something like that once existed, Cain marveled at the sight, but his eyes grew sharp as he remembered that even someone as powerful as the starbound sovereign could die. As the dragons approached the sect, Cain's eyes immediately narrowed, sensing several powerful presences gathered around the main castle. Among them were Zalgrim and Eldrick. Upon seeing the gathering, Kurta nodded to Cain and without a word veered away, followed closely by Zarax. Selsar, noticing the interaction, offered a reassuring smile before speaking to Cain.
Don't take it personally. Elder Kurta is just not the most social dragon.
Cain chuckled lightly and shrugged.
No worries.
He replied, nodding to Selsar as the ice dragon followed Kurta. Cain then flapped his wings and headed towards Zalgrim and Eldrick. As Cain flew forward, he could feel the eyes of many dragons focusing on him, their curiosity palpable. He wasn't surprised by the attention after all. He had caused quite a stir when he first entered the sect. However, he didn't pay much mind to their stares, keeping his focus on the lightning and obsidian dragons ahead. Zalgrim and Eldrick smiled as Cain approached, nodding to him in acknowledgement.
Cain, it's good to see you again.
Zalgrim greeted, his voice carrying a welcoming tone.
It seems you've been busy.
Eldrick added with a knowing grin as he sensed the strength radiating from the scarlet dragon. Cain returned their smiles and dipped his head in respect.
I've been doing my best to keep up.
He replied modestly, though the glint in his eyes showed he was well aware of his progress. The two ancient dragons exchanged a look of quiet admiration, noting the significant growth in Cain's power. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
In such a short time, he had not only risen to the ancient dragon rank, but also harmonized with an oniric truth to the point that a passive aura emanated from his body. A feat that took most dragons decades, if not centuries, to achieve.
Your progress is impressive.
Zalgrim said earnestly.
Your current power will be of great help in the primeval world. There's still a long way to go, but I'm confident in keeping my life.
Cain smiled as he nodded to the duo. His expression grew serious, a meaningful light appearing in his eyes.
Since you mentioned the primeval world, do you have any idea what this meeting is about?
A thoughtful light appeared in Eldrick's eyes as he heard Cain's question. He then spoke in a voice only the trio could listen to.
I've heard it's also related to the Moon Cult.
Cain's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Moon Cult. The Moon Cult was one of the three great powers of the Helix continent, and its might was on par with the Tiamat sect and the Sun Church. However, despite their power, the Moon Cult was notoriously secretive. It was a matriarchal society that preferred to keep its influence hidden, but when they made a move, they made it big.
Interesting.
Cain murmured, the gears in his mind turning. With the Tiamat sect and the Sun Church locked in a Cold War, the involvement of the Moon cult could tip the balance, creating a ripple effect that could shake the entire Helix continent.
If the Moon cult is involved, it could be good news or very bad news.
Kane mused thoughtfully as he spoke with the duo.
They've always kept to themselves, but if they choose a side, it could change things and reignite the war with much more power. Exactly.
Zalgrim said, his expression grave.
If the Moon cult sides with either us or the Sun Church, it could lead to a full-scale conflict that would engulf the entire continent.
Eldrick then spoke with a tone of finality.
There's no point in speculating. The Grand Elders will make things clear. After that, we'll handle whatever comes our way. If they join us, good. If they stand against us, then we'll kill them.
Zalgrim and Kane nodded in agreement, their expressions hardening into cold resolve. Neither of them had any reservations about the prospect of dealing with the Moon cult, even if it meant facing a matriarchal society with ancient and powerful secrets. In Wa, enemies were enemies, regardless of their origin. The trio remained silent, their thoughts focused on the possibilities that lay ahead. The tension in the air was palpable, a quiet before the storm. As the hours passed, more dragons arrived, their massive forms casting long shadows over the gathering. Each dragon that appeared was a formidable presence, their scales gleaming with power and experience. Kane observed them carefully, noting the different types of dragon. Some were covered in scales of shimmering gold, others in deep shades of black or red. However, the one thing they all had in common was the aura of the Tiamat dragon path in their hearts. When it seemed that no one else was missing, the Grand Elders finally emerged. Their presence was overwhelming, a collective force that commanded respect and attention. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 514 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1131, Moon Cult II. Grand Elder Cryos took a step forward, unleashing his aura, and for a moment, it seemed as if the sky above the sect was shrouded in immense darkness. The overwhelming soul force of the Grand Elder commanded the attention of every dragon present, silencing any murmurs and drawing all focus to him. Only when the weight of his presence had fully settled did the ice dragons speak to the dozen of ancient dragons present.
The Moon cult has organized a gathering within its domains and has invited the Tiamat sect.
This announcement alone was enough to surprise the dragons. The Moon cult, known for its secrecy and extreme territoriality, rarely allowed outsiders within its borders, let alone invited them to a gathering. However, what came next was truly shocking. Grand Elder Cryos continued, his voice resonating with the gravity of the situation.
For this gathering, the Moon cult has also invited the Sun Church and the South Coast Alliance.
Immediately, solemn expressions appeared on the faces of the dragons. The invitation to the South Coast Alliance was of little consequence in the grand scheme of the Helix continent, as their power could not pose a threat to the Tiamat sect. After all, a single Grand Elder could lay waste to most of the South Coast. However, the inclusion of the Sun Church in the Moon cult's gathering changed everything. The Tiamat sect and the Sun Church had been locked in a Cold War, both sides restraining themselves to preserve their strength for the impending conflict in the primeval world. A gathering where both factions would be present was a volatile situation, fraught with potential for disaster. Although the Moon cult did not offer a reason for this gathering, refusing to attend was not an option. Such a decision would be seen as a sign of weakness, as if the Tiamat sect feared being near the forces of the Sun Church. Moreover, it would allow the Sun Church to grow closer to the Moon cult, potentially forming alliances that could tip the balance of power in the future war. The dragons exchanged glances, the tension thick in the air. It was clear that there was only one choice, and as they turned their gazes toward the Grand Elders, their expressions were filled with cold resolve and determination. Grand Elder Cryos, seeing the resolution in the dragons, nodded in approval.
We will go to the moon cult's gathering and see what this is all about. We will depart in 24 hours. Get your affairs in order.
The dragons nodded in unison, silently acknowledging the command before they began to disperse, each heading to prepare for the journey ahead. Zalgrim and Eldrick bid farewell to Cain, offering him words of caution and strength before they, too, moved toward their residences.
Come, we have things to discuss.
Cain heard the voice of Grand Elder Cryos calling him back just as he was about to leave the area like the others. The Grand Elder's summons made Cain pause, and he turned to face the ancient ice dragon with a curious and respectful expression as he flew toward him. Cryos waited until Cain was in front of him before speaking. His tone was measured, carrying the authority and wisdom of countless years.
Cain, I can see your growth, and I am very satisfied. As you might be aware, you have been ascended to the Elder tier. Follow new episodes on the
N0vel first, C0M.
While you have not done a lot for the sect yet, the Dragon Empress has given you her blessing, and her wisdom is absolute.
Cain nodded as he understood the rationale behind his ascension to Elder of the Tiamat sect. Although technically he hadn't done anything to earn that merit in the traditional sense, he wasn't about to argue against a promotion that would only benefit him. So, he silently accepted the honor. Grand Elder Cryos, seeing Cain's acknowledgement, continued.
As an elder, you have the right to obtain one of the supreme treasures of the sect. I took the liberty of choosing one for you.
With a wave of his hand, Kairos sent a small crystal floating toward Cain. Cain caught the crystal, and as he infused it with his soul foss, he was met with the image of a massive sphere of blinding light. Though he didn't immediately recognize what it was, the potency of the energy within made it clear that this was an incredibly powerful treasure. Noticing Cain's curiosity, Grand Elder Cryos explained.
This is a Suncor shield. Once absorbed, it will form a protective membrane around your black hole, constantly nurturing and helping it grow while protecting you from soul invasion attacks.
Cain's eyes widened in surprise as he heard the details of the treasure. It was evident that this Suncor shield would significantly enhance his survival abilities, making him far more resilient against soul-based attacks. However, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he realized that this treasure didn't seem to align with typical dragon-type artifacts. Given its nature, he couldn't help but suspect that it had been obtained from a member of the Sun Church. Of course, Cain had no issue with that. Taking treasures from his enemies was something he was quite accustomed to. If anything, it added a layer of satisfaction to the whole affair. With a deep bow, he expressed his gratitude to Grand Elder Cryos.
Thank you, Grand Elder Cryos. I will make sure to put this treasure to good use.
Cain said, his tone sincere. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement and then signaled for Cain to depart.
Go and integrate the Suncor shield. You'll need every advantage for what's to come.
The Scarlet Dragon didn't waste any time. After bowing to Cryos, he turned and flew back to his residence, eager to begin the process of integrating the Suncor shield. For the next few hours, silence reigned across the sect. The upcoming gathering at the Moon Cult's domain would undoubtedly be filled with unknown dangers, and all the powerful dragons were preparing. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 614 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1132, Moon Cult III. 20 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and a dozen dragons emerged from the Tiamat sect, soaring high into the sky. Cain glanced around, taking in the sight of several ancient dragons, each one exuding an overwhelming presence. Grand Elder Cryos, Grand Elder Onyx, and Grand Elder Melisea led the group, their auras formidable as they prepared for the journey ahead. As the dragons gathered, an immensely powerful aura surged from deep within the terrain of the Tiamat sect. Kane's attention was drawn to what appeared to be a mountain range, but as the ground began to tremble and the peaks shifted, he realized with growing awe that he was witnessing something far more extraordinary. The
Mountain range.
opened his eyes, and Kane's heart skipped a beat as he finally understood the true nature of what he had thought was merely a natural formation that extended for nearly 500,000 meters.
That's not a mountain range.
Kane murmured to himself, his voice filled with reverence.
That's a dragon.
The dragon before Kane was gargantuan, his massive form covered in jagged, dark stone armor fused with hints of red, creating a menacing and powerful appearance. The dragon's thick, muscular body radiated immense strength, and his enormous wings, when spread wide, overshadowed the peaks below. The stone armor was spiked and sharp, enhancing the dragon's terrifying presence. Its head, crowned with fierce horns, loomed over the landscape, and his glowing red eyes only added to his fearsome, dominating aura. Kane's eyes grew sharp as a name rose to the forefront of his mind.
Bahamut.
He whispered, recognizing the Tiamat sect's leader and the Helix continent's strongest dragon. Kane had wondered just how imposing the leader of the Tiamat sect was, and now, seeing Bahamut in person, he realized that the dragon's presence was truly otherworldly. Bahamut's gaze swept across the sky, and as his energy surged, Kane felt a chill run down his spine. In the next moment, Bahamut unleashed a roar that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality. No, it didn't just seem to tear through it. Bahamut's roar actually shattered the heavens. Kane's eyes widened in pure awe as he realized that the massive dragon had used his sheer strength to forcefully break the fabric of space and generate a portal. The rules that forged reality in the Crimson World were incredibly solid and stable, making teleportation extremely difficult, if not impossible. Yet the massive, mountain-like dragon had used a simple roar to break through it. Grand Elder Cryos' voice rang out, commanding the dragons.
Let's go.
All the dragons bowed to Bahamut before flying through the portal. With a surge of determination, Kane glanced at the group and crossed the portal alongside the greatest warriors of the sect. There was no fear for the sect's safety, as Bahamut would remain behind. Not to mention that as an organization with hundreds of thousands of years of history, the Tiamat sect had fortified itself to the point where even the full might of the Sun Church could not overwhelm it in a short amount of time. Bahamut watched as the lost dragon crossed the portal. The portal remained stable until the very end, upheld by his will alone. Once all were through, Bahamut crushed the portal, causing the rift in the sky to close with finality. The massive dragon then seemed to meld back into the landscape, his presence disappearing as if he had never been there at all. A few seconds after crossing the portal, Kane found himself in a completely different terrain than the land of wildness. Pure darkness and shadows around him were so thick that even his dragon eyes could not pierce it. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
However, before he could explore the surroundings, a sense of nausea assaulted him as his body endured the recall of teleporting across hundreds of millions of kilometers. The Scarlet Dragon managed well, as some of the weaker dragons nearly fell from the sky, forced to hold back their vomit, prompting amused expressions from the stronger ones.
Enough, we are in the Shadow Ring, and there is still a long way to go before reaching Moonlight Heaven.
Grand Elder Cryos' voice echoed, drawing the dragon's attention. He then continued solemnly.
Remember why we are here and the danger we might encounter.
All the dragons adopted sharp expressions, their eyes growing cold as any traces of smiles faded, replaced by steely determination. The Moon Cult had issued an invitation, yet beyond that there had been no further communication, a silence that did not bode well. The possibility of combat loomed large in their minds, and if that was the case, they would fight with overwhelming power. Grand Elder Cryos nodded approvingly as he saw the resolve in the dragon's eyes. Without further delay, he led the group forward alongside the other Grand Elders. While the thick shadows and darkness of the Shadow Ring obscured the vision of Kane and the other ancient dragons, it was no impediment to the void eclipse Grand Elders. They pressed onward, their path guided by the innate power and wisdom of the Grand Elders. After several hours of travel through the impenetrable darkness, they finally emerged into a realm of breathtaking majesty. What lay before them was a sight that rivaled even the grandeur of the Land of Wildness, a domain so awe-inspiring that it left Cain and the other dragons momentarily speechless. They had arrived at the Moonlight Heaven, the Moon Cult's territory. The Moonlight Heaven was a vast, sprawling realm with an ethereal beauty that seemed to blend the natural world with an almost divine craftsmanship. Towering trees with silver bark and leaves of shimmering blue-green stretched toward the heavens, their trunks so large that they seemed to form entire forests within themselves. Beneath their canopies, rivers of liquid light flowed, casting a soft, luminescent glow over the verdant landscape. The air was filled with the scent of night-blooming flowers, their petals glowing softly in the dim light. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 714 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1133, Moon Cult IV. Cain was truly amazed by the power of nature in this domain, something that felt similar to the Land of Wildness. Yet, it was not quite the same. While the dragons of the Tiamat sect enjoyed a balance with the beasts of the Land of Wildness, this place was different. The Moonlight Heaven was not a place of mere equilibrium, it was a realm of dominance. The very atmosphere radiated power, an unmistakable aura of control and authority. The trees, though beautiful, stood like sentinels, their branches forming intricate patterns that seemed to enforce the laws of this land. The rivers, though serene, flowed with an undercurrent of strength, their paths meticulously carved into the earth by forces far greater than nature alone. Above them, the sky was a perpetual night, vast and overwhelming, yet far from dark. The true rulers of the environment were always present. 3 moons hung high above, their radiant light illuminating the realm in silver, gold, and violet hues. Each moon emitted an aura of immense power, their combined presence casting a serene yet formidable glow over the entire domain. These were no ordinary celestial bodies, they were the symbols of the Moon Cult's might, their energies pulsing in harmony with the land below. Cain couldn't help but feel deep awe and wonder at the sight before him. The Moonlight Heaven was a place of immense beauty and power. Clearly, this was a land where the natural world was not merely preserved, but commanded, shaped by the will of those who ruled it.
Let's go, the Moon Heart is still a long way off.
Grand Elder Cryo spoke to the dragons, drawing their focus as he moved forward. The Ice Dragon knew he did not need to announce their presence. The forces of the Moon Cult would know about them as soon as the moonlight touched their bodies. As they moved deeper into the realm, Cain's eyes were drawn to the grand structures that rose from the earth, seemingly grown rather than built. Towers of silver and obsidian twisted toward the sky, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Bridges of light spanned great distances, connecting these structures in a web of luminescence that added to the place's ethereal atmosphere. Cain couldn't help but look at the sky, focusing on the moons, and a thought crossed his mind. Did the moons guide the evolution and growth of these structures? The notion was incredible, as it would mean that the moons could affect an area that expanded for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but Cain felt he was not far from the truth. Of course, these thoughts did not really distract him, and his focus remained sharp. Despite the beauty, there was an unmistakable tension in the air. The dragons could sense it, the underlying power that thrummed through the very ground beneath them, a power that could either welcome them or rise against them in an instant. The Moonlight Heaven was a place normally only those of the Moon Cult could enter, and any intruder, especially men, was subjected to a horrible destiny. Grand Elder Cryos, sensing the unease among the dragons, spoke in a calm yet commanding tone.
This is the heart of the Moon Cult's power. Do not let your guard down. Follow new episodes on the
N0 first, C0M.
We are here as guests, but we must remain vigilant.
The dragons nodded in silent agreement, their resolve unshaken despite the overwhelming majesty of the realm they had entered. Since they were advancing at a staggering speed, it didn't take long for the fosses of the Tiamat sect to lay eyes upon the Moon Hot, the car of the Moon cult. What met their gaze was unlike anything Cain had ever seen before. The Moon Hot was a colossal tree, its sheer size and majesty beyond comprehension. Its trunk, wide enough to dwarf mountains, rose toward the heavens, seemingly without end. The bark glowed with a soft, silver light, intricate patterns carved into its surface, as if the tree itself was a living testament to the ancient power it contained. The branches spread like an endless canopy, intertwining with the very fabric of the sky, each glowing with the combined energies of the three moons above. The three fosses of the moon's silver, gold, and violet pulsed through the tree like lifeblood, their energies converging at the heart of the colossal entity. It was as if the Moon Hot connected heaven and earth, a bridge between realms, its roots delving deep into the earth while its branches extended beyond the stars. The sight was awe-inspiring, filling Cain with a sense of reverence for the sheer magnitude of power and grace embodied in the Moon Hot. The tree's power did not fall behind the copse of the star-bound sovereign. Shortly after, the Moon Hot came into view, and before the group could advance any further, a group marched toward the dragons. Cain's eyes narrowed as he focused on the approaching figures. They were three women, each strikingly beautiful and powerful. Their appearance was a mesmerizing mix of elves and moon fairies. The first woman had hair like flowing silver, cascading down her back like a waterfall of light. Her eyes, a deep, piercing blue, radiated wisdom and authority. She wore robes woven from threads of moonlight, the fabric seeming to shift and change with every movement. The second woman had golden hair that sparkled like stardust. Her presence was warm and inviting, yet there was an undeniable aura of strength about her, as if she could summon the very forces of nature with a mere thought. The third woman had deep violet hair that swirled like a nebula, eyes that shimmered with a mystical light, and depths unfathomable. Her aura was the most mysterious of the three. None of them were taller than 2 meters, not even as large as Cain's claws, yet the power they emanated did not feel lesser than ancient dragons like Eldrick and Zalgrim, making it clear they were not simple. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 814 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1134, Into the Moon Hot. The three emissaries paid little attention to the ancient dragons. Still, they clapped their hands and performed a small bow toward the grand elders of the Tiamat sect, a gesture of respect for power something paramount throughout the entire Crimson world. The woman with flowing silver hair nodded toward Grand Elder Cryos, speaking in a solemn yet cordial tone.
I am Alara, and these are my sisters, Samira and Ophelia.
She introduced herself and her siblings, then continued.
We have been awaiting your arrival, Grand Elders. Lady Alum is prepared to receive you in the Grand Hall.
There was a brief pause before she added.
The other parties have already arrived.
Immediately, the faces of the Tiamat sect's Grand Elders hardened. The Sun Church had arrived ahead of them. Despite the Tiamat sect's speed, it seemed the Sun Church had been faster. However, the Grand Elders didn't dwell on it. If being early was enough to win the favor of the Moon cult, then there was no contest to begin with. Grand Elder Cryos focused on Alara, nodding.
Please guide us, we are ready.
The young woman offered a somewhat strained smile before replying.
The Grand Hall is not suited for your massive bodies, as it was built for frames like ours. It would be of great help if you could adopt human forms.
All the dragons from the Tiamat sect immediately frowned as they heard those words. Though they could easily shift their forms, it was in their true draconic bodies where their full physical might lay, and from which they could display the full might of their dragon's sinful hearts. While adopting humanoid forms was common practice for dragons during peaceful interactions with other races, given that most creatures were minuscule compared to their mountain-sized figures, these were far from peaceful times. In the presence of their enemies, they were reluctant to show any form of weakness. If a battle broke out, shifting back into their dragon forms would take but a second, but in a conflict of their level, a second could mean everything. The Grand Elders exchanged glances before nodding. Reluctantly, they adopted their dragonborn forms, each standing over 120 meters tall, their presence still dominating despite the smaller size. Grand Elder Cryos signaled for the other dragons to do the same. Cain followed suit, his humanoid form towering at 25 meters. His muscles were well-defined, and his scales gleamed like armor. While the transformation diminished some of their physical strength and vitality, it enhanced their speed and dexterity, so the loss in battle power was minimal, though endurance would undoubtedly take a hit. The Moon Cult emissary, Alara, looked at the dragonborn forms with a complicated smile. They were still too large, but she sensed the dragon's reluctance to shrink. Alara was about to suggest they adopt complete human forms again, but Grand Elder Cryos cut her off before she could comment.
If those backstabbing bastards from the Sun Church are present, this is as much as we are willing to compromise. If it's not enough for the Moon Cult, we leave.
Grand Elder Cryos' voice was sharp and carried a sense of finality. The air grew tense as the dragons adopted cold, steely expressions. Cain, too, felt a surge of icy resentment. The Sun Church had attacked them without provocation, setting ambushes that claimed the lives of many dragons. The Tiamat sect would never lower their guard in the presence of such treacherous foes. As the emissary hesitated, unsure of how to respond, a commanding voice echoed from within the Moon Hot. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M. It's all right, Alara.
The voice boomed, reverberating through the air.
Our friends may enter in their dragonborn forms.
The tension in the air lessened as the words registered, and all eyes turned toward the massive tree from which the voice emerged. It carried an immense weight of authority, a power that even the Tiamat dragons had to respect. Grand Elder Cryos narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the Moon Hot, bowing slightly in acknowledgement of the voice's owner, recognizing it as someone even a void eclipse life form like him had to respect. Alara relaxed visibly upon hearing the voice, relieved that her task had become significantly easier. She nodded toward the dragons and gestured for the Grand Elders and the ancient dragons to follow her toward the colossal tree, the Moon Hot. As the group neared the tree, the entrance and pathways, originally designed for humanoids, began to shift and expand. The tree itself seemed to respond to the approaching dragons, its form molding and stretching to accommodate their massive dragonborn figures. Cain couldn't help but gaze around in awe. The sheer flexibility of the Moon Hot was astonishing, its form malleable with just a thought from those in control. The structure radiated a powerful aura of moonlight and ethereal energy, pulsing through its very bark and branches. The moonlit atmosphere was serene, yet beneath it lay a strength that could not be ignored. Cain marveled at the harmony between nature and the power that flowed through the Moon Hot. The dragons continued their approach and soon arrived at a grand hall. Its ceilings towered above them like the sky itself. In the center of the hall stood a massive table, glowing with a faint silver light. At the head of the table sat a group of women, each one breathtakingly beautiful, their radiance exuding an aura of elegance and power. Though all the women possessed an air of authority, there was one that reigned above all others. Her presence was overwhelming, her hair cascading like liquid silver down her shoulders and her violet eyes shimmering with wisdom and raw power. Dressed in robes woven from moonlight, she effortlessly commanded the space around her. The woman was impressive, but the dragon's attention quickly shifted to the group seated to the left. Their aura was vastly different. It wasn't the cool, ethereal energy of the Moon Cult, but a scorching heat radiating with the blinding brilliance of the sun itself. Creator's thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 914 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1135, Sun Church and the South Coast Alliance. As soon as the Fosses of the Tiamat sect laid eyes on the people of the Sun Church, a wave of coldness, rage, and disgust surged through them. It was a natural response, considering these were the same Fosses that had attacked them without provocation, causing the deaths of many of their kin. The sight of those responsible reignited a burning hatred within the dragons, their killing intent simmering beneath the surface. The Sun Church delegation, noticing the arrival of the Tiamat sect and sensing their animosity, responded with mocking smiles. Disdain was clear in their eyes, taunting the dragons to make a move. Obviously, the Sun Church wanted to provoke the Tiamat sect into attacking within the confines of the Moon cult, hoping to paint the dragons as uncontrollable beasts. After all, who would trust a potential ally that couldn't keep their emotions in check? However, even as rage burned in their hearts and the desire for bloodshed threatened to overwhelm them, the dragons remained composed. They were not wild beasts driven by emotion. They were dragons, creatures of ancient power and pride, trained to control their instincts. Seeing the dragons maintain their composure only caused the warriors of the Sun Church to frown in irritation. One of them, an arrogant warrior dressed in golden martial robes, glanced at his companions before speaking with contempt.
HMPH, look at them.
He sneered, his voice loud enough for all to hear.
Flaunting those grotesque, oversized bodies, forcing our esteemed hosts to accommodate their homes. They truly lack manners. But then, what can you expect from lizards?
The one who spoke was none other than Overin, the angel who had nearly destroyed Cain's body at the Shattered Peak, only to escape after Eldrick arrived. Overin had suffered mockery in the sect for losing two of his angels, so he was eager to redeem himself, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity. The dragon's eyes widened at Overin's insult, their fury igniting even brighter. Many of them bristled with rage, their scales shimmering with restrained power. But before any could react, a loud laugh echoed from within their group. The Grand Elders frowned at the unexpected sound, turning to see who had dared laugh at such a tense moment. To their surprise, it was none other than Cain, the scarlet dragonborn with lightning wings and flaming blood. Cain noticed the stares, but continued laughing for a few moments before finally focusing on the Sun Church warriors. With a smirk, he spoke, his voice cutting through the tension.
I'm sorry, it's just that hearing lessons on etiquette from the winged rats of the Sun Church feels like taking advice on hygiene from pigeons.
For a brief moment, silence reigned as Cain's words echoed through the hall. Then, in an instant, laughter erupted from the dragons, even the mighty and stoic Grand Elder Cryos chuckling in amusement.
Ha ha ha, you're right, boy.
Cryos said with a deep, rumbling laugh.
These pigeons are truly something.
While the dragons burst into laughter, the warriors of the Sun Church seethed with fury. One of their leaders stepped forward, a tall, imposing man standing 3 meters tall, clad in gleaming obsidian armor with a majestic halo of white flames behind his head.
Who are you to dare speak to us in that manner, Red Lizard?
His voice carried the power of a being who wielded the strength of the sun itself. Cain turned his gaze to the man, who was clearly more powerful than the others. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
But instead of showing fear, the scarlet dragon merely smiled, ready to unleash another cutting remark. Before he could speak, however, someone else interjected.
You are Abaddon, the dragon of gluttony.
Cain's eyes widened in surprise at hearing the name. The title, which had only been mentioned in passing after he left the South Coast, was now being uttered with certainty. He turned toward the source of the voice and saw Aurelius Aachen, one of the major powerhouses of the South Coast Alliance. Cain had been so focused on the Sun Church delegation that he hadn't noticed the warriors from the South Coast Alliance present as well. How did they arrive so fast? Cain could not help but frown. It did not make sense that the Sun Coast Alliance arrived before the Tiamat sect. However, that went to the back of his mind, as he was even more curious to see them so close to the Sun Church. Cain's gaze hardened as he took in this unexpected development. The South Coast Alliance was far less powerful than the Sun Church or the Tiamat sect, but their involvement raised serious questions. Why were they here, and more importantly, why were they aligned with the Sun Church? Aurelius, noticing Cain's reaction, mistook it for fear. With a smirk, clearly enjoying the reaction he believed he had provoked, he continued.
Yes, it's really you, Abaddon. I had hoped to cross paths with you again, but didn't expect it to be so soon.
Cain's eyes narrowed as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Then, suddenly, a peaceful yet cocky smile appeared on his face.
Actually, I'm glad to see you here, alongside those pigeons. I was planning to head back to the South Coast Alliance with a few of my brothers to deal with you, but since you're here, I assure you, you won't make it back.
Cain's words sent shockwaves through the fosses of the Tiamat sect. The revelation that the South Coast Alliance was not only present but seemingly aligned with the Sun Church raised a flurry of questions in the dragons' minds. Their surprise quickly shifted to suspicion, and their gazes sharpened as they processed this new development. However, Cain wasn't finished. His eyes locked onto Eldrick, his intent unmistakable, hinting that he should play along. The obsidian ancient dragon was momentarily surprised by the look, especially since he knew Cain didn't really need him to defend against someone like Aurelius. Even if defeating a level 29 Stella Abyss legend would be challenging, Cain's endurance would make it easy for him to survive. However, despite his confusion, Eldrick acted without hesitation, unleashing a wave of killing intent that surged across the hall, focusing directly on Aurelius, the leader of House Aachen. Creator's thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 1014 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1136, Primeval World's Demon King. Aurelius, who had been reveling in his bravado moments before, felt the crushing weight of Eldrick's killing intent, and his confidence evaporated. He had once seen Cain as a lone wolf in the South Coast, someone talented, but without backing, someone he could easily harass. However, now he realized that the young dragon had the support of the Tiamat sect, a power so vast that the South Coast Alliance couldn't even begin to compare. Even if Cain couldn't mobilize the full strength of the sect, just having the obsidian dragon as an ally was more than enough to overpower anything Aurelius could muster. Yet after a moment, a cunning light flickered in Aurelius's eyes. He looked back at Cain and Eldrick, a smile forming on his lips. It wasn't a smile of fear, but one of understanding, as if waiting for something. Cain's eyes narrowed as he noticed Aurelius's lack of fear. Quickly, he shifted his gaze to Grand Elder Cryos, silently communicating his suspicions. Aurelius's behavior indicated that the relationship between the Sun Church and the South Coast Alliance was deeper than a simple alliance of convenience. If Aurelius was so calm in the face of the Tiamat sect's overwhelming power, it suggested that the bond between the two forces ran much deeper, perhaps one of mutual dependency or even hidden control. While this analysis could be off, Cain trusted his instincts. The realization was unsettling. If the Sun Church had managed to firmly grasp the South Coast Alliance, it could solve many of their logistical problems. Even though the South Coast Alliance wasn't a real threat to the Tiamat sect, they were strong enough to cause complications. They couldn't be easily ignored. Grand Elder Cryos and the other two Grand Elders exchanged knowing glances, quickly piecing together the same conclusion Cain had drawn. Cryos gave Cain a subtle nod of approval, silently commending the young dragon's insight. It was rare for someone of Cain's age to be so astute and scheming. Although they haven't yet seen the full picture, this information will be valuable moving forward. Aurelius was confused by the sudden exchange of looks between Cain and the Grand Elders. He didn't understand what had just transpired. But the next second, his heart sank as he noticed a shift among the Sun Church's forces. The strongest among them were now glaring at him with cold fury. It became clear that Aurelius had overstepped. His lack of focus and careless bravado had revealed far more than the Sun Church had intended. The depth of their alliance with the South Coast Alliance was never meant to be exposed so blatantly. While hinting at a strategic partnership was one thing, showing the true extent of their connection was problematic. Such a deep alliance could make the Sun Church appear desperate, as if they needed to rely on a lesser power to bolster their strength. This, in turn, hinted at their fear of the Tiamat sect and weakened their image of dominance. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
Furthermore, it was also bad news for the South Coast Alliance. Now, with the Tiamat sect's attention drawn to their moves, the dragons might decide to preemptively eliminate them before any significant events took place. That, in turn, would force the Sun Church to either protect their weaker ally, thereby weakening their forces in the main landmass of the Helix Continentor, abandon the South Coast Alliance altogether. Aurelius, realizing his blunder, clenched his jaw and glared at Cain with a fury that burned like the sun, but it was too late. The damage had been done, and their cards were on the table. After casting a cold glance at Aurelius, the leader of the Sun Church shifted their focus toward Cain. Their gaze was filled with intense hatred, clear evidence that they despised the young dragon to his core. Cain remained unbothered. The enmity between him and the Sun Church was already well established, and provoking them further was of little consequence to him. But then Cain felt another gaze, a different kind of attention. His eyes narrowed as he sensed it coming from the Moon cult. Many of their members were casting curious glances at him, and even their leader, Lady Illum, was observing him closely. There was a meaningful look in Lady Illum's eyes as she regarded the Scarlet Dragon, though she didn't linger on him for long. Instead, her gaze shifted toward Grand Elder Cryos with a sharp focus. Grand Elder Cryos, noticing Lady Illum's attention, subtly gestured for the dragons to take their seats at the grand table. Lady Illum, meanwhile, took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the various factions gathered around her. Whatever her intentions for this gathering, it was evident that the situation had already reached a breaking point when Cain revealed the South Coast Alliance's connection with the Sun Church. Still, Lady Illum couldn't afford to let the escalating tensions distract her from the true purpose of the meeting. Her expression sharpened as she unleashed her aura, a wave of soul force flooding the room. The sheer magnitude of her power instantly silenced the gathering, surpassing even that of the Grand Elders of the Tiamat sect and the powerhouses of the Sun Church. It was a clear message. Her authority would not be challenged or disrespected here. Once all eyes were firmly fixed on her, Lady Illum spoke with an imposing, commanding voice.
Since the mood is already quite volatile, I will go straight to the point. The reason I summoned all of you here is related to the primeval world.
Her words immediately captured the full attention of everyone at the table. There was a brief pause as she allowed the weight of her statement to sink in. Her face grew even sharper as she continued, her tone leaving no room for misunderstanding.
More specifically, it concerns the opening of a unique dimension within the primeval world, the castle of a demon king.
A ripple of shock coursed through the room. Even the most seasoned warriors from the Tiamat sect and the Sun Church exchanged uneasy glances. The primeval world was already a place of unparalleled danger, but the mention of a demon king's castle changed the stakes entirely. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1114 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1137. Truce. Cain's reaction mirrored that of the others in the hall. His eyes sharpened, his expression growing more solemn. A demon king wasn't a race, but a title given to an extremely powerful entity, typically from an enemy army. If someone as powerful as Lady Illum referred to an entity as a demon king, it implied that this being's strength could rival ancient life forms like the star-bound sovereign. Worse still, if this demon king's castle lay inside the primeval world, it might be connected to the Great Waa, a time in the Crimson World when even void eclipse-level entities perished on a daily basis. Seeing that she had the full attention of every faction, Lady Illum continued, her voice commanding the room.
I know the Tiamat sect and the Sun Church plan to rampage against each other the moment you enter the primeval world, eager to settle your grievances within its confines. You hope to seize more treasures while weakening your opponent, a ruthless, bold, and very smart move.
As her words hung in the air, the Tiamat sect dragons and the Sun Church angels exchanged cold glances. It was clear from both sides that Lady Illum had hit the mark exactly. She allowed the tension to simmer before continuing.
If I'm being honest, I would have let you tear each other apart. It would only allow my side to claim a larger share of the spoils from the primeval world. But the situation has changed. The Demon King's castle holds treasures and resources that could allow another primal deity to rise.
At those words, a heavy silence filled the room. The grand elders of the Tiamat sect and the powerhouses of the Sun Church alike looked visibly shaken. Primal deity was a title reserved for those who had evolved beyond the void eclipse rank, transcending the limitations of the soul to enter a higher realm of power. The gravity of such a possibility was not lost on anyone. Cain's eye of gluttony trembled at the thought of such treasures. Though his understanding of what a primal deity truly was remained limited, he knew they were beings who had reached the third realm of cultivation entities capable of shattering true names. That was a level of power that not even Bahamut, the leader of the Tiamat sect, had reached. The emergence of a primal deity in the Helix continent would irrevocably change the balance of power. It would spell doom for the dragons if one emerged from the Sun Church. Grand Elder Cryos wore a pensive expression, deep in thought. After a moment, he broke the silence, his voice low and measured.
I am certain Lady Illum isn't sharing this information with us purely out of the goodness of her heart. Am I correct?
A smile touched Lady Illum's lips as she nodded, acknowledging his perceptiveness.
As wise and shrewd as ever, Grand Elder Cryos, you are indeed correct. We've discovered the location of the Demon King's castle, but we have little understanding of the dangers lurking within. We do know that there are entities inside capable of killing even void eclipse legends.
Immediately, the tension in the room spiked once again. Every eye grew sharp with renewed focus. The primeval world had strict entry limitations. Only those with a black hole at the peak of the Stella Abyss legend rank and below were permitted entry. If the Demon King's castle held forces capable of killing void eclipse legends, it was clear that this was a threat far beyond the abilities of any of the Helix continent's geniuses to handle alone. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
The Moon cult's willingness to share this information now made sense. They couldn't tackle the threat alone. They needed the combined strength of either the Tiamat sect or the Sun Church to have any hope of success. Grand Elder Cryos broke the silence once more.
So what exactly are you proposing, Lady Illum?
His voice held a note of challenge, daring her to reveal the full extent of her plan. Lady Illum's smile deepened, her eyes gleaming with purpose.
I propose a truce, however temporary. We will work together to explore the Demon King's castle. Only then can we ensure that none of the factions come away empty-handed or worse, destroyed. The power within that castle is far too dangerous for any one force to handle alone.
As soon as Lady Illum uttered the word,
Truth.
The forces of the Tiamat sect and the Sun Church visibly tensed. Coldness, seething rage, and a palpable sense of indignation flickered in their eyes. The mere suggestion of working together wasn't just an insult, it was a demand that cut at the very core of their enmity. Grand Elder Cryos' voice was filled with bitter coldness and long-held grievances as he spoke.
You want us to make a truce and work alongside these backstabbing bastards. Isn't that the same as asking us to prepare our own necks for them to slit?
The indignation in Cryos' words resonated through the dragons, many of whom unleashed waves of killing intent as their fury spiked. His sentiment echoed throughout the room, feeding the hatred they felt for the Sun Church, whose ambushes had led to the deaths of many of their kin. The thought of standing side by side with them letting their god down, even for a moment, was unthinkable. But the dragons were not the only ones enraged. A Sun Church powerhouse, one of their most respected generals, rose to his feet, fury evident in his eyes. His voice was filled with righteous indignation as he spoke to Lady Alum.
Lady Alum, you are asking us to fight alongside those the Sun Lord himself has demanded we destroy.
The man paused, his eyes narrowing as he glanced contemptuously at the Tiamat sect before continuing.
And besides, why would we ever need the help of these lizards? The combined strength of the Moon Cult, the Sun Church, and the South Coast Alliance will be more than enough to handle anything we face in that Demon King's castle.
CIETOS Thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 1214 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone Ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1138, Moon of Tomorrow. Cain and the dragons of the Tiamat sect stared down the fosses of the Sun Church with palpable intensity, their killing intent barely restrained by their discipline and stoic composure. The mere idea of the Sun Church daring to form a coalition, intending to secure the treasures of the Demon King's castle while excluding them, was enough to boil their blood. Such a coalition wouldn't just deny them the treasures that could significantly enhance their strength. It would likely push the Moon Cult to side with the Sun Church inside the primeval world, which could spell doom for any dragon caught in the realm. Grand Elder Cryo's icy gaze glowed with a power that seemed capable of freezing every particle around him. His voice, cold and calculated, cut through the thick tension.
Lloyd, you are indeed wise, playing your cards like the scheming bastard you are.
Lloyd, the Archangel of the Sun Church, narrowed his eyes at Cryo's words. He sensed danger brewing, and just as expected, Grand Elder Cryos turned toward Lady Alum, the leader of the Moon Cult, with a sinister smile.
Lady Alum,
Cryo said, his voice laced with chilling confidence.
If you side with us inside the primeval world, we are willing to take the vanguard into the Demon King's castle.
Cryos paused, allowing the weight of his offer to sink in before turning his predatory gaze back to the Sun Church delegation.
In fact, if you fight by our side, we'll help you claim the Demon King's castle and its treasures. We demand nothing in return, except the lives of these pigeons.
Silence filled the hall, the tension thickening like a storm. Cryos' proposal sent shockwaves through every faction present. He was offering the Moon Cult full access to the Demon King's treasures, a move that could elevate them to the most powerful force on the Helix continent. In essence, the Tiamat sect was willing to become subservient to the Moon Cult in exchange for wiping out the Sun Church. Lady Alum's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing, a meaningful light gleaming in her gaze. The proposition was dangerously tempting. The Tiamat sect was offering her forces unrivaled power in exchange for dealing with the Sun Church. Though ethereal and beautiful, with an aura of wonder and might swirling around her, Lady Alum hadn't reached her position without blood on her hands. Killing the Sun Church in exchange for the potential rise of a new primal deity in the Moon Cult was more than worth it. Lloyd, however, was visibly shaken by Cryo's bold offer. He clenched his fists, fury simmering beneath the surface as he realized what was at stake. The Sun Church, bound by its doctrines, could never make such a bargain, putting them at a clear disadvantage. It would be all too easy for the Moon Cult to choose between the two sides. Rage flickered in Lloyd's eyes as he shouted in anger.
Cryos, are you willing to sell out your sect like that? You're nothing more than beasts, letting others hold the reins while you grovel at their feet.
Grand Elder Cryos remained unfazed by the angel's words, his icy smile unwavering as he replied.
The Tiamat sect has never needed to be first. We control our pride, it doesn't control us. We don't mind becoming the second strongest force on the continent as long as you cease to exist.
The ice dragon turned to his warriors, smiling.
Is that right, my brothers and sisters?
His words reverberated through the hall, and the dragon's eyes glowed with fierce determination and killing intent as they roared in unison. Cryo's declaration wasn't just for show. The dragons stood united behind their elder, ready to back his words with action. They were prepared to forsake status, power, and treasures to see their enemies obliterated. The angels of the Sun Church, including Lloyd, were visibly taken aback by the sheer resolve of the dragons. They had underestimated the depth of their hatred. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
But as the shock wore off, the Sun Church's warriors erupted with their own surge of killing intent. Lloyd's fury was mirrored in the eyes of every angel present. They would rather kill the dragons right now, rather than allow them to form an alliance with the Moon Cult. Just as the two sides seemed ready to clash, tension threatening to ignite a full-scale battle, Lady Illum's voice boomed across the hall, her aura pressing down on both factions with crushing authority.
Enough of this.
She commanded, her voice filled with a power that brooked no defiance. Both sides faltered under the weight of Lady Illum's soul force, which seemed to still the very air around them. Her gaze swept across the hall, making it clear that any further escalation would not be tolerated. The moon heart itself seemed to enhance her might, making it obvious she had more than enough power to deal with both sides if they dared defy her. Lady Illum stood tall at the head of the table, her presence dominating the room.
I summoned you here to discuss the matter of the Demon King's castle, not to watch you tear each other apart.
After ensuring she had everyone's full attention and diffusing the immediate threat of battle, Lady Illum turned toward Cryos, letting out a quiet sigh.
Grand Elder Cryos, your proposition is intriguing, to say the least, and, if I'm honest, extremely tempting, but I cannot accept.
A deep frown appeared on Grand Elder Cryos' face. It seemed Lady Illum was rejecting his offer, and Lloyd, for a moment, allowed himself to smile, thinking things might go his way. But Lady Illum wasn't finished.
HMPH, I'm not siding with you either, Lloyd.
She sneered at the angel before taking a deep breath and speaking with finality.
The truth is that we either work together or forget about the castle altogether. It has been prophesied by the moon of tomorrow.
A hush fell over the room as Lady Illum's words sank in. Despite their burning hatred for each other, Grand Elder Cryos and Lloyd fell silent, a solemn expression arising on their faces. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1314 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1139. The Eye of Gluttony reacts again. Kane's eyes narrowed as soon as Lady Illum mentioned the moon of tomorrow. He had no idea what she was referring to, but judging by the expressions on the faces of the Grand Elders from the Tiamat sect and the angels from the Sun Church, it was clearly important. Of course, Kane wouldn't demand any explanation openly during the discussion. After all, he was just a newly advanced ancient dragon. He remained silent, waiting to see how things would unfold. Grand Elder Cryos finally spoke with his sharp gaze locked on Lady Illum.
What was the prophecy? Can you tell us?
Lloyd's eyes glimmered with equal sharpness as he, too, focused on the leader of the moon cult. Lady Illum smiled faintly, clearly satisfied that she had managed to get both sides aligned on one point. With a wave of her hand, the violet moon in the sky flared with intense power. Its radiant light flooded the hall, and the next moment, a melodious voice echoed throughout the chamber.
As they enter the domain of the King of Darkness, the Child of the Sun will open his eyes, the dragon from a distant land will soar to the sky, and the Daughter of the Moon will smile.
When the words faded, the violet moon's power receded, and a solemn expression settled on the faces of everyone present. The prophecy was unmistakable in its references. It clearly involved the forces of the Tiamat sect, the Sun Church, and the Moon Cult, foretelling great rewards and the promise of ascension. Divination usually carried little weight for life forms at the level of Grand Elders and Archangels, but prophecies tied to the Moon Cult were a different matter altogether. The Moon of Tomorrow was one of the three entities that reigned over the cult, and its power emerged from the oniric truths. It wasn't based on feelings, but on the ability to peer into the river of time. Seizing the gravity of the moment, Lady Illum spoke again, her voice carrying the same commanding presence.
It's clear that for this trip into the Demon King's castle, all three of our factions must enter together. I understand that trust between us is non-existent, but I offer you a solution. We will form a ceasefire, and if any side dares to break it, the Moon Cult will support those who keep their word and crush the instigators with all our power and without mercy.
Her eyes glinted with sharp killing intent, making it clear that she was prepared to unleash the full power of her cult against anyone who violated the truce inside the Demon King's castle. Grand Elder Cryos and Lloyd glanced at each other. The air between them was still thick with tension and killing intent, but now a meaningful light glimmered in their eyes. The prophecy promised immense rewards, and despite their hatred for each other, neither side could afford to ignore the potential. The promise of the Moon Cult's backing also gave them some measure of confidence that this fragile ceasefire could work. Lady Illum smiled slightly, sensing the shift in the room. Greed had sparked in both factions, and she intended to stoke that flame further.
I understand that you will need time to discuss this among yourselves.
She continued smoothly.
So in the meantime, why don't we allow the younger generation, those who will enter the castle, to get to know each other? Let them see what they are capable of.
Grand Elder Cryos exchanged a glance with Grand Elders Onyx and Melisea, and after a silent exchange of nods, they signaled their agreement. Across the hall, Lloyd glanced at the two archangels beside him, reached the same conclusion, and nodded to Lady Illum.
Excellent.
Lady Illum said with a smile, "Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
She turned toward the back of the room as a door slowly opened.
Allow me to present the promising saintesses who will march into the primeval world.
One by one, several breathtakingly beautiful women entered the room, each more gorgeous than the last. The graceful features and radiant auras captivated the attention of everyone present, yet there was one among them who immediately drew the eyes of all in attendance. Leading the group from the Moon Cult was a young woman whose beauty transcended words. Her long, flowing violet hair cascading down her back like a silk waterfall shimmered softly under the moonlight that bathed the room. Her skin was as pale and flawless as porcelain, and her ears, elegantly pointed like those of an elf, added to her ethereal allure. Every part of her appearance was stunning, but it was her eyes that captivated everyone. The most two pools of moonlight, one silver and the other gold, each radiant and otherworldly, as if they held the essence of the night sky within them. Her gaze was calm yet powerful, exuding grace and wisdom beyond her years. She moved with an effortless grace that made it seem like she was gliding rather than walking, her every step filled with quiet confidence and power. Her presence alone commanded attention, and it was clear that she was no ordinary saintess. Like everyone else, Cain found his gaze drawn to her. However, the reason he couldn't take his eyes off the woman was not her beauty, but the fact that his eye of gluttony throbbed with an unfamiliar intensity. What is this feeling? A deep frown appeared on Cain's face as the sensation from the eye of gluttony grew stronger. It was the first time it had reacted so powerfully since encountering the abyssal caw, but the feeling was different this time. It was desire, pure, selfish desire. The eye of gluttony seemed to urge him to claim, consume, and possess her entirely. She needed to be his and no one else's. Cain fought to control the desire radiating from the eye of gluttony, but it was too late. The young woman had detected the raw, predatory sense of wanting, and she turned her gaze to him, her eyes filled with a coldness that could freeze the depths of hell. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1414 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1140, Malin. Cain was taken aback by the young woman's coldness, which was powerful enough to make his instincts react and send a chill down his spine. As he reflected on the situation, his expression became complicated. He understood why she was upset. After all, no woman would appreciate being regarded as a piece of meat by someone they knew nothing about. However, it wasn't truly his fault. While Cain was a young and virile man, the power of Otta granted him immense control over his emotions, and his willpower was at a level far beyond the typical temptations of mere beauty. Only women like his wives, Shura and Astrid, could stir his heart and desires. Cain couldn't understand why the eye of gluttony had reacted toward the woman. His emotions had never been so out of control, at least not within the Crimson world. Deep down, he realized it wasn't his own lust sparking the reaction, something else was at play. However, there was no time to focus on that now. Everyone in the hall was staring at him after the Saintess's cold glare, and the situation had grown even more complicated. Cain could offer many explanations for his behavior, but he had never been one to shy away from his actions. He was prepared to take responsibility for the misunderstanding. Unfortunately, before he could speak, a sneering voice echoed from the South Coast Alliance.
HMPH, Abaddon, how shameful for you to display your lust so openly. Are you nothing more than a beast driven by desire?
The one who spoke was none other than Aurelius Arkin, clearly trying to recover from his earlier blunder. The dragons of the Tiamat sect stiffened at Aurelius' words. Although they always supported their comrades, they had to admit that Cain's actions had caused some embarrassment, especially since the Tiamat sect prided itself on discipline and emotional control. Cain's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Aurelius, but chose not to engage him. Instead, he turned to the Saintess, clasped his hands respectfully, and performed a formal bow. He spoke with sincerity.
I apologize for my rude behavior.
The Grand Elders and the other dragons smiled approvingly. Anyone could make a mistake, but true strength lies in accepting responsibility with dignity. Of course, not everyone was ready to let things pass so easily. Aurelius, never one to miss an opportunity to escalate the conflict, sneered and continued.
HMPH, do you think a simple apology is enough? You should kneel before the moon cult.
Before Aurelius could finish his sentence, a powerful voice cut through the tension in the hall.
Shut up, garbage.
The one who shouted wasn't from the Tiamat sect but the young Saintess herself, who had just been glaring coldly at Cain moments earlier. Her voice carried a burning rage, shocking everyone in the room as she rebuked Aurelius, who had been seemingly trying to defend her honor. For a brief moment, her calm exterior shattered, revealing her fiery temperament. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
The outburst was unexpected, and her face reflected an intense anger that seemed out of character for the poised figure she had shown moments before. The young woman's eyes widened as she realized her outburst. She quickly regained her composure and quelled the fury and shock that had assaulted her heart and mind. After a moment, she turned to Aurelius with a cold, unflinching gaze.
Since when does the sacred Saintess of the Moon cult need anyone to defend her honor? Keep your White Knight act to yourself.
Her sharp words silenced Aurelius, leaving him fuming but unable to respond. The entire hall was stunned, not just by her sudden outburst, but by the way she had completely shut him down. With a dismissive glance at Aurelius, the Saintess then turned her attention to Cain. Her expression softened slightly, and she murmured the name.
Abaddon.
Under her breath with a meaningful light in her eyes before nodding toward him. Without another word, she shifted her focus forward as if dismissing the entire incident. Lady Alum was visibly surprised by the young woman's reaction. She knew her well, and her composure was typically unshakable. To see her lose control like this, even for a moment, was highly unusual. However, sensing that the Saintess had no desire to dwell on the matter, Lady Alum decided to move forward with the discussion.
Allow me to present to you all our sacred Saintess of the Three Moons Malin.
Lady Alum announced, her voice once again commanding the attention of the room. Malin, the sacred Saintess, stood tall and regal. Her earlier fury was now completely hidden beneath her composed exterior. Her beauty was undeniable, but it was her presence, her quiet strength, and the cold fury she had shown that had left the greatest impression on everyone. The members of the South Coast Alliance exchanged uneasy glances but kept their silence. Despite their anger at how the Saintess had dismissed Aurelius, none dared to challenge her directly. The authority she carried as the sacred Saintess of the Moon cult made it clear that questioning her wasn't an option. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Sun Church studied Malin intently, trying to gauge her significance. Her calm demeanor, mixed with that fiery outburst, intrigued them, but they remained cautious, understanding that she was not to be taken lightly. As for the dragons of the Tiamat sect, they smiled knowingly. They appreciated how she had allowed Cain slip up to pass without further complication while shutting down their enemies. Grand Elder Cryos, in particular, watched her with approval. She had acted with poise, diffusing the situation in a way that benefited the Tiamat sect. Cain himself was grateful but more curious than anything else. Though he had managed to suppress the overwhelming desire sparked by the Eye of Gluttony, the question still lingered: why had it reacted to her? His thoughts swirled as he tried to make sense of it, but there was little time to dwell on it. Sensing the moment had passed, Lady Illum waved her hand, and the massive tree began to shift and unfold, granting access to its inner crown. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1514 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1141, Plans for Beals. Lady Illum smiled before speaking, her voice serene but commanding.
We can hold our combat trials within the core of the Moon Heart's crown.
She paused, her gaze shifting meaningfully between Grand Elder Cryos and Lloyd, her eyes gleaming with unspoken confidence.
There, I can assure you, there will be no reason to fear things escalating.
The Grand Elders of the Tiamat sect and the Archangels from the Sun Church exchanged solemn glances. They knew what Lady Illum was implying. She wasn't just offering a controlled space for the trials. She was also showcasing the power and authority of the Moon cult, ensuring that the trials would remain fair and under control, even with tensions running high between the factions. Lady Illum rose gracefully into the sky with a knowing smile, followed by her group and the sacred saintess of the Moon cult, Malin. Lloyd, casting a glance at his angels, ascended as well, followed closely by the warriors of the South Coast Alliance. Grand Elder Cryos signaled for the dragons to follow. The Tiamat sect rose swiftly, flying toward the glowing inner crown of the Moon Heart. Cain followed along with the others, his eyes still sharp as he silently studied Malin. His mind remained restless, trying to make sense of the Eye of Gluttony's strange reaction to her presence. Questions swirled in his head, but a voice suddenly echoed beside him before he could delve deeper into his thoughts.
You're infatuated with the sacred saintess of the Three Moons, huh? I have to admit, she's quite a beauty and fierce.
Cain turned his head to see Eldrick flying beside him, a playful grin on his face. The obsidian dragon made sure their conversation remained private, his tone teasing but friendly. Cain chuckled softly, shaking his head.
It's not like that. I'm not interested in her, at least not in that way.
Eldrick raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. He clearly wasn't buying it.
Haha, I'm telling the truth.
Cain continued, a bit more serious this time.
Besides, there's already someone I have in mind, and I can't bother with anyone else until I find her.
The lightheartedness in Eldrick's expression faded as he caught the intensity in Cain's eyes. He had been joking at first, but now he could see that this person meant something very real to Cain.
If you want, I can help you search for her. I have a lot of contacts across the Helix continent.
Eldrick offered sincerely, his teasing replaced with genuine concern. Cain smiled appreciatively but shook his head.
No need but thanks, I already have a plan.
From the very beginning, Cain's strategy for finding Beals had remained the same. He would continue to rise in power, his name echoing across the Helix continent and, if necessary, the entire Crimson world. If Beals remembered him, she would eventually hear his name. If she still wanted to see him, she could find him. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
If not, Cain was prepared to accept it and move on. Although the woman was the first he had truly loved, he had significantly grown over the years and was now a master of order. Moving past those feelings wouldn't be impossible. Of course, there was always the possibility that Beals didn't remember anything from her time in Ether, and his plan of fame might be a total waste of time. That scenario would make locating her much more difficult, as Cain had no idea what appearance Beals would have in this world or even her actual name. And the Crimson World was truly vast, with quadrillions of people living in it. However, Cain had plans for that scenario as well. He just needed to fully comprehend the oniric truth of gluttony before implementing it. Eldrick nodded, sensing the depth of Cain's determination.
Fair enough.
He said, not pressing the matter further as they continued their ascent. The group moved swiftly, but the moon heart was truly immense, its towering branches stretching for miles. Even at their speed, reaching the glowing inner crown took nearly 5 minutes. When they arrived, the various factions instinctively spread out, each keeping a watchful eye on the others while leaving the center of the crown open, a clear arena for the upcoming combat trials. The moon heart's crown was a sight to behold. Massive, luminescent branches arched high above them, with glowing leaves that cast an ethereal light over the entire area. The air thrummed with ancient, pulsing energy, making it clear that this was no ordinary place. The power of the 3 moons seemed to seep into every fiber of the tree, creating an atmosphere of reverence and might. Cain, still curious, cast another glance toward Malin. The sensation from the eye of gluttony remained suppressed, but the memory of its earlier reaction lingered. He didn't know what to make of it, but pushed those thoughts aside for now. I need to focus on the battles. These people could become enemies inside the primeval world. I need to learn as much as I can about them. A sharp light appeared in his eyes as he focused on the upcoming trials. There would be time to figure out the mystery regarding Malin later. Lady Illum hovered inside the crown, her presence commanding attention.
Here in the core of the moon heart, we shall witness the strength of our young generation,
she declared, her voice carrying across the crown.
Let this be a trial of skill and power, not a battle of grudges.
As her words echoed, everyone's attention focused on the space before them, and they all quietly nodded. Of course, deep down, the grievances and hatred still burned, but there was a time and place for everything. The grand elders of the Tiamat sect began to speak among themselves, and so did the archangels of the Sun Church as they debated how to proceed regarding Lady Illum's offer. Meanwhile, the warriors from all sides, who would enter the primeval world, glanced at each other, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Even if they couldn't kill their opponents here, they were determined to prove their superiority. Creator's thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 1614 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1142, Abaddon versus Inura I. Silence reigned as all parties gazed at one another, none wanting to make the first move. Cain remained still, intending to keep his power hidden for as long as possible. He saw this gathering as an opportunity to observe and learn. If no one challenged him, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, his luck didn't hold.
I would like to see what the dragon Abaddon has to offer.
A voice rang out, breaking the quiet. Surprisingly, the speaker wasn't from the Sun Church or the South Coast Alliance. Instead, it came from the Moon Cult. Cain turned to see a young woman with golden hair and eyes glowing with moonlight. She had been standing next to Malin, silent until now, yet the first words she spoke were a challenge directed at him. Her gaze was sharp and filled with disapproval, and it wasn't hard to figure out why. While none of the women from the Moon Cult had defended Malin earlier, knowing she didn't need their help, it didn't mean they were pleased with Cain's previous behavior. Immediately, all eyes turned to Cain, eager to see how he would handle the challenge. Cain let out a small sigh as the woman stepped into the center of the sky arena. His instincts sharpened, quickly assessing her strength. She was a level 25 Dark Seed legend, but her aura radiated power well beyond that. The Moon Cult's unique cultivation path had clearly enhanced her abilities, much like the Archangel path did for the Sun Church or the Tiamat Dragon path for Cain and his fellow dragons. Even though Cain would have preferred to avoid the fight, refusing a challenge would tarnish the Tiamat sect's reputation. Offering a polite nod, he said,
It will be an honor to test the power of one of the Moon Cult's saintesses.
The woman introduced herself with measured grace.
My name is Anura.
She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly before continuing.
Are you not going to adopt your full dragon form?
Cain glanced around. The crown of the moon heart was immense, more than capable of accommodating his full dragon form. However, he shook his head and responded calmly.
That won't be necessary.
Transforming into his full dragon form would indeed increase his strength, endurance, and the potency of his draconic spells. Still, Cain had no intention of revealing his full abilities in what he anticipated would be a short bout. It wasn't a sign of disrespect, but a strategy to keep his true strength concealed. Still, by the flicker of coldness in Anura's eyes, it was clear she took his decision as an insult.
Fine if that is what you wish.
She replied, her voice laced with restrained irritation. Immediately, her energy surged, moon force emanating from her entire body as dozens of golden sods materialized around her, each glowing with the ethereal light. They hovered around her, sharp and deadly. Cain's eyes narrowed as he observed the sods. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
They were relatively small compared to his 25-meter-tall form, barely 1.5 meters long. Yet the aura they radiated was terrifying. It reminded him of the ice aspect from the Tiamat Path of Power, but with a different core essence. I need to be cautious, Cain thought. With a single breath, he released his energy. Lightning surged through his body, crackling across his flesh and wings, enhancing his speed and fortifying his defenses. Simultaneously, scarlet flames ignited, enveloping him in devouring fire, imbuing his attacks with destructive, consuming force. The arena grew still as everyone focused on the two combatants, eager to witness the strength of the Moon Cult Saintess and the new dragon from the Tiamat sect. Lady Illum, whose power harmonized with that of the Moon Heart, remained vigilant and ready to intervene if the situation spiraled out of control. She spoke in a commanding voice.
Begin the fight.
Anura's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Without hesitation, she sent the golden sods flying toward Cain, their sharp edges gleaming with deadly precision. Each sod moved with incredible speed, forming a shifting web of blades that closed in on him from all directions. Cain's eyes sharpened as the flurry of golden sods came at him, each moving at shocking speed. The sods were relentless, weaving through the air with deadly precision as they conned him from every angle. Just as it seemed the blades had him trapped, Cain flapped his massive wings with tremendous force, propelling his body upward in a sudden burst of speed, narrowly dodging the attack. Anura's irritation grew as she manipulated the sods with increasing intensity, commanding them to pursue Cain like a swarm of predatory birds. With a flick of her hand, she sent them slicing through the air, curving and twisting unpredictably. The sods attacked from all angles above, below, and from the sides moving at blinding speeds. Cain remained calm, his senses hyper-focused as he timed his movements with precision. Each time the sods neared, he dodged at the last second, his body weaving between the blades with an agility that seemed impossible for someone his size. He was testing their power, analyzing their speed and range with each dodge, his lightning-clad wings flaring with bursts of energy as he evaded every strike. The crowd watched in awe as the scarlet dragonborn effortlessly dodged the golden sods. Cain's movements were fluid, and his control over his body was flawless. But beneath his calm exterior, Cain's mind was working quickly, calculating Anura's next move. Anura's frustration mounted with every missed strike. Her golden eyes flared with power as she pushed her energy even further. With a sharp breath, she clenched her fists, and a shimmering force field erupted from her sods, expanding across the battlefield like a tidal wave. The energy within the force field rippled as it expanded, stretching toward Cain with alarming speed. Kane's eyes narrowed as the force field reached him. He braced himself for some attack, but nothing happened. However, just as he wondered about the effect of the ability, he realized that the golden sod seemed to move even faster. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1714 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1143, Abaddon vs. Inura II. Kane's eyes narrowed as he used all his strength and speed to dodge the golden sods flying at him. But with their enhanced speed, they were simply too fast. Before long, the dozens of golden sods were already upon the scarlet dragonborn. Kane's scales, sharper and more durable than most Middle Legendary treasures, couldn't stop the sods from piercing his flesh. It didn't take long for trails of scarlet blood to stain the battlefield. Anura's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she watched her sods tear through the scarlet dragon's formidable defenses. A cold smile curled on her lips when she noticed that the wounds left by the sods were tainted by golden energy, the same energy that filled the battlefield. A deep frown appeared on Kane's face as the battle carried on. The more wounds he received, the faster the sods seemed to move. It wouldn't be long before he reached his limit and was forced to surrender. Yet even under this overwhelming pressure, he remained focused. A gleam of realization appeared in his eyes as he studied the sods, understanding the truth behind their unnatural speed. They're not getting faster, I'm getting slower. Kane's mind raced as he reached the conclusion. The golden moonlight energy wasn't just attacking his body, it was affecting his mind and soul, distorting his perception of time. The world wasn't moving faster, he was being slowed down. It feels like I'm stuck. That thought crossed Kane's mind as he analyzed the power, but he quickly shook his head. Understanding the nature of Anura's power wouldn't win the battle. If he wanted to break free, he needed to rid himself of the golden moonlight energy infecting his body and the battlefield. His eyes sharpened as he took a deep breath. Without hesitation, Kane spun his entire body at a shocking speed, forming a vortex of power around him. Anura frowned, confused by his sudden movement. Spinning wouldn't stop the sods from closing in from all directions, ready to strike. However, her eyes widened in disbelief when Kane shouted,
Yin-Yang Dragon Breath.
With that, Kane unleashed a devastating attack. As he spun, a massive tornado of dark and light flames erupted from his body. The swirling firestorm shot outward, a blend of opposing forces forming a cataclysmic vortex. The golden sods, which had been closing in, were immediately swept up by the violent wind of flames and tossed aside as if they were weightless. Anura's shock grew as she watched her sods repelled by the tornado. But what truly unsettled her was the dark force within the flames, an overwhelming power that corroded the golden force field she had poured so much energy into creating. The ethereal moonlight energy she wielded was being consumed by Kane's attack at an alarming rate. Everyone watching the battle was equally stunned. The flames carried a terrifying power, and the dark force embedded within them could destroy even ethereal energy like moonlight, showcasing just how formidable Kane's abilities were. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel First, C0M.
In a mere 5 seconds, the flames covered nearly half of the battlefield, crackling with destructive force. Then, without warning, the flames suddenly withdrew, retreating into Kane's body in a swift, controlled motion. When the firestorm dissipated, Kane stood tall, his scarlet dragonborn form completely healed. Not a single wound was visible, and his energy surged, seemingly undiminished, despite the intensity of the attack. No matter if they were angels, dragons, or saintesses, everyone stared at Kane's imposing figure, all clear in their expressions. Without saying a word, Kane's body erupted with scarlet flames and lightning as he dashed toward Anura, reducing the weight of his body to reach overwhelming speed. His movements were swift and deadly, and the air crackled with power as he approached her like an unstoppable force. Anura's instincts screamed danger. The sheer speed of Kane's charge filled her with dread as she realized he would reach her in less than a second. Desperately, she fired her golden swords toward him again, commanding them to block his advance. But Kane didn't falter. He clenched his fists, unleashing shockwaves of energy with each punch. Earthquake Blow allowed him to smash the oncoming swords, knocking them aside as if they were nothing. The shockwaves rippled through the air, clearing his path with brute force, allowing him to continue his relentless dash forward. In an instant, Kane closed the distance, now less than 5 meters from Anura, his claws covered in the dark power of Reaper's touch and scarlet flames exuding a devouring force capable of consuming souls. Anura's heart raced, and for the first time in the battle, panic flashed in her eyes. Kane towered over her, a mass of scarlet flames and raw power, and his presence alone seemed to warp the air around him. The scarlet dragon was so close that the heat of his flames seared her skin. Desperately, Anura prepared to launch a final attack, but before she could act, Kane unleashed a devastating dragon roar. The sound wasn't just a physical force, it carried an overwhelming surge of soul pressure aimed directly at her. The roar blasted in all directions, but the brunt of its power was focused on Anura. Her mind rang like a struck bell, her senses disoriented, and her vision blurred as the sheer power of the roar washed over her. For a brief moment, everything was chaos, but Anura was no ordinary warrior. Her soul force, honed through years of rigorous training in the moon cult, surged within her. She gritted her teeth, fighting through the disorienting pressure. In an instant, she regained control over her body and mind. Her vision cleared, her focus sharpened, and she prepared to defend herself. But it was too late. By the time she readied herself, Kane was already upon her. His index finger, clawed and covered in the dark energy of Reaper's touch, hovered just millimeters from her forehead. The devouring essence that surrounded his claw pulsed ominously, ready to slice through her face in an instant.
I won.
The Scarlet Dragonborn uttered those words before turning and flying back to the Tiamat sect, leaving Anura stunned. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1814 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1144, Malin versus Overin I. Broad smiles spread across the faces of the dragons from the Tiamat sect as the Scarlet Dragonborn flew toward them. They had triumphed in the first fight of the trial combats, witnessing Kane's overwhelming victory. He had faced a powerful saintess from the moon cult, whose mastery over the golden moonlight was shockingly advanced, yet he emerged without a single wound. Anura, the defeated saintess, clenched her fists in frustration at her overwhelming defeat. However, she was no novice, and the discipline and training of a moon cult saintess ran deep. She took a deep breath, nodded respectfully toward the Scarlet Dragon, and gracefully returned to her group. Lady Illum's smile remained unchanged despite the loss. Her eyes now shifted toward Malin, the saintess of the Three Moons. One defeat was acceptable, but 2 in a row? Unthinkable. That's why she turned to Malin, the one she knew would deliver a victory for the moon cult. With serene grace, Malin floated to the center of the battle area, her violet hair flowing elegantly as she hovered in the air. Her calm eyes scanned the warriors of the Sun Church, settling on one of their strongest fighters. Her aura flared as she spoke, her voice powerful and commanding.
I would like to test the might of the Sun Church. Do you accept my challenge?
The declaration sent a ripple of surprise through the crowd. Warriors from the Sun Church, the Tiamat sect, and the South Coast Alliance all turned toward the one she had chosen Overin. It was clear that the moon cult needed a victory, so many expected Malin to choose someone of middle rank. After all, Malin was only level 24 herself. Instead, she challenged Overin, a level 28 Stellar Abyss legend with 1 foot already in the Archangel rank. Though Oberon had a reputation for cowardice-avoiding life-threatening battles, no one could deny his strength. He was formidable, and Malin's challenge caught everyone off guard. Oberon himself was briefly stunned, but quickly composed himself. A cold smile crept across his face as he stepped forward, arrogance radiating from him.
It will be my pleasure to teach the Saintess of the Three Moons the true might of the Sun Church.
Oberon replied, his voice dripping with superiority. Immediately, Oberon's energy erupted in a dazzling display. 5 fully formed wings spread wide behind him, with a 6th ethereal wing faintly visible. A scorching aura ignited around him, making him appear like the incarnation of an inferno. The air itself seemed to burn under the intensity of his power. Malin remained unflustered, her expression unchanged despite the inferno surrounding Oberon. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Her eyes stayed calm as a massive burst of violet moon force surged from her body. Hundreds of violet sods materialized around her, nearly 3 times the amount Inura had summoned earlier, all hovering in the air with deadly intent. Lady Illum watched as Malin and Oberon's auras reached their peak. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation before she gave the signal.
Begin.
The word had barely left her lips when Malin's violet sods shot forward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 5 meters from Oberon's face, moving so fast the angel barely had time to react. Cain, observing the battle intently, was impressed. Driven by his interest in Malin's abilities and his disdain for Oberon, he noted the incredible speed of the violet sods. They moved even faster than Inura's, and Cain sensed they required no external energy to manipulate. Is her key strength the speed of her attacks? Cain wondered. He wasn't the only one thinking that. Oberon, too, quickly realized that the sods were faster than he had anticipated. Despite the surprise, Oberon did not panic. With a swift beat of his wings, he dodged the incoming sods at the very last moment. A smile began to form on his face, but it quickly disappeared when his eyes widened and Horomar violet sods were already waiting for him ahead, diving toward his face with relentless ferocity. Oberon barely twisted his body in time to avoid the attack, but some of the sods grazed his skin, leaving deep cuts. He felt the sting but couldn't afford to focus on the pain. More violet sods appeared in his path, blocking his escape and attacking from all angles. Using all his strength, Oberon dodged, his wings beating furiously as he used every ounce of power to evade the relentless onslaught. He zigzagged through the air, weaving between the blades, but no matter where he moved, the sods were waiting for him. The crowd watched in awe as Oberon, who had once been confident and arrogant, now appeared desperate, his movements growing more frantic by the second. Despite his skill, it was clear that he couldn't keep this up much longer. Throughout it all, Malin hadn't moved an inch. She floated serenely in place, her hands folded as if controlling the battlefield with a mere thought. The contrast between her calm, composed demeanor and Oberon's increasingly erratic movements was stark. The violet sods pressed Oberon tighter and tighter, forcing him into smaller spaces. He was running out of room and time, and everyone watching could see it. No matter how fast or skilled he was, Oberon couldn't outrun the inevitable. With each dodge, more sods nicked his skin, and the crowd could see the angel was nearing his limit. Meanwhile, Malin remained as tranquil as ever, directing the onslaught with silent precision, her calm gaze fixed on her opponent. Oberon clenched his teeth, his body moving in sharp, desperate motions as he darted across the battlefield. The 100 violet sods pursued him relentlessly, seemingly predicting his every step. Each time the angel thought of a direction to evade, the sods were already there, waiting for him. It felt as though they were reading his mind, anticipating his every move. For a brief moment, Oberon considered the possibility of the young women reading his mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought as his soul force detected nothing. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 1914 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1145, Malin vs. Oberyn II. Everyone watching the battle couldn't help but admire Oberyn's agility and skill. His speed was undeniable, and his evasive maneuvers showcased his deep battle experience. However, it was clear to all that Oberyn had lost control of the fight from the very beginning. Unless he did something extraordinary to regain momentum, the battle would end with him not even coming close to Malin. In a frantic attempt to dodge yet another barrage of violet swords, Oberyn made a sharp move to the right. This time, one of the blades grazed him, leaving a deep cut on his forehead. The wound marred his handsome face, and with it, something inside the angel snapped. Oberyn's expression twisted into pure rage, his angelic features contorted into something almost demonic. His wings flared out with an explosive surge of power, and he shouted,
"Enough of this!"
In an instant, a thin mantle of white flames enveloped his body, raising his strength to an entirely new level. Kane's eyes narrowed as he recognized the white flames, similar to those that nearly killed him in his battle with Mearia, but far purer and more potent. That's the power of the oniric truths one can attain through the Archangel path, Kane thought, his gaze sharpening as he realized the shift in the battle and the immense rise in power Oberyn had instantly achieved. Oberyn let the white flames explode from his body, unleashing a scorching shockwave in all directions. The force was terrifying, and when the shockwave collided with the violet swords, it shattered every single one of them, blasting them into pieces. The crowd gasped in awe at the power of the flames. The violet swords, as durable as middle legendary treasures, disintegrated with a single attack from Oberyn, showcasing his immense power. Despite a significant amount being used to fuel the shock wave, white flames still clung to Oberyn's form, flickering menacingly. The rage in his eyes burned even brighter as he glared at Malin, hoping to see her composed expression crack to see fear or shock. But to his dismay, the young saintess remained utterly calm, her tranquil gaze never wavering. Oberyn growled under his breath, his fury rising. HMPH, let's see if you can stay calm in front of this. His thoughts boiled as he raised his hand, gathering all the remaining white flames into a massive spear of blazing light.
Apollo's spear of judgment.
Oberyn roared, his voice filled with righteous fury as he unleashed the spear. The spear flew forward, its radiant heat scorching the very air as it shot toward Malin. The sheer intensity of the attack warped the space around it, creating a seal of heat and power that locked down the battlefield, making it impossible to dodge. As the spear hurtled toward Malin, the spectators' dragons, angels, and saints alike held their breath. Most thought the battle was over, but no one would blame Malin for losing. She had forced Oberyn to use his trump card, summoning the power of the oniric truths, a move typically reserved for life-and-death situations due to the overwhelming toll it took on one's soul. However, Malin's eyes remained steady, unshaken. Her expression betrayed no sign of defeat. She raised her hands for the first time since the fight began, her aura swelling to an unimaginable level as the power of her own oniric truth emerged from deep within her soul. The moment Oberyn's spear was mere milliseconds from striking her, Malin's hand moved. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
A single, graceful motion sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The fragments of the shattered violet swords, which had been scattered across the field, suddenly surged toward her. In an instant, the shards reassembled before her, glowing with a brilliant light as they formed a barrier. The violet barrier, glowing with a mix of moonlight and raw power, solidified just as Apollo's spear of judgment collided with it. The impact sent a deafening shockwave across the arena, and the energy of both forces clashed violently. Flames and violet light crackled in the air as the spear fought against the barrier, each pushing the other to its limit. Oberyn's eyes widened as he saw the young saintess summon that barrier, its power breathtaking, but he didn't lose focus. His soul force flowed into the silver spear, flooding it with golden flames and increasing its power. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, it seemed as though Oberyn's spear might break through. The heat intensified, and cracks began to form in the violet barrier. But just when it seemed the spear would shatter the defense, the barrier pulsed with newfound strength. Malin's eyes glowed with energy as she channeled every iota of her strength into the barrier. The violet light exploded forward, shattering the flaming spear and disintegrating it into nothingness.
Impossible.
Overin's mind and soul were assaulted with disbelief as his strongest attack was completely nullified. Malin stood on the other side of the barrier, her expression unchanged, as calm and composed as ever. With a single wave of her hand, the violet barrier transformed into a raging tornado that dived toward Overin with enough power to wipe out an entire city. Overin's eyes widened, shock and fear clouding his face as he saw the incoming violet tornado. Its power was more than enough to tear him apart. However, just as he attempted to move, the backlash from using the Oniric truth hit him, paralyzing his mind for an instant. It was less than a second, but it was enough for the violet-sawed tornado to reach him, striking directly at the angel's face with enough force to obliterate his skull and soul. Of course, no such gory scene unfolded. The energy of the Moon Heart's crown immediately enveloped the angel, protecting him just before the tornado could strike. The violet-sawed shards scattered in all directions upon clashing with the protective barrier, leaving Overin unharmed. Malin smiled faintly as she waved her hand, transforming the sawed shards back into violet moon force and returning them to her body. She stared at the shocked angel and spoke.
I win, you lose.
With no further words, Malin returned to the saintesses of the Moon cult, leaving behind an arena filled with silence and awe. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 2014 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1146, Helios. The moonlight that had saved Overin faded, marking the end of the fight, yet the angel did not move. He stood frozen, unable to accept his defeat, especially in such a humiliating manner.
Impossible. How could I have been defeated like this? It cannot be true.
As someone who placed immense value on his reputation, this loss was a crushing blow to Overin's ego. It did not take long for the unwillingness in his heart to turn into rage and hatred as he turned to look at Malin. Malin noticed the anger in the angel's gaze and the unwillingness to accept the outcome. Though exhausted and pale from the backlash of using her Oniric truth, her eyes remained fierce. Despite her weakened state, Malin radiated disdain toward Overin, making it clear she was not afraid of the angel's rage. The outcome was decided, and his refusal to accept it only showed how weak and fragile his willpower truly was. Her indifference only fueled Overin's fury. His clenched fists ignited with golden flames, ready to act out of anger. Lady Illum noticed that, and coldness emerged in her eyes. She was prepared to blast the angel to pieces if he dared to make a move. There was no way she would allow any disrespect in her domains.
Overin, get back, now.
Before he could act, Lloyd's voice boomed with authority, snapping him out of his rage. Overin didn't dare defy the Archangel's command and silently returned to the Sun Church's ranks. Lloyd shook his head, sighing in frustration. Overin's reckless behavior had nearly escalated tensions with the Moon cult, something they couldn't afford while already at war with the Tiamat sect. Turning toward the Moon cult, Lloyd felt the rising tension in the air. He knew he needed to do something to defuse the situation, but before he could, someone stepped forward from the Sun Church's group. A smile spread across Lloyd's face as his eyes fell on the man stepping forward. The tension on his shoulder faded as he knew that person could handle anything. Instantly, the attention of both the Tiamat sect and the Moon cult shifted toward this new figure. The man wore a golden robe that concealed most of his figure, but as he reached the center of the battlefield, he removed it. Underneath was a young man with an exceptionally handsome face, his white hair flowing elegantly. His golden eyes gleamed with intensity, the irises resembling radiant suns flickering with flames. Despite his formidable aura, he was a new face, much like Cain and Malin. The young man introduced himself with an ethereal voice that captivated everyone, smiling radiantly.
I am Helios, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Words cannot do justice to the beauty of the moon cult. In the name of the church, I thank you for the opportunity to witness it.
Lady Illum's eyes narrowed as she observed Helios. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
His refined behavior was unusual in a world where strength and dominance ruled. Something about him felt off, though even with her wisdom, she couldn't quite pinpoint the cause. She did not utter a word and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Helios's smile widened at her nod, and he turned to face Malin, bowing graciously. His charm was undeniable, and many from the moon cult were captivated by him. However, Malin remained indifferent, her expression unchanged, and her thoughts regarding the young man remained a mystery. Noticing her lack of response, Helios kept his smile intact, but his interest in the young woman only grew stronger. He had successfully calmed the situation with the moon cult, but as his gaze shifted toward the dragons of the Tiamat sect, his warm demeanor vanished. In its place was a cold aloofness, as if he were gazing down at inferior beings. His eyes briefly landed on Cain, showing a flicker of interest before quickly dismissing him. His attention then settled on Eldrick.
So you're one of the ancient dragons with supposedly impenetrable defenses. I suppose that means you might endure a few of my punches before crumbling. Come, face me.
Helios said arrogantly, his tone dismissive. Eldrick's eyes twitched in irritation. The young man's words made it seem as though he had the right to command an ancient dragon, a mistake Eldrick wasn't willing to overlook.
Are you serious, little pigeon?
Eldrick's voice was cold, laced with murderous intent. His fists clenched as he prepared to step forward and face Helios, but before he could, a voice echoed in his mind.
Don't let your guard down. That man is dangerous.
Eldrick glanced toward Cain, the source of the warning. The gazes met, and Cain's expression was sharp, the message clear. Cain's instincts screamed danger the moment he exchanged glances with Helios. Though Helios appeared to be only a level 25 Darkseed legend, his energy pool and soul force were overwhelming. Even more concerning was the powerful aura of the Archangel Path radiating from him far stronger than Overn's had been. The obsidian dragon nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Cain's warning. He knew he couldn't back down from the fight, but he would approach it with caution. Eldrick chose to remain in his dragonborn form. His aura surged as the power of gravitational force radiated from his body. His obsidian scales glowed with the might of the earth, and an unyielding force emanated from him, his defenses rising like an immovable mountain. Helios remained indifferent as if the outcome of the battle had already been decided. His eyes fled with a golden light, and in a flash, his wings unfurled. Like Overn, 5 of them were fully formed, while the 6th remained ethereal, yet the power they radiated was immense. As their energy converged into his heart, a radiant and blinding light began to emerge from his chest. Helios's body trembled as the burning power became too much for his heart to contain, his expression momentarily strained. But then, a smile formed on his lips as he activated his legendary innate ability. Creator's Thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 2114 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https. Discord, gg/r666 is n@u. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1147, Helios's Might. Helios's heartbeat echoed like a drum of war, each pulse brimming with overwhelming force. The burning power accumulated in his heart spread across his entire body, raising his physical might to an incredible level. Golden flames surged from his heart, tracing every vein and muscle, making the veins beneath his flawless skin glow as if molten gold coursed through them. The radiance spread rapidly, causing his entire body to gleam with the light of a celestial fire. His mere presence commanded the attention of everyone around, even seasoned warriors felt a sense of awe. His entire body pulsed with raw power, and a corona of golden energy surrounded him like a blazing star. The power his fleshy body unleashed surpassed the limits of the Stellar Abyss legendary rank. Eldric's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the angel's surge of power. Though the sheer force was impressive, there was no fear in his eyes. He pushed his focus to the limit, fully aware that this fight would push him to the limit. Once both combatants had reached the peak of their auras, Lady Illum raised her hand, her voice calm but commanding.
Begin.
The moment her voice faded, Eldric and Helios vanished from their starting points, flashing toward each other with incredible speed. Their energy gathered around their fists, ready to unleash everything in their first strike. Eldric, towering 50 meters tall in his Dragonborn form, dwarfed Helios, who stood just 2.5 meters tall. Yet when their fists collided, the force was evenly matched. Neither could overpower the other at that moment. Eldric's punch carried the overwhelming might of a Stellar Abyss Legend's black hole, with the crushing gravitational pressure of his Tiamat dragon path, condensing the force of an entire mountain into his blow. He was at the peak of the ancient dragon rank, only one step away from becoming an immortal dragon like the grand elders of the sect. However, Helios's strike was equally terrifying. The punch radiated immense power and searing heat, so intense that Eldric's reinforced scales began to burn just by making contact with the angel's fist. Despite the difference in size, the impact was colossal, the air rippling from their clash. For what felt like an eternity, the two titanic forces pushed against each other, but neither could gain an advantage. Then, in an explosive release of power, both were blasted away in opposite directions, leaving a massive shockwave in their wake. At first glance, it seemed the clash had ended in a draw. But as soon as they were separated, Helios's entire body radiated with golden light. He regained control instantly, his form blazing with energy as he dashed toward Eldric at a speed that defied logic. Still reeling from the initial clash, Eldric barely had time to react. His eyes widened as he saw the angel flash before him, faster than he could have imagined. Before he could brace himself, Helios's fist slammed into his chest. The moment the punch connected, it felt like a bomb had detonated inside Eldric's body. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
The sheer force bypassed his reinforced scales, wreaking havoc on his internal organs. The massive Dragonborn was sent hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth as the pain radiated within. But Helios wasn't finished. In a blur of golden light, Helios appeared next to the flying Eldric and landed a brutal kick. The blow blasted Eldric to the left with such power that the very scales on his side cracked under the force of the flaming leg. The crowd gasped, watching as the massive obsidian dragon was tossed around like a ragdoll by the angel from the Sun Church, who was making his mark on the world for the first time. Eldric struggled, each of Helios's blows sending him hurtling through the air, barely giving him a moment to recover. Every time the Dragonborn tried to regain control, Helios was already upon him, raining down devastating strikes that overwhelmed his defenses. Another punch slammed into Eldric's chest, sending him flying once again. But this time, something changed. As Eldric tumbled through the air, his eyes narrowed, growing cold and fierce. A silver light flickered in his gaze, and his aura surged dramatically. His entire body seemed to swell with newfound strength as if drawing from a deep well of power. His scales glistened, harder and sharper than ever before. The energy radiating from him was different, more potent, more dangerous. It became clear to everyone present that Eldric had unleashed the power of his oniric truth. When Helios closed in, aiming to deliver another crushing blow, Eldric stood his ground. Helios's fist connected with Eldric's chest, but instead of sending him flying, the Dragonborn absorbed the force and remained firm, his massive frame unmoving. Helios's eyes widened, surprise flashing across his face. His attack had failed to knock Eldric back, leaving him open to counterattack. Eldric didn't waste the opportunity. With a thunderous roar, he swung his massive fist, channeling all his strength into the blow. The strike landed squarely on Helios's body, sending the angel hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. Helios was blasted with overwhelming power, but the angel quickly regained control, halting his momentum midair with a graceful twist. A small trail of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, the first sign of injury since the battle had begun. Yet despite the damage, Helios only smiled. His radiant eyes gleamed with excitement, and the burning battle intent within him grew fiercer. Helios wiped the blood from his lips, his wings glowing brighter as his energy flared up once more. His fists were clenched, and golden flames danced around his body, every ounce of his power concentrated into his next strike. Eldric's expression grew colder, the silver light in his eyes intensifying as he locked onto the rapidly approaching Helios. The angel had forced him to unleash his oniric truth, a move he hadn't wanted to reveal, but now that he had, there would be no holding back. Creator's thoughts. Red Sin World. Schedule 2214 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1148, Oniric Truth of Pride. Eldric's Ra shook the battlefield as his full might exploded, surging with raw power. He dashed toward Helios, his obsidian scales gleaming under the pressure of his gravitational force. Meanwhile, Helios's bloody smile widened, his entire being radiating fierce energy as he charged to meet the massive dragon again. The angel and dragon collided midair, their fists crashing in a thunderous clash that sent shockwaves of gravitational energy and golden flames rippling in all directions, much like when the battle had begun. But this time, the outcome was different. After brief struggle, Eldric's overwhelming strength shattered the force behind Helios's punch. The angel was sent hurtling through the air, spiraling uncontrollably. Eldric didn't waste a moment. He immediately pursued, the gravitational force around his body scaling to a new level, distorting the space around him as he dove toward Helios, determined to end the fight swiftly and decisively. Despite being flung away, Helios regained control of his body almost instantly. His speed was astonishing, and he twisted midair, dodging Eldric's incoming blow by a hair's breadth. Before the Dragonborn could recover from his missed strike, Helios retaliated, launching a blindingly fast kick toward the dragon's side. Eldric was momentarily surprised by Helios's speed and reflexes, but managed to raise his arm just in time to block the attack. The force of the kick reverberated through his body, yet his defense remained intact. Eldric swung his massive fist in retaliation without missing a beat, landing a ferocious blow on Helios's side. The angel was sent flying again, but Helios twisted his body in midair with near-inhuman agility, almost instantly regaining control. Golden flames flared around Helios as he dashed back toward Eldric, his fury undiminished. The obsidian dragon's eyes grew cold and fierce as he rushed forward to strike once more, but just as they were about to clash, Helios unleashed a blinding flash of light from his wings, momentarily disrupting Eldric's vision. Using the distraction, Helios darted behind Eldric, aiming a precise kick at the dragon's spine, hoping to unbalance him. But Eldric, sensing the attack, twisted at the last moment, catching Helios's leg and slamming him into his knee with bone-shattering force. Helios's eyes widened as pain racked his body, the impact leaving him breathless. A silent scream escaped his lips as the air was knocked from his lungs, but even through the pain, he maintained focus. Before Eldric could follow up, Helios transformed into a blur of golden light, reappearing behind the dragon and unleashing a series of rapid punches. The blows landed, each generating searing heat that scorched Eldric's scales, but the Dragonborn's defense held firm. With a growl, Eldric retaliated, delivering a backhanded strike that sent Helios flying, blood dripping from the angel's mouth. Despite the heavy hits, Helios continued to rise, golden flames licking at his wounds and healing them almost as quickly as they appeared, showcasing his impressive regenerative abilities. It seemed as if his solar blood replaced any damage sustained. Helios's battle skill allowed him to minimize the severity of Eldric's blows, but it was clear the relentless power of the obsidian dragon was beginning to take its toll. Yet, no matter how many times Helios was knocked away, he found a way to rejoin the fight, his determination and skill keeping him in the fray. The cycle repeated. Helios attacked with blinding speed and precision, dotting around Eldric's immense frame, while Eldric responded with overwhelming strength and unbreakable defense. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Each time their fists met, Helios found a way to dodge or deflect the brunt of Eldric's power, yet the Dragonborn always managed to land decisive strikes that sent Helios flying backward. The crowd watched in awe as the two warriors engaged in a brutal, high-speed dance of power. Helios's battle skill, speed, and reflexes were unmatched. His strikes were fast and precise, constantly probing for weaknesses in Eldric's formidable defenses. Yet, no matter how skillful or elusive Helios was, each clash ended with Eldric's superior strength and defense overpowering him. Cain observed the fight closely, his expression somber. The eye of gluttony was at full power, absorbing every detail, but what he saw troubled him. Despite Eldric's dominance, Cain understood the true nature of the battle. The obsidian dragon controlled most of the fight, but Cain knew Eldric was relying on the power of his oniric truth, whereas Helios had yet to unleash his full potential. According to Cain's understanding of the Tiamat dragon path, Eldric's called Dragon Sinful Heart was tied to the Stonecrusher head, an aspect of Tiamat that embodied the power of the earth and the oniric truth of pride. This gave Eldric overwhelming defense and relentless strength, making him as immovable as a mountain and capable of absorbing immense damage before striking back with crushing force. But such power came at a cost. The tremendous pressure it placed on Eldric's soul meant that he couldn't maintain it for much longer. Cain's eyes narrowed as he focused on Helios. The angel had yet to reveal his oniric truth, and that was concerning. Helios had only been using his base powers from the Archangel path and his legendary innate ability, yet that had been enough to keep pace with Eldric. If Helios decided to unleash his true power, the balance of the fight could shift drastically. Eldric seemed to sense that time was not on his side. His aura fled again as he roared, charging at Helios with renewed determination. He knew he needed to end the battle before the strain of his oniric truth took its toll. The smart move for Helios would have been to buy time and wear Eldric down, but instead, the angel met him head-on, his golden flames blazing even brighter, his expression fierce, a bloody smile stretched across his face. The next clash sent shockwaves across the battlefield, the sheer force of their collision shaking the air. Eldric's fists rained down like hammers, each one carrying the weight of mountains. At the same time, Helios weaved through the strikes with incredible agility, delivering precise blows that targeted Eldric's joints and weak points. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 2314 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1149, Sun Church's Victory. No matter how fast Helios moved or how precise his strikes were, Eldric's unyielding defense remained impervious. His obsidian scales shimmered under the protective power of the oniric truth of pride, and his raw strength continued to overpower Helios's attempts to breach his defenses. Blow after blow from the angel landed, but Eldric's towering frame stood firm, like an indestructible wall, allowing him to return each strike with crushing force. As more wounds appeared on Helios's body, the radiant golden blood that once flowed freely began to thin. The limits of his regeneration were becoming evident. Eldric's eyes glowed with resolute fighting spirit as he pressed forward, confidence building with each step as he could see victory within reach. He was confident the angel's limit was near. With a growl, Eldric dashed toward Helios, ready to crush him between his claws. The gravitational force around him surged with overwhelming might, the air trembling under the weight of his power. The massive obsidian dragon appeared in front of the angel, his claws stretched out, prepared to deliver the final blow that would end the battle. Unfortunately, time ran out. Just as he was about to strike, Eldric's massive body suddenly trembled, his movements faltering. His muscles seized up, and the sharp pain that had been slowly building within him erupted like a dam breaking. Blood leaked from his eyes, nose, and mouth as the intense backlash from using the oniric truth of pride finally struck him. The massive obsidian dragon's mind and body were paralyzed under the pressure. Seeing the sudden shift, Helios smiled fiercely, a cruel glint in his golden eyes. The angel had been waiting for this moment. He knew Eldric's oniric truth couldn't last forever, and now that the dragon was vulnerable, it was time to strike with everything he had. With a burst of golden fire, Helios's aura exploded outward, igniting his body in celestial flames. His wings flared behind him like a blazing sun, and without hesitation, he charged at Eldric. The angel's strikes were merciless, each blow carrying the full force of his Archangel Path's power.
Boom.
Helios's first punch slammed into Eldric's chest, cracking the massive obsidian scales that had been invincible moments before. The dragon's body shuddered under the impact, but he was powerless to move. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his internal organs took the brunt of the attack.
Crack.
A second blow landed on Eldric's side, sending him reeling to the left. His body, usually so resilient, was thrown across the battlefield. Before Eldric could even attempt to regain control, Helios appeared next to him, his fist glowing with golden light.
Booms boom.
Two more devastating strikes hit Eldric's ribs, the force of each blow causing his enormous body to buckle. The impact was so powerful that the air around him trembled, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. As he tumbled through the air, Eldric finally overcame the paralyzing backlash, regaining control over his mind and body. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
But the only thing he could do as Helios appeared in front of him once again was to raise his arms in defense. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Helios dominated the battle, impressed by the young man's abilities. He hammered Eldric's colossal form with rapid-fire blows, each hitting with precision and deadly force. Flames seared through the air as his fists, feet, and wings struck with the intensity of the sun.
Bam.
Helios's kick connected with Eldric's jaw, sending the dragon hurtling into the sky. Not even a second later, the angel struck from the side, the sound of breaking echoing across the battlefield as the obsidian dragon's ribs finally shattered. Lady Illum's eyes narrowed as she watched the onslaught. The battle was clearly over, but since the obsidian dragon had yet to yield, she could not intervene. Helios's killing intent exploded as he grew frustrated by Eldric's endurance. He soared high into the sky, his fist engulfed in golden flames. He dived down with a roar of pure fury, aiming his fist directly at Eldric's skull. The intent to kill was unmistakable. The air crackled with energy as Helios descended, his fist a blazing meteor of destruction. Everyone watching held their breath, knowing the strike could kill Eldric if it landed directly. But just as Helios's fist was about to connect, a radiant silver moonlight enveloped Eldric's body, forming a protective barrier around the dragon.
The
The golden flames collided with the moonlight shield, creating a blinding explosion of light that sent ripples of power through the battlefield. The sudden force pushed Helios back, his fist unable to break through the shield. He hovered in the air, and his eyes narrowed in frustration as he stared at the shimmering moonlight that had saved Eldric. It was Lady Illum's power, the energy of the moon heart itself intervening at the last possible moment, protecting the Dragonborn from what would have been a fatal blow. The ethereal light pulsed gently around Eldric's battered form, its calming presence easing some of the tension on the battlefield. The fierceness and killing intent in Helios vanished as he uttered final words for Eldric.
You lasted longer than I thought.
The disdain in the angel's voice was clear as he turned his gaze toward the other dragons of the Tiamat sect, showing a cold smile before flying back to the Sun Church's group. An eerie silence reigned across the battlefield as Eldric glanced at the angel. There were wounds all over his body, but his heart and soul were not significantly damaged, so with his vitality, he would recover fully in a matter of days. However, that did not erase the crushing sensation of defeat and failure that assaulted his heart and soul. He had given everything he had against the angel, but he was defeated. Even worse, Helios never summoned the full might of his Archangel Path the Oniric, truth keeping the full extent of his power a mystery. Unlike Overin, Eldric's will remained firm even in defeat. He returned to the dragons of the Tiamat sect in silence. Creator's thoughts. Redson World. Schedule 2414 plus 10. Previous week, 992 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates. Episode number 1150, Aurelius' Power. After the intense battle, the atmosphere was tense, and Helios's disdain for the dragons left a bitter taste in the mouths of the Tiamat sect. Many of them wanted to blast the angel to pieces, but they would never allow their feelings to overcome their rationality. Sensing the growing tension, Lady Illum knew that it was in her best interest to restore some semblance of peace between the Fosses, especially if she wanted to convey that they could work together during the voyage through the primeval world and the Demon King's castle. Her eyes fell upon another saintess of the moon cult, a young woman with silver hair and eyes glowing with moonlight. Lady Illum gave her a nod, and the saintess gracefully flew to the center of the battlefield. Her aura was striking a level 26 Stellar Abyss legend, but it was the sheer force of her moon force that truly captured everyone's attention. The saintess surveyed the battlefield, her gaze finally settling on the South Coast Alliance, an amusing light appearing in her eyes.
My name is Amara.
She declared with a calm yet powerful voice.
I would like to test the skill of the White Knight, who thinks the saintesses of the moon cult need men to defend them. Do you accept my challenge?
Her challenge was directed at none other than Aurelius. The moment her words left her lips, the leader of House Aakon's face twisted with irritation as he clenched his fists. It was clear to everyone that the moon cult was trying to embarrass him. However, Aurelius knew he could not refuse. Even though the South Coast Alliance was not as powerful as the dragons or the angels, it still needed to demonstrate its strength. If it couldn't hold its own against the saintesses of the moon cult, it would lose its standing with the Sun Church.
It will be my pleasure,
Aurelius said coldly, flying toward the battlefield with his aura blazing and soul force fully displayed. As they stood face to face with the young women, Aurelius unleashed the full might of his cultivation. His black hole released the force of a level 29 legend, causing the air around him to freeze. Despite lacking a unique cultivation path like the dragons or angels, no one could say he was weak. Amara felt the immense pressure of Aurelius's soul force, but her smile remained unchanged as hundreds of silver swords materialized around her, glowing with moonlight as her moon force surged.
Begin.
Lady Illum called out, and the battle commenced. Cain watched the fight with sharp eyes, his focus unwavering. He wanted to learn more about the moon cult's battle style, and more importantly, observe Aurelius's abilities. Cain had long since decided that Aurelius needed to die, as he had known from a very young age that no one who harbored a personal grudge against him should be left alive. Aurelius unleashed his full power right from the start. His energy and soul force materialized in the form of a gargantuan 40,000-meter tall ice snake, with him at its core. Its overwhelming aura radiated as he shouted,
Ice Age Avatar.
Cain's eyes narrowed at the sight of the Ice Age avatar, even larger than his full dragon form. The aura it emitted was stronger than the lightning snake King Cain had fought so fiercely to defeat, confirming that Aurelius was indeed formidable. Amara's figure seemed like a speck of dust in the face of the colossal ice snake, yet she remained unfazed. She could feel the power of the Ice Age avatar, but her smile persisted. With a wave of her hand, she sent her silver swords forward. The battle that followed was relentless. Follow new episodes on the
N0 Vel first, C0M.
Amara moved gracefully around the battlefield, striking the massive ice snake again and again with her swords. Meanwhile, Aurelius channeled his energy into the avatar, commanding it to unleash devastating attacks. Each time a wound appeared on the ice snake, Aurelius would quickly heal it, ensuring that Amara's swords never came close to harming him. For 5 minutes, they fought fiercely. Amara left hundreds of thousands of wounds on the Ice Age avatar, but Aurelius continuously healed it while retaliating with powerful strikes. Finally, after 5 minutes, Aurelius saw an opening. The massive ice snake dove from the sky, blasting away the silver sods in its path as it opened its jaws wide, preparing to devour the saintess. A cold smile formed on Aurelius's face. He was certain victory was within his grasp. Many on the battlefield shared this thought, seeing no way for the saintess to turn the tables. Even if she summoned the power of an oniric truth, it wouldn't make it in time. However, just as the Ice Age avatar was about to reach Amara, she whispered 2 words.
Memory laceration.
Instantly, every sod wound the ice snake had received throughout the battle reappeared simultaneously, bursting open in a violent explosion. The massive body of the Ice Age avatar shattered into pieces, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. Aurelius's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no time to process what had just happened when hundreds of silver sods shot toward him from all sides, poised to pierce him to death. Just as they were about to strike, a barrier of moonlight appeared, saving him from a fatal blow. A stunned silence followed as those from the Sun Church and the Tiamat sect gazed at the young saintess with awe. Not only was she powerful, but her precision and timing were impeccable. Her power also carried a mysterious aura that not even the ancient dragons or the 5-winged angels could decipher.
I have won.
Amara declared calmly before turning and flying back to join the rest of the moon cult. Aurelius took several moments to regain his composure, lowering his head as he silently returned to his group. He was an elder from the South Coast Alliance, feared by millions, yet he had been defeated by a young woman who didn't even appear to be 100 years old. Creator's thoughts. Redsin World. Schedule 114 plus 7. Previous week, 733 Power Stones. Power Stone ranking. Plus 600, 7 plus chapters a week. Plus 800, 10 plus chapters a week. Plus 1000, 12 plus chapters a week. Discord channel, https, Discord, gg/r666 is n-edu. Check the images in the comments. Thank you for listening to the Age of Chaos audio story. Pixie FM grows with listeners like you. Support the series by sharing it and join our Telegram for the latest updates.